Indecision 2024, tune into the show. Who's gonna rule our land? Do you really wanna know? A race of clowns on prime time for us to observe. A douche or a turd sandwich, it's all we deserve. Campaign promises litter the floor. Who will keep them? Who's keeping score? Debates like circus acts breaking all norms. An endless parade of political storms. Indecision making us all grow. Who's better suited for that White House throne? Do we even care? Does it even matter? A douche or a turd sandwich, it's all just chatter. Votes get counted while pundits scream, living in this democratic dream. The ballot box is stuffed with hope and despair. Is anyone genuine? Does anyone care? Polls and predictions like tarot cards. Who will be the joker who plays it hard? In the end, it's all a grand illusion. A show for the masses in endless confusion. The screen flickers with results coming in. Who's the lesser evil? Who's gonna win? Popcorn and pretzels in our hands, we sit tight in this comedy of errors on election night.
Oh, I forgot about the ending. Hey, it is November 5th.
Sorry.
It is election night. Woo, welcome.
You're kidding.
Yeah, right. With us is Beckett from Cope and Seethe. If you remember from my Lego stream about 2 months ago now, right? It's been a little bit.
Yeah, it's been a little bit.
Yeah, but welcome. He's going to be our foreign correspondent for this evening, and our diversity hire Salvador Dali is with us as well.
I just came to check in on how the colonies are doing. I want to check whether you wanted to rejoin anytime.
I have some bad news.
My wife loves the show Hamilton, the play Hamilton, the musical, and my favorite part is when the king sings. I don't know if you've ever seen it, but King George has some songs he sings, and one of them is "They'll Be Back," and then the other one is singing about George Washington and what they're going to elect another president or something. I don't know. It's hilarious. All of his songs are absolutely hilarious because it's from the British perspective of they'll be back. They won't like this whole democracy thing.
I mean, it's interesting because obviously we always get the comment of well, America left, you lost the war, and what America doesn't seem to realize is in doing so, the French bankrupted themselves funding you guys, and in my opinion, that is a completely fair deal. I will happily give up America to bankrupt the French.
They were trying to felch you guys, and no. And we lied to the French. Are like, oh yeah, we're secure. We just need some money.
That's why we rekindled the friendship.
Yeah. And then the French got pissed at us for not helping them out.
And as Josie was asking, yes, it is an election. There is an election going on tonight. It's been quite entertaining thus far. We have some live coverage we're going to go over. We're gonna follow Fox News, MSNBC, because I feel like those are the two that really butt heads, as well as possibly CNN. But what I'm really curious about is how this is going to affect, if at all, Europe. Beckett, if you want to chime in on that.
Yeah, there's I think there's a couple of things to consider. Obviously, Ukraine is like a pretty major one in like the current setting, because I mean it's pretty major. Ukraine's largely pushed stuff back, and Europe's fairly united with at least supplies, frankly.
Right.
The other question is just economic choices. It's a difficult one because Trump is generally policy-wise a bit more protectivist, which obviously has an effect on the global market.
Sure.
Kamala less so, but also, I think it depends on the country, because obviously Europe is fairly split between right and left. There are going to be certain countries that are going to just do better business with Trump, and certain countries that are going to do better business with Kamala. The question is, do you think Kamala's going to be more of the same if Kamala wins?
I think it's definitely going to be an extension of Biden. There's some statements that she's made when asked, like, what would you do differently, or what do you think should have been done under Biden that didn't get done that you're going to do? And she was like, basically nothing. More of the same. My whole thing with like international dealings is that when you get Putin and Kim Jong-un and Trump, crazy knows you don't fuck with crazy, right? And so, so there were no wars because who the hell knows what's going to come out of left field from Trump, right?
Trump literally complimented John Bolton, saying, I got that crazy guy behind me, and they're all sitting there too scared.
Well, I remember there was a statement, I think it was to do with one of the Middle Eastern crises. It might have been to do with Afghanistan, but it's been a few years now. But basically, Biden was trying to reach out to people and couldn't get anyone on the phone, I think in Saudi Arabia. It's like, well, if Trump phones, you pick up the phone because you just don't know how he's going to react if you don't. So, and yeah, there are definite elements of that. They're incredibly different forms of diplomacy. The question is, would Putin act the way he does against Trump? Probably not, because it's so unpredictable. I think he's well aware that Biden would be reluctant to start a full-scale war over Ukraine. On the other hand, would Trump continue to supply Ukraine, for example? I mean, actually, like talking about international stuff, I think it'll be interesting with Israel-Palestine, depending on the outcome. Both candidates have pressure to withdraw support. Kamala on the left from the pro-Palestinian side, and Trump on the right from the anti-interventionist side.
To be fair, though, I don't think Kamala nor Trump would be withdrawing any support from Israel. I don't think either side would be. If there's one thing that I believe both sides could unite in favor of, and that would be Israel.
Yes, the problem Harris is running into big issues with like Dearborn and the Muslims in those communities getting their votes because she is much more sympathetic towards, or she's not distancing herself enough from Israel.
But I think primarily what the issue is the party is maybe more in support of the pro-Palestine. Flux, what is up?
What's up, dudes? How y'all doing?
How you doing? I saw your post early this morning at like 6 a.m. with your red, white, and blue Crocs on. Voting.
And then I got banned, or I got suspended. Not for that, but
I was going to say that'd be an interesting choice by Elon. Listen, I'm against Crocs as much as the next guy, but that's a bit extreme.
Wait, you got suspended from Twitter?
Yeah, I got suspended for 12 hours because, the government agency that took Peanut and murdered him?
Yeah.
I said that I hoped they all got fiery diarrhea in rush hour traffic.
That's what I do.
And apparently that's violent speech. However, I've challenged it before and they're like, oh, we're sorry. Like, yeah, you could have your Twitter. But this time they're like, yeah, nah, you can't. You have to remove it or you're not getting your Twitter back. And I'm like,
really?
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm mad.
That's
but yeah,
amazing.
so and that's not even like I have carefully crafted that insult so that it doesn't get like violent speech or like incitement. It's just wishing diarrhea on somebody in traffic. That's a bodily function. It's like, chill, y'all.
So, but you got to vote though. That's the important.
I did.
Nice.
That's the important thing.
Nice. My little voting sticker, actually, that's my wife's, the one at the top right-hand corner. We had like elementary school kids design the I voted stickers. This is the one that I got because I think it's amazing. It says, I'm cool.
I like that.
And it's got like a little Lego guy signaling.
I love that.
Yeah. So
that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun.
I'm in Maryland, so ours obviously has a crab on it.
Crabs are fantastic animals, to be fair. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. let me step aside real quick just to say good evening, genitals. I missed you earlier. And Murph's Turf became a new member. Stray gifted one membership. Awesome. Thank you very much. I missed who that went to. Thank God. And Kate Nat Williams, who refuses to come onto a Lego stream, but was generous enough to give 10 memberships. Thank you very much.
How dare you?
Kat Nat Williams. And those went to, I don't know because I can't see them. The one thing about me that Beckett might not know is I'm horrible at names, as I forgot yours earlier. And so oftentimes when I'm gifted memberships, they insist that I read them out, but I can't see them right now. So we're good. We're safe. But let's hear what we can listen to this, by the way. So
has a path to
hopefully we're not going to get
win the White House.
struck.
Stand by, panel, if you would.
Speaking of that, let's
I
go
mean,
to
it's like
Chastney at
election stuff.
headquarters.
Yeah.
She is in West Palm Beach, Florida tonight. What's the mood over there?
You guys can all hear it, right? Let me know if you
tonight,
can't.
but, how are things looking?
Yeah.
Yep, going through clearly.
Things are looking good here. The crowd behind me.
Oh my God, her voice does not match her face.
I'm told that there's a long security line.
The lips
Apparently, a lot of
moving
folks
or
are at the
just
Hilton
her
party
look?
right next door.
It just her sound does not match her look.
Security
Yeah.
line
That's how I feel about
back
Shakira, by the way.
here. So, what's holding
How'd
up
you rate her on David's 30-point scale?
faces that you see behind me and why
This
that hasn't
woman or
built up
Shakira?
just yet. I want to just talk
This
about,
woman.
you guys were
Well,
on the
she's
big
definitely
screen
higher
when you
'cause she's
caught
on
Florida
Fox.
in here and everybody
Wait, there's a
responded.
30-point scale? What's the 30-point scale?
Oh God. Okay.
Oh God.
So I have a rating scale. You know how guys rate women 1 to 10.
Yeah, sure.
So I have a rating scale of 1 to 30.
Mhm.
And your 1 to 10 tier are like your Walmart shoppers, your Uggos. Your 11 to 20 are like your girl next doors, and your 21 to 30 are like the supermodels. And
Okay.
then within that rating, you also judge their personalities. And if they're lower in the rating, so like an 11 is a girl next door but has a shit personality. You know, that sort of thing. So you can be a 10, you can be a Walmart shopper, but you can have a really cool personality, and so you rank higher on that scale. So that's why I said she's higher on the rankings, because she's on Fox. I assume her personality would be better. Yeah, that sort of thing.
In the metro Atlanta area, and as of a short while
I'm gonna
ago,
make you graph this at some point.
I've attempted to, and I need to.
And also,
Ugh.
they noted that black turnout.
It's like Fannie Willis is winning.
But it
Is she?
finishing strong, and they
Did you
attribute
see
to
that?
their Get Out the Vote
68 to 32.
they've been
Oh,
I'm not
God.
gonna lie, I wrote in Peanut for a few of the answers.
They're not seeing
Peanut?
signs of that, but they're
Mhm.
definitely feeling
I voted
hopeful
for
about that
myself
first
today.
report coming out.
Nice,
Yeah, Supreme Court Justice.
Thank you so much.
nice.
We'll
I
see
wrote
if
him
it was-
Babu the cat.
Something you said. The 58%.
Well, normally I wouldn't be able to vote, but under the Democrats, I have obviously been given a voter form as a British person. They wanna get us involved. So that's been nice. It's nice to feel included.
Now,
Well-
do you guys in England think it's weird to vote for individuals? Because you guys do a vote for a party, right?
So yeah, the way it works in England is essentially the leader of the party becomes prime minister, but it is entirely dependent on your party winning. And this is why we've had so many prime ministers over the last several years, because it's just been under a conservative government. I think I understand why you do it, and in many ways because in Britain, you know, people will vote for who they think the best prime minister will be, regardless and along party lines anyway. But
Yeah.
it is a bit weird the
Oh,
idea of
fuck
having a
Hogan.
president who's like not got the same amount of power in the house, because the idea of being prime minister is, I'm prime minister, this is what we're going to do, I'm the leader of the country, but we have the voting power to pretty much do whatever the fuck we want.
Typical British thing.
Listen, we're just trying to get back to monarchy, man. We're just clawing away.
It really does seem
back
like
to
a
the better
problem.
system.
I don't know why your kings ever gave that up.
Dave voted
Civil
for
Wars.
Trudeau.
Oh.
Yeah.
Fair.
Yeah, a lot of civil wars.
When
But
was that?
It's my understanding that the Queen, or the King now, I guess, in England, still has a lot of power, right? They still have a lot of authority.
Do they?
So, like, a lot of it is constitutional. So the idea is that the king gets asked to do things and then signs off on them. But theoretically, the king can step in. Like, one thing that's interesting is our House of Lords, which is kind of like our a higher level house, which is you're sort of given lordships for service to the country. It used to be hereditary. But like they'll step in. So we had a tax bill come through. And at the time, the Lords were very, very right-wing based, like from our right-wing party. It's very heavily leaning in that direction. And even they turned around and went, "You can't do this tax bill. This is too harsh on the poor."
Seriously, that's all you guys had to do 300 years ago.
Well, we're talking about the poor. The poor are still people. When you guys were colonists, you were barely human. Okay, like.
Yes, the poor in England is better than the colonist in America.
Yeah,
the richest of colonists.
Oh man,
I do have Young Turks. If you want me to pull them up, you want to hear?
Yeah,
what
I'm
they're
interested. I'm interested to see
Okay.
like what stage of cope we're at.
I bet they're just so spot on.
yeah. Well, the poly market's at 69%.
Trying to take a look at in the bluer districts, how is Harris doing versus how Biden ended up doing. And I've looked at a few so far, and obviously we don't have that much of the vote in yet. But of the counties that I've looked at, she appears to be outperforming Joe Biden.
Oh, thank God.
In those. Again,
thank God.
It's early.
They're not partisan at all.
You know, don't come at me if it doesn't turn out that way. But and
Phrasing.
we told you it.
Did he just say, "Don't come to me if it doesn't turn out that way"?
Yeah, he's like, "Please don't send me emails."
That'd be a good sign, just as that was about.
I'm not a dog.
Seems to have been predicted. And so bear that in mind for Pennsylvania. Michigan, we only have 4% of the vote. She's at 62%. So I don't know what we can take from that. What was
You
the
only
other state
have
that you said,
4%.
North Carolina?
Yeah, North Carolina, because that was close.
9%, and it is close. She's up 3 points at 51%. And in the vote that had come in so far, it appeared that Mark Robinson was having his clock cleaned, which would certainly be good news, if not
His what?
surprising news at this point.
His something
Yeah,
clean.
well, I'll come back.
I won't
on
spell
that
it for
one,
you. That's for
Rashawn.
your parents.
So that's the clown who called himself the Black Nazi, etc. I mean, it's just pathetic that the
It's
Republican
good branding.
ran him.
This
he
guy
won
drives
that
me nuts.
primary, and
What's his name?
and yeah, we
Thank.
didn't like Nazi part at that point, but we
Uyghur.
already knew all the horrible things he had said in the past that were akin to that.
Clump.
So, do you think that the
Clump?
fact that
Thank.
that's a weak candidate
Huh?
in Carolina might
Did you
hurt
say
him there, but
clump?
hold on,
Let me
Yeah, isn't that his name?
for that.
Sank.
As of
Uyghur.
right,
Oh,
Oh,
Trump
well,
is
yeah,
down in
it's the
North
same.
Carolina by
You know,
about
this election would have been so much better if Cenk actually ran for president. It would have been so good.
on the legalized bestiality platform.
He's just a clown lord.
What was it? What is it? He said he was like, well, if a horse can like scratch the ground 2 times,
Yeah.
that's basically consent.
I mean, they're not complaining. It feels good for them, right?
Yeah,
Jesus Christ, dude.
He won his
By the way,
primary
if for
with
some
the help
reason the
of
stream goes
Trump
down
and
to
other
copyright or whatever,
allies.
we have a Rumble link
He's
at the
currently
top of the chat.
lieutenant governor, so he always has had this connection to rhetoric and saying these extreme things. The
I hate his pocket square.
problem is this: he's not down
We're not
21
live.
points
Because-
because
Oh,
he
yeah, we're
said
live.
saying
Black
these. He's
Anna,
not
I don't think she's here right now.
because he
She's on
hates
the voice call.
violence against
Oh,
the
she-
Thank you, Steph. I voted for
LGBTQ
Pedro,
community
and now we drink.
He's
That's
down
right. We
21.
drink
Hell yeah.
tonight.
because Republicans
Sorry, I keep
figured he
blocking
may
you,
be a
fucks, every
member of
time.
the
I gotta figure
LGBT
That's all right.
community based on some of his adult entertainment habits. And
Do you want me to pull up the poly market number?
when they attempted to basically leverage him out.
What
But
is the
once
poly
again,
market
It's
number?
so sane at the moment, and I am waiting for them to get more crazy.
I am
like
too.
it,
I am
like-
too.
I kind of want it to be a replay of the 2016 election, just
been a
just
lot
for
of
Yes.
TYT. My highest investment
we're doing
is terrible TYT content and has been for nearly a decade now.
So,
And
Beckett, you asked me who I thought was going to win, or somebody asked me. I said Trump because of the economy.
Ralph Nader.
So I'm gonna have you sound off. Who do you think's going to win, just based on your outside perspective?
Oh, outside perspective, really hard. So the problem is, I come like in Britain, we had this thing with the Labour Party in 2019 where everyone was convinced the Labour Party was going to win because they went off social media, and then they came to a historic loss. Like social media really tarnishes things. I have looked at some of the local polls. I think it's going to be really close. I think it depends if some of the more surprising flips happen. Potentially, I don't know. It's really difficult. I'm gonna say. I think maybe Kamala, maybe just on some of the things, just because I don't like the social media narrative and I'm hedging my bets against it. But I will be honest, it's been so bad every interview she's given, and I'm biased. I don't like Kamala anyway, but I think, you know, if people are watching the interviews, if they're watching some of the debates, potentially looking at some of the VPs as well, your VP going on a debate and saying that he's friends with school shooters isn't exactly a very strong look.
Well, he's got the school shooter vote.
Yeah.
I think Trump will have it. But yeah, I think it's going to be, I don't think it's going to be a landslide. I'd be very, very surprised if it was a landslide. I think it will be the sort of thing that comes down to maybe a state. I think it will be quite close.
So I was watching predictions, and they were going through if apparently Pennsylvania is a big state. Depending on who gets it, the other one has to really struggle. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on Pennsylvania, I think. But Flux, what do you think? Who's going to win tonight? Not who do you want to win? Who do you think's going to win?
See, here's the thing. I hate all of government, and I'm pretty sure they rigged it in 2020, and I'm pretty sure they're just going to rig it again. So I'm pretty sure that Kamala's going to win, because there's going to be this influx of mail-in voting or whatever, and that's me being skeptical, but I think Kamala's going to win just because. What
about the early reporting that said a lot of Republicans were doing mail-in voting this year, as opposed to in 2020 when it was
they're leading in a lot of states.
I think it just makes it. I think it just made it easier for them, because honestly, like, they were trying to get it all smooth. There was a little hiccup, but I mean, this year they know what they did wrong. I think they're going to make it look really smooth this year, and I think they're going to make Kamala. I think they're going to let her take it. I don't want that. I really want Trump to win, because Kamala is a dumbass, in my opinion. But I hope Trump wins, but I have a very sneaky suspicion that Kamala is going to take it.
Yeah.
Somehow.
You think the Turks are going to be happy?
Yeah.
What are we saying over here on Fox? Well, we'll come back to the Turks when maybe they get a little more angry.
Hispanics, young people, others.
These guys are so old calling these shots. This guy's like 100. Who the hell is he?
I remember him from like when I was young.
To put him over and win.
Do you know one thing I find really interesting? I've been watching like Freedom Tunes doing cartoons on Kamala.
Yeah.
And the Freedom Tunes version of Kamala is more likable than the real life Kamala Harris. It's actually like Freedom Tunes version of Kamala is actually quite funny. Like, I saw the one they did on the Joe Rogan interview, and it was just really funny.
I'll have to Freedom Tunes. Are they on YouTube?
Yeah, they're on. I think they're on Twitter as well. That's where I've seen them pop up.
Freedom Tunes. Oh yeah, here we go.
You know,
all right.
The Republican Party has changed, but the issue of the economy.
God, I'm so mad that I'm suspended on Twitter.
Hey, it could be worse. It could be worse. There are two hard leftist Twitch streamers called Denims and Frogan, who are like crazy, like fully support the downfall of America kind of people. Both of them, and they're Hassan orbiters, so they're like bootstrapped with this shit. And both of them are currently suspended. So biggest night of the year.
So I shouldn't say
biggest night possibly of their career that they can make money from, and both of them are suspended on their platforms for anti-Semitic rhetoric.
So anti-Semitic.
And all I said was I hope somebody shit themselves in traffic. Like, seriously.
And speaking of shitting themselves in traffic, Excited Utterance, welcome.
What's up, EU?
Hey, girl, how's it going?
I'm chilling. How are ya?
It is beyond election night now in Australia, isn't it?
Oh yeah, tell us who won. You're in the future.
That's right.
It's okay. Look, I can't break my contract with the kangaroos. I'm sorry.
God damn it!
They'll come and smack me out if I tell you. What? Okay, who won? Well, you should tell me. Like, surely it's counted by now.
Well, right now Trump is winning, so he's got 105. Harris has 72, on their way to 270.
Wow.
Oh shit! No way.
See, but yeah, it was the same way last time too. Trump was ahead all
remember
night
that.
until we hit that random spike at 2 a.m. when all of a sudden
It all
Here's the
changed.
problem. Here's the problem, though. In 2020, everybody said, don't mail in your ballot, vote in person. So all the Democrats mailed in their ballots, all the Republicans voted in person. So then they could have shenanigans on election day,
Yeah.
stopping you to vote in person. Meanwhile, all the mail-in ballots were Democrat. Now it's not the same this time. So they're going to have to find other ways.
In 2016, what was interesting is it went super late. I think I was up to like 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and then Hillary refused to concede.
Yeah, I remember that for a while.
I remember that.
No,
I remember distinctly where I was sitting and what I was drinking that night.
Me
too. I knew this was like 8, 9 my time. So that'd be like 11, 12 Eastern.
11, 12
Why
Eastern.
the hell is this dude talking? This dude he's not even a political head. This dude is that one dude.
Yeah,
That's that one dude.
he's a business owner, and he's that one dude. What's he
Yeah,
have to
he's
say?
that one dude.
What are we watching, Fox? Okay.
We're watching Fox. Now, I have this hooked up to my cable, so we can watch whatever.
With all
You guys want to see what MSNBC is showing?
No.
Come on.
Oh
We
wait,
gotta do
it's
some
that one
MSNBC.
dude from that. Yeah, that dude.
Chris Matthews?
Yeah.
I want to see if
Everybody
he's a
was
tingle.
all about him last time.
Ah!
Oh my god.
What?
Oh,
Trigger warning.
The first word was fascist.
This
Why
chick
is
on
that
the
white
right.
man staring down that black
Oh,
woman?
Flux. Do you know her?
Is that a woman on the right? I think it is.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I don't know what it is, but we don't claim it as one of us.
It's not your wife.
We don't claim it as
She's
one of us.
she's a friend of Ellen's. just
That
like
is a
Flux.
wonderfully diverse panel.
I've seen her
Maddow.
raging. She rages, right? She's a full-on.
Who doesn't
bully,
she
right?
rage?
She's a dumbass.
She is.
Rachel Maddow. You know,
So is
What's
she.
her name?
that's her name.
Joy
Okay, so but
Behar.
the most interesting choice, the most interesting thing about Rachel Maddow is she said years ago that campaign ads in favor of Trump were literally Russian propaganda. And she was sued over the word literally for defamation. And the court came back and said, well, literally doesn't mean literally. So now we have a federal
Bless you.
case that says literally doesn't mean literally.
Literally.
Yeah.
Literally not. Literally is the new.
What does it mean?
Apparently, it could be
Arkansas.
hyperbole because the nature of her channel is political op-eds and not news.
Well, it's interesting you say that. Do you know why when Johnny Depp sued The Sun in the UK, The Sun won?
Yeah.
Yeah. For something similar, right?
Yeah, they basically The Sun's argument was we're The Sun, nobody would believe us. Everyone knows that we print.
Everybody knows we're full of shit.
That's fair enough, actually. Why would anyone believe The Sun?
That was essentially her defense. Like, my whole show is op-ed opinion bullshit. So why would anyone think when I said literally that I meant literally? And the court said, yeah, you're right. You're full of shit. And so no one should have thought that.
Remember that time she got Trump's tax return? And like spent the entire show going about how great it was going to be and how big.
You talk about Rachel Maddow.
Yeah.
Oh.
And then the last 10 minutes of the show, it was just a nothing burger.
I can't believe anybody in America would complain about somebody not paying taxes. I believe we all had a conversation about this a while
That's what
ago.
Trump
Most
said.
American thing there is.
That's what he said in the debate with Hillary. That makes me smart.
59, somewhere around there. It's still
Change the tax code.
Is this one any good? This is
yeah. This is I found this funny.
Okay.
How
all
are you
right.
doing that?
Hang on.
OBS.
Oh, we're
All
on
right.
OBS.
So
Okay.
this is
we're
no,
not.
we're not. So this is
It's a
what's the
combo.
name of them again?
It's Freedom Tunes.
Freedom
Yes.
Tunes. All right. So let's check out.
You look great, Joe.
Come on, I'm not calling you that.
You need this, Joe. Your show needs me.
Are you ready Your
this
Highness.
is, by the way.
One moment, okay.
So the title is if Kamala agreed to Joe Rogan's terms, or if Joe Rogan agreed to Kamala's terms and actually went on the show.
Yes, of course, my queen.
Okay, Joe.
She does have a thing about titles.
Thank you, Kamala, for coming on the show. It is an honor to have a normal and natural, unedited conversation with you.
Conversations like these are so important, aren't they, Joe?
What income level was the home you were raised in, and did you care about your lawns?
I was raised in a middle class family.
Amazing answer. So relatable. Me too, Kamala.
Did you see, by the way, did you see that faked McDonald's picture that was purportedly tweeted by Kamala's
Oh yeah.
No,
what was that? Did you? Oh my God. Okay, hang on.
No,
so
Do you want me to pull it up?
she said. So she said, yeah, pull it up.
All right,
So
just give me
she
a sec.
said that she was. Oh shoot, I closed it down. Hang on. She said that she was she worked at McDonald's as a kid, and Trump said no, she never worked at McDonald's. There's no record of her working at McDonald's, and so her team apparently tweeted out a picture of her working at McDonald's in the 80s, and almost immediately it was taken down because the woman who was actually featured in the picture said, no, that was me. My mom took that, like, in our dining room on my first day of work. And they have the side by sides. It's amazing.
Oh,
okay.
Just give me one sec.
All over Twitter. Okay. Oh yeah.
How
No,
far
I gotta
is
show you this.
How far is she?
I
Is it a
could pull
dead
it
woman?
down
I'm
from my
suspended on
iCloud.
Twitter.
No, I could pull it down from my iCloud. Hang on.
I got it.
Oh, you got it? If you want to share it.
Yeah, just give me one sec.
Oh, it's gonna be a whole process here for me. For some reason, my computer, it said that I was signed out for too long, and now everything.
Gay.
Yeah. All right. Well, what we're doing.
Joe,
I got it.
one thing I came here to talk about is Donald Trump. He thinks Puerto
Oh, okay.
Ricans are garbage just because of the way they smell.
Okay, wait, hang on. So this is the side by side. So they photoshopped her head in there. Look at it. It is like
Are you
pixel by pixel.
serious?
Yeah. No, that woman came out and said, no, this is me. That was my picture. And it was taken down off of Twitter within 4 minutes.
I'm surprised she even
Like
recognized
that.
it.
I'm surprised it stayed up that long.
Yeah.
I noticed like she used a white person's.
Yeah, it's a white
I
person.
know, that was one of the biggest comments. It's like they didn't even like darken her skin.
The
They just
skin
used a
tone is
white
the
lady.
same. They haven't changed it at all.
Yeah, and then her neck is so starkly different from like her face.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's close. I mean, I'd buy it when I first saw it tweeted out there. I was like, okay, so she worked at McDonald's as a kid. So what? Nobody cares. And
really
then
looks like a
it
kid,
came out
though.
with this side by side one, and it was like, oh my god.
Wow. But like, I wouldn't if there was a photo of me from my teenage years in a
Does she have
uniform
a
like that, I
monkey
think
on
I'd
her
remember
shoulder?
it.
Now I'm trying to see if I have a
Oh,
better
yeah, she
picture
does.
where I
Yeah,
can zoom in.
she does. Why did
Well,
they?
There's a
sorry.
oh,
Why
there's
did-
a monkey over the shoulder, like probably in the curio cabinet or something.
Yeah,
Oh,
and it,
yeah.
Oh,
That's
but
a
that
good
would
point.
be like offensive. So
You
well,
can't have
no,
a
that's
monkey.
like super specific, and I think maybe they thought by hiding that, like,
Yeah, that's
it
it.
would be
Just
different.
green screen it.
you
and
can't
change
do a
the
reverse
background.
image search
What?
now.
Why?
Yeah, why would they not take the background away? That's interesting that they didn't take the background
Yeah,
away.
I didn't see the monkey.
Yeah, can we zoom in?
Yeah, hold on. Like which part? The monkey?
Yeah, I want to see the monkey. Why has she got a monkey on it?
I
Or
don't know.
maybe
why
it was
that
like a
picture-
McDonald's
Okay,
monkey.
let me pull my screen back up because this is a wider image.
Okay, you can whip it out.
But I mean, so you could see like frame by like the glass up top, everything except for the monkey.
Oh, It's the same.
The monkey's been removed. But it is absolutely, I mean, like to the folds of the collar and everything. Well, no, maybe not. Isn't that freaky?
I mean, it doesn't surprise me because
yeah, right. What a thing to lie about.
Do you remember the dodgy dossiers for the Iraq War?
Yeah,
vaguely.
So one of the fun things about that is the dossier that Blair used was basically taken from a PhD student submission, and because it was a draft, the reason he could prove it was it contained non-academic language, and he referred to Iraqis as country bumpkins because he couldn't think of what else to refer to, and it's in the official report. So somebody took his report to use as an argument for going to war and didn't even remove country bumpkins. So the level of laziness people will go to is actually, it's like, yeah, it's good enough.
Well, and that brings up another thing. They were talking about, I can't remember what country it was, but they're like, Trump has a plan to invade this country or whatever. I can't remember what it is. Do you realize that the military has a plan in place to invade every country, even Canada? Like if they had to invade Canada, they got a plan in place.
They should.
Yeah, right.
I would support that.
Yeah. By the way, so I don't know if everyone knows each other here, but we have hi, I'm MLS. Breckett in the center here of where he belongs is his channel is Cope and Seethe. It's a great channel. He goes down the rabbit hole on a lot of internet drama. And what you were covering? You were covering.
You said? Did you just say drama with the D word?
Yeah. We're essentially
on the
internet. We do like news commentary. We do quite in-depth research. Like we were the first channel to ever release Chris Tyson's general Discord server, because I went and talked to the mods for it. We had it 15 minutes before Keem started. So
hey, that's still impressive.
I didn't know you were allowed to actually say that you do drama.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I am. We are a well-researched shit posting channel. It's great.
I mean, every streamer does it.
Late at night, I love
drama, but they won't admit to it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I'm pure
late
drama.
At night, I love sitting back and
like
just watching some Cope and Seethe. I'm gonna put his link, by the way, in the chat, and then I'm also gonna put it in the channel description so you guys can all find it. But yeah, an Excited Utterance has a never drama stream.
No, we never have any drama.
It's not a legal channel either.
No, not a legal channel. No drama. Nothing actually. We talk about nothing.
And then Flux has an awesome painting channel, but she also does other stuff.
Yep, video games, all that good stuff. Huh?
Yeah.
Are you just ignoring me the entire stream?
Who? Me?
No, me. It's like the third or fourth time you've skipped me.
Oh, you're talking to Dave.
Yeah.
I was like, what?
He wasn't accusing you.
No.
I do have to bow out though. I did say that I'd go on. Do you guys know Squid? I'm going to hang out with Squid.
Okay.
But thanks for having me. And depending on what time. Oh.
Look at that.
Whoa. Hey guys,
I forgot how to do this again. It's been a while
House
since
of Flux. I'll see you guys later.
Godspeed.
Bye, Flux. Thanks for joining us.
Be excellent to each other, guys. Bye.
Bye, mate.
House of Flux, check her out. I will put her in the channel description as well. But if you're watching me, you probably know Flux. So, but I wanted everyone to meet Beckett, and his channel is awesome. Like I said, late at night, I jump in there and we talk some nonsense drama. What was the stream that you had going on? You had that long form documentary you were talking about.
Oh yeah, so we just did a video on a guy named Just a
much.
Robot, which has done really well, which has been good. But yeah, no, it's nice, and I will point out MLS has always been really good. I think we actually came to you for some opinions on some documentation because we were going through some court record stuff. So it's nice to get some mutual support as well.
Yeah. How did that work out, by the way? Were you able to get those things?
Yeah, we did really well.
Nice.
We basically proved that Dogpack came out with accusations against a guy named James Warren, who's the CEO of Mr. Beast. And we proved that there was no way at the time, the information he had, he could have easily known that those accusations he was making were false. And that's had a spiraling effect on Dogpack, which has been quite fun. But he recently came out with false allegations about a group chat, so it's always been fun. Yeah, no, I like the legal stuff, but it is beyond me, I'm afraid. So thank you for the help there.
Yeah, no problem, no problem at all.
Kino Casino said that LawTube is like the sector with ties.
The sector with ties, that works.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
We think we're
that's
better than
probably fair,
everyone else.
actually.
House of Flux, by the way, is in the channel description as well, right?
This is not her, by the way.
Yeah, no. This is not House
You're
of Flux.
not her?
This is her mother on screen right now.
Sorry,
they're gonna go to commercial.
That would be really. Do you know what? If that turned out to be true, that would be fucking amazing.
Oh my
Actually,
God.
she's like,
Oh my
"I love that, and I hate her haircut." And then she comes home. She's like, "Have a nice night in the news, mum."
Oh God, that would be so amazing. And they're so polar opposites. I want that to be true. Jim Cock, by the way, also gifted 10 minutes, I think, or 10 minutes, 10 members.
Let's go. 07.
Thank you very much. Yes.
David.
Jim
That's
Cox.
vulgar.
Say
Yeah,
his name right.
Jim Cox. Thank you very much, Jim, for the 10 gifted memberships. I would happily read them, but I am busy in the bios of the stream, so I cannot see the chat at the moment. Yes, I know. All right, so they got Trump up right now in Michigan, 55.2%.
It's only 4% in. Are we actually going to get to
Michigan,
election
Wisconsin,
results?
Arizona. Oh no, that's Mississippi. I'm sorry. I was reading the Michigan above. I got all excited. I'm hoping we get election results. That's the whole idea here.
Well, would you like me to pull some up or do something?
Yeah, pull some up, do something. Be a participant.
Let's have some results.
By the way, Salvador Dali, Dali Talk, Salvador Dali parody channel, but also streams nothing about Salvador Dali. Thank you for being
That is true.
His channel has become a true crime channel lately.
It has.
He's become like a full-on true crimer.
Yeah.
Did you say parody channel? Parody how?
Well, no, because I
started off as a Salvador Dali is the name of his channel, and so he was doing parody stuff, and then
Well,
he
it's like a
drifted
parody of
into
him.
law and crime.
No, I never did anything about Salvador Dali. It's just the persona I
Oh, you just
embraced.
parodied Persona. Okay.
Yeah.
So if you look up Salvador Dali, is it
No,
Salvador
Dali Talk.
parody or Dali Talk? Well, but not on Twitter.
Oh, Salvador
Dali parody.
Dali parody,
Or
yeah.
Parody, yeah. Okay.
Because I get banned if I don't say parody.
Right.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Because otherwise they'll think you really are the painter.
Yeah,
Next poll closing in 13 minutes.
correct. Arizona.
Is that you guys? Did you vote, Salvador?
Damn it, I knew I forgot something.
I
Yes, I
knew you
voted.
wouldn't have voted if I didn't tweet at you. All right. So who
Dali and both of his
wanna-
cats.
I don't want to do the
True.
commercials. What so Salvador, who do you think is gonna win? I don't know if I asked you this yet.
No, you did not. I at the moment, I don't want to jinx it, but probably Trump.
You think Trump?
At the moment, yeah, but we'll see. There's a lot of shady stuff going on, so
I think Trump's going to win. I said at the beginning of the stream because I mean, if things aren't rigged, and I'm not saying they
it's a
are.
land. Okay, if it's not rigged, it's a landslide for him.
Well, because of the economy, though, people vote with their pocketbooks, and the economy. is horrible.
Can I ask Beckett, please?
No.
Because over here we hear all this
Another
stuff
colony.
about yeah. Over here we hear all this stuff about rigging and vote tampering and stuff, and it's reported to us in such a way. Well, because it doesn't really happen here.
Must be nice.
It doesn't happen here. we don't have vote counting
No,
machines.
no one cares enough in
right?
Australia to rig the votes. Let's be
Well,
clear.
well, I mean,
You're
yeah.
both your parties are owned by the coal industry. It's kind of irrelevant. Let's be honest.
They're not too far apart. Like our two major parties are pretty much the same, right?
Well,
So,
that's us until 2016.
yeah, but to us, it sounds ridiculous that there would be any rigging, right? And so it does. It sounds like a fairy story, right?
Oh, no.
But then I get to know you guys and I hear about it, and I'm like, you guys are for real. Like you're actually, like you're serious. There is
It's not the
actually
first
rigging?
time. I mean, it's
Yeah.
1960 was likely stolen.
So I'm asking, like, Beckett, like, do you hear the same sort of, like, is that a similar kind of feeling that you get over in the UK? I'm assuming you're in the UK.
It's difficult. Like I kind of I have a political science masters. I tend to go, well, I know how people feel about those things. Will likely I go with the court cases because that's all we can do. But do I think I'll put it this way, because I think it's a contentious topic, and I'll put it this way. I think there's pretty good evidence that there's interference through social media and media companies, at least on the basis of how people see these votes and the effects it's having on voter stuff. And while there are issues, there are always going to be issues around like how fair and free elections are. Rigging is something that's like becomes a fringe topic, or should, in my opinion, when we're looking at the influences massive corporations and political donors and large money is having on actually swaying people in one direction or another. Because I think,
yes,
you look at local news in the US, there's a really interesting piece on this where local news stations should be the local news, but it's all the same story being run in every single region because they're all run by one mega group. And I think stuff like that is obviously going to affect how people see and feel about things. I think that's.
By the way, I'm streaming
journalism,
right now a
basically.
local channel, but what are they covering? I mean, this is ABC National News, but this is a local channel that I'm streaming currently. So again, why should this be? It should be local, right? And that's what actually I thought I was going to get was local news. Oh, the former New Jersey governor, isn't that him?
Yeah.
Yeah, Chris Christie.
Nice to see his stomach staples going well.
Didn't he go to prison, or wasn't he threatened with prison?
By a point. Then he runs for the Senate. He wins by.
I'm asking more like, do the people in the UK believe that there is actual vote rigging
I think it
in
depends
America?
who we're talking about, because the UK has both very strong contingents for the far left and the far right. So it'll depend who you talk to. I mean, the stuff that's happened over here with reform and the questions there about like how our electoral system works.
Yes.
Ultimately we deal with the first past the post system. And that seems pretty fair. We don't really have the same conversations about like voter IDs and things. Like it's pretty normal for me to go and vote and have an ID. Like that's just a requirement. I think the biggest thing is America is like one of the most technologically advanced countries in the world. And it does seem like the elections run for incredibly long periods of time and are not very smooth. And I mean,
so
your elections run for like a
thing.
year. And I mean, an election.
Oh, you mean the campaign?
Like it runs for like 4 weeks here. In most European countries, it's like 2 weeks.
4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah. Well, because we have the First Amendment, and that's what I think is a big problem with this. The First Amendment's a double-edged sword. And what I mean by that is, when we talk about corporations can influence your vote, like corporations can spend money and blah, 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 all that stuff. The reason why we have it is we have the freedom to associate. So my money, I don't have enough money to put up a political campaign ad on a television station. It's way too much money. But I can get together with a bunch of other people and we can all pool our money and put it together. That's the idea. It's the same thing with a corporation. Also, freedom of speech. There's nothing, how are you going to regulate a campaigner's or, a politician's right to campaign without infringing on their freedom of speech or the speech of others that want to campaign for them? So it's a double-edged sword, and I think that's why we have it. Whereas England and Australia, I don't think they. Correct me if I'm wrong. I know you guys have the Magna Carta or whatever, but you don't have the same sort of freedom of speech. Hard and fast rules, I guess, for lack of a better term, that we do. And so I think that allows them, then the government, to say, listen, you're going to have a 4-week campaign or whatever. You're not going to have corporate money, influencing the campaign or buying commercials. I don't know. That's just my thought.
I don't know if that's because of freedom of speech or not. All I know is regarding what Half Irish is saying in chat there, I need ID to prove I'm me, a resident, and have my address on it. Same here. I assume it's the same for you, Beckett. And that means that there's no dead people voting.
I do. I forgot my driver's license one year, and I had to go back home and come back. I mean, it's yeah, I have to have it here in Michigan. And the other thing is, you have to have your driver's license to buy tobacco products in the United States anymore. So what's wrong?
How are these extra votes happening? So how is this rigging?
Well, there's fake IDs. There's also the absentee ballots and so that's the big thing. That's what everyone was concerned about, is the absentee ballots, because you don't obviously send your driver's license in with the absentee ballot. So that's why they think the absentee ballots are the source of fraudulent votes. And the other thing is that our election is very decentralized, because remember, at the end of the day, especially when we're voting for president, it's not a popular vote. It's the states have the right to vote for president through their electors. So when we have a vote, or when we have an election, say in Michigan here, all the counties have different clerks that will tally the votes for that particular county, or even sometimes that particular city or township. And then those get tallied and sent to the county, and then those get tallied and sent to the Secretary of State in Michigan anyways. With the Secretary of State in Michigan, it's not the one in charge of the elections. It's your local town and county that's responsible for that. So there's a lot of opportunity for people to, I don't know, dip their fingers in and things like that.
I suppose my question is this, just on a constitutional basis. My understanding of the elector system is, because when this was established, your electors would be traveling vast distances, not very quickly in the early days. So the idea was, when they got there, if something came to mind, they could say, well, actually, we may need to vote in a different way because people in the state wouldn't have had the knowledge we did. And it does seem like in several states, electors can actually just vote for who they want to. I mean, there are several cases where electors have voted for the wrong person because they've been incompetent.
Right.
So the question is from a constitutional point of view, even if there is ballot, like hypothetically, let's say there was like electoral fraud on a voter level, constitutionally, would electors actually be fine to just vote for who they wanted to anyway?
So some states have passed laws that said the electors need to vote for whoever receives the popular vote in that state. And so they are no longer allowed by law to vote for whomever they want. And that's the other thing too, is it's not governed by federal law. It's 100% governed by state law. When the founders were drafting this, they had the British parliamentary system kind of to model this
best parliamentary system. Yes.
And they decided that they were going back and forth. Who should elect the president? Should it be up to the House of Representatives? Should it be up to the Senate, or the Senate, or should it be up to the individual states? And they decided that the individual states would be the ones electing the president, because this was going to be the national leader and represent all the states collectively. And then they thought about how they would do that. And they came up with the electoral system where each state would get a certain number of votes based off of their population. How the states select those electors is completely 100% up to the state. The state could pass a law that says the electors vote for the popular vote in the state. The state could pass a law that says you're going to actually vote for a named elector, which actually happened, early on. You would cast your vote for John Smith to go vote for president. Whoever John Smith voted for is what he voted for, but I'm electing John Smith to go vote for president. And since, there's been a push to get away with the Electoral College, but since the Senate, originally to the Senate, the senators were appointed by the states, again, up to state law. The state senators could appoint them. The state governor could appoint them. It could be an election, whatever the state decided. They took that away and they said that it's going to be by election of the people. And so now the people elect the House of Representatives. The people also elect the senators. That used to be the state's role in the federal government, was the Senate. That was their voice. And their only voice left was the Electoral College at that point. And now they're trying to take that away and say, well, we're going to make a popular vote, basically making the states essentially meaningless at this point. And that's not how the system was designed.
Well, I mean, again, like I've heard arguments for removing stuff. I kind of fully understand why, because it shouldn't be based on your population, because obviously states are radically different to each other. Urban areas are similar, but how urbanized your economy is for a state is going to be different. So a state having a fair say, regardless of population count, makes sense for a country like America. I mean, it's interesting. Like, this is a problem. This is a problem the EU has, where different countries wielding different levels of power based on like economic or population influence is actually bad. you want people to be fairly represented in a kind of congregation of essentially mini countries, because that's what the states are. And people in Europe, I don't think, really appreciate how big the US is, in the same way that the US doesn't really appreciate how diverse Europe is.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So my wife is Swedish, and and she leans heavily left. And by the way, it is okay, because her vote was going to cancel mine out, whether we're living in the same home or not. So, but when we talk about this, she's like, this system is stupid. There needs to be like a national this and a national that. And I was like, okay, so your homeland is Sweden. Sweden doesn't abide by all the EU's policies. They decided to like, we're not going to do the euro. We're not going to do this and that. And when EU encouraged immigrants from the Middle East, Sweden was like, nope, we're shutting that down, and shut down their borders. I said, now let's assume that you had this federal system called the European Union, and they could force whatever they wanted on Sweden. Would you be happy about that? And at that point, I think she kind of realizes the system that we have. If you look at EU, the EU is the size of the United States. And when people try to say like, oh, well, in England, we wouldn't do that, or Great Britain, we wouldn't do that, or in France, we wouldn't do that. But you're a small country compared to the vastness of the United States. Your people in France are more alike than they are diverse compared to someone from, say, Michigan and California. So I think the system we have works if we follow it. Sky News.
I can see the sense of it. I think again, I'm more left wing, and I think there are certain things America does which, again, seem crazily out of step with the rest of the West. I mean, student loans are a great example of this. Like, I racked up student loans. I essentially pay what is a graduate's tax on them. Like, it comes out of my paycheck every month. I will probably never, ever pay it off, because the idea is, like, you just always paying that additional amount, and it's based on my income. So if I'm not earning the threshold, I don't pay back my student loans. But as I earn more money, which I should do, because I should have got a good degree and everything else, I pay back more money. But like, the idea of like it becoming a debt that's hanging around your neck the way it does in the US when you're just starting off seems a lot more crazy to me. At the same time, I'm well aware of what I would earn in a comparative position in the US, and it's about 3 times as much as I earn in the UK. So, there is a balance there.
Excited. What is this that you sent me? Is this?
I sent you a link to Sky News Australia. Hang on. Well, it is their live, but should be Australian.
More democratic, and since then they have been all woke issues.
Well, maybe British.
And they're worried about
for Trump. I mean,
Traditionally, they vote for Trump, but let's not be fooled. Many of these folks were voting for Trump regardless.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's what's
Suddenly
her
they
name?
had
Who's
microphones
that?
in their mouth. They never did, and they were able to
She.
speak about
She
issues that were
was.
important to them. But I think an important question
God.
to ask those same folks:
The hell's
Was
her name?
she on the
who
Apprentice?
were you leaning
No.
towards before you had this platform?
Maybe.
Many of them were already going to
Under
vote for
Bush.
Donald Trump. So I'm not for Donald Trump. So
Oh,
I'm
Susan
Bush,
Rice.
She was.
concerned.
I don't think
Yes.
that's her.
Stated yourself.
Isn't that her?
Always leaned conservatively. They did not, as a collective group, all
Trump's
move
projected to win in
to
Florida.
left.
Just
Well,
check
again,
out.
Yeah, I called that half an hour ago.
Is it Condoleezza Rice?
Condoleezza Rice.
Oh,
Yeah.
I remember her.
Kamala Harris, and a long way to go.
Yeah, it's not Condi.
No, it's not Gandhi. Is that the former
Arizona
apprentice?
too early to call.
I'll tell you one thing that's going to be interesting. I'm interested to
Yeah,
see
it-
which direction Hawaii goes after the storms.
Hawaii is always Democrat.
Liberal. And yeah, Arizona, too early to call. Yeah, no crap. It's going to take 2 weeks.
What is going on with Arizona? Like this happened
Oh.
last time as well. It just takes forever.
Where Maricopa.
Yeah, please explain your country or your country.
Explain your state. Explain
Maricopa
your state.
County.
Answer for it.
where I am, is the 5th largest county in the U.S. We have a bunch of. We changed the way we do elections, so the guys there are the rhinos. They hate Trump. They hate MAGA, and they love mail-in voting, even though they're Republicans, and they're
That's
just
because-
always causing issues.
Okay, let's talk about the. Okay, so Arizona is the place that northern white middle class people retire if they don't want to go to Florida. Okay, so that's where they retire, and so you have a elderly northern white, fairly conservative of Californian lefts.
Yes.
Moving in that way. And so it's a mixed it's a mixed breed, I guess, for lack of a better term, in Arizona. So you probably have a lot of, like, my parents.
That's her
are,
name.
What was her
Oh.
name?
Omarosa.
Ponderosa.
She was. She was
the
from The Apprentice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Omarosa.
See, I was right.
She was a bitch on that show, by the way.
Oh,
I can't
she was
believe
the
Trump
worst.
hired her for like
A day?
not chief of staff. He hired her for something.
Yeah, yeah.
She was the worst.
And then like he fired her like a week later or something, and there was
Oh,
all
she
kinds
was
of drama.
She was a DEI hire.
She was a diversity hire, you think? I think Trump actually liked her. Trump hired her, I believe, in the on The Apprentice. I think Trump
Yeah,
liked her.
she won.
Did she win?
No, she came second. No, she came second, but then he hired her.
Guys, 69% of votes are in Georgia.
So this is the current. This is the current count.
Oh
right
wow! Look at that.
now. So 235 for Trump.
I heard a beep.
Yep.
Sean.
Whoa!
Yeah, let's go in Ohio. We're taking the Senate, baby.
Yeah, baby, let's go.
Suffer, Sherrod Brown. Suffer.
Woo!
God, actually, Trump won Florida by 1.5 million fucking votes.
Holy
Really?
shit!
That's it?
Trump,
Moreno
no,
is
that's
up.
a lot. He daddy
Hey.
big dicked Florida.
13% with
Yeah.
92% in.
BTFO'd. Total Kamala death. Miami-Dade County. He took Miami-Dade County. 11
He took
points.
Miami.
Yes.
He handed them
Yes.
The Miami
their whole
is
ass.
his.
He got that Cuban vote. Apparently,
Yeah,
they don't
he
like
did.
socialism.
Oh,
Well, there's also the whole fact that the Hispanics aren't necessarily, I don't think they like Kamala. So, but
Really?
Rick Scott won by over like almost 1.5 million votes. This is like Georgia, like everything is getting intense.
Bernie
well,
Moreno.
they're saying Miami was. Well, who's reporting this? They're saying
Miami-Dade
is
County,
blue.
New York Times reporting it.
Really?
Yeah, over
Yeah.
95% reporting.
Yeah, Miami, Broward County. Trump only
Broward's
lost by
always going to
17.
be.
No,
Yeah,
I know.
but
But he
Broward's
lost by 17.
Democrat. That happens.
That's not bad.
But
Miami
yeah,
did.
Trump running.
You know what's? Wait. Florida also had an abortion ballot.
Yep.
Wow. See,
Say
that's the thing.
goodbye to your abortion whores.
Well, but that's the thing. Like, I thought the abortion ballot was gonna pull a lot of Democrats out.
Yeah, that's
out of the woodwork.
I saw a Fox
DeSantis
exit
ran a
poll.
really good game out there. DeSantis ran a really good game.
Okay,
Really?
so this is So this is what New York New York Times is reporting from Florida.
Horse.
So Palm Beach County, Miami-Dade County went to Trump. Look at that.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh yeah.
Florida's going to be indicative though.
I think it's a good sign, chat. I think it's a good sign, baby.
Especially because they had
Florida.
an abortion ballot petition. I think that was the big thing that was going to draw a lot of Democrats out to vote. And if they're going to vote, then they're going to vote Democrat even for president.
I saw a Fox exit poll that the most important issue to people, abortion, was at 10%.
Yes, but then there's democracy.
No, the economy was the biggest.
I know
by
that.
far.
Yes, and I'm hoping. Oh God, my
it
dream
was
may
so
still
good.
happen.
Look at how red Florida is.
Yes.
Ah.
Yes.
2.0 in chat.
Yes. Oh
Welcome
God, they have
2.0.
Trump right now, 282 to 256 right now. That's their prediction.
This is 95% of the votes in. Florida is locked.
Oh yeah, no, it's done. It's game over. Game over, Florida.
Florida's called by far.
Hey, thank you 2.0 for the 5
my
gifted
God.
memberships.
Dude, yeah, thanks, baby. Florida or
Baby.
Georgia.
And Don's hard-earned money.
Trump's up by 6 and
She makes more than I
5.
do, so it's all. Trump is up by 6 points, 71% reporting.
Yeah,
Oh God, that's making me nervous in Georgia.
And well, Atlanta is 80. Fulton County is 83% in.
Yeah, but I don't. What's water main breaks, boxes of ballots, all kinds of shit. And the bigger thing is, and this is from the Young Thug trial. I didn't realize how big what the definition of the Atlanta metropolitan area is. It's like a fifth of the state in size.
Yeah.
So there's a lot. I think if Trump gets Georgia, I think he's going to be all right. I still think he can do it. He gets oh God.
Fanny
I'm
got it.
I'm getting nervous.
Fanny won.
Sean, we need unhung hero in chat.
What's that?
Like, we need unhung
Wait,
hero in chat because
wait,
I
got
think
monetized. Who got monetized?
I got
David.
monetized.
David.
Oh hell yeah!
Finally, again.
Yeah, because I think
I didn't know
you're
that.
about to say the word.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyways, hi Beckett. I don't think I met you before, but hello.
Hey, yeah, no, I've seen you around during the Rakita coverage, but I know we've
Yeah, Fanny won. I'm sorry, guys.
I like how you
what?
pronounce it.
Oh, yeah,
Rakita.
that's what
I
I was
like
gonna
that.
pull
Yes. Yes,
Well,
the
got-
Rakita question.
I
the
came to
RQ.
add some class to the colonies. This
All right,
evening. It's nice to be the foreign correspondent. I think that's what we're
Salvador,
calling it.
do you have a subscription to New York Times?
I do.
Okay.
I do.
I don't
If
have
you
a
wanna
subscription, but
pull
I
it
have
up
the.
and
me
share
share
the
it?
screen. Yeah,
Yeah, here we go.
because it blocked me out. I went too far.
I got it.
Oh wait, here we go.
I got it.
I
up.
logged
I
in.
got it up. I got you, baby.
Okay, I
How-
got
how
it.
are you doing, by
I
the
got
way?
it back. I got it back.
I'm
I
good,
bypassed
Sean.
the
How are you,
system.
mate? I
I'm
mean,
doing
I shouldn't
all
even
right.
need to ask you how you are. You seem pretty happy, my friend.
Ohio's looking good. Donnie's opening
Predicted
the
is at
lead.
66%.
Our
and
senator is we're probably getting. See, I voted for a Bernie for once in my life. Bernie Moreno.
it's not
He's
too
pulling
late to
ahead.
vote for Bernie.
He's pulling ahead. I think he's got it.
Oh
the dude,
my God.
The dude performed better in the urban counties than I thought he was going to.
Getting that
I
black
am
vote.
truly fucking surprised where I'm at. It's like neck and neck. Like I thought I was part of the red wall out here in the boonies. This is not inspiring, but let's go, chat. Let's go.
Do we see what
So
Ohio is
what do you
reporting?
think of House and
Yeah,
Senate?
Ohio's game over.
What do you think of House and Senate? then?
3%.
What's where?
This is the Senate.
Ohio, it's
Well,
3%,
yeah.
but 50. Open up the map of Ohio. You have Columbus, Cincinnati,
How much is
Cleveland,
in?
Akron, and Toledo.
Cleveland, Columbus, and Cincinnati. Check how much is in.
Yeah, well, and that's the thing, though. Check these other counties, though.
33% reporting in
Yeah,
Cleveland,
but you have a lot of rural counties that still have to get their votes in.
42%. Toledo, 38%.
Yeah, but look at some of these other counties, though. You've got to get a lot of, like, not all the votes are in everywhere. So the rural counties will make up very quickly.
95% in Allen County.
Yeah, but like in down in like Jeff Jordan's stomping grounds north of Columbus, like north and northwest of Columbus, that area, you've got some counties only 54% reporting. And it's coming, Chad. It's coming.
So
Ohio's going to
North
deliver.
Carolina. They're calling North Carolina for Harris. Or no, this is projections.
Oh God, don't say that right now.
Oh my
Well,
God.
North Carolina needs to go for Trump. Oh, it ticked up. And Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's the one to watch. What do we got for Pennsylvania here?
No, Trump's
Trump's going to do it. He's going to do it.
You think
it's Pennsylvania and Philadelphia, isn't it? Both those two.
Well,
Yeah.
Philadelphia is in Pennsylvania. So right now there's only 10% reporting.
Yes.
I'm also happy to report that Cenk Uygur is looking more and more nervous as the night
No,
goes on.
I'm very nervous right now.
Oh, you want to go to Young Turks?
I'm terrified.
67% on predicted.
Listen, I'm judging this entire election on how bad
Here's
the
the thing,
meltdown's
though.
going to be on TYT.
Here's
That's the biggest thing I care about.
So, guys, here's the big thing about Predict It and all that. Trump was like everything was.
Yes.
We were on a gravy train with biscuit wheels at this time in 2020.
Yeah,
we got a lot of fortifying to go, chat. So just
that's right.
Keep your powder dry. We're not there yet. We're not there yet.
He's like, please just go vote. You still have a chance to go vote. That's what he's
Yes,
saying.
if you haven't voted, please, for the love of God, go vote.
Wanda Stevens says Amish made a big turnout in PA. What?
Yeah, they did.
Amish did it in 2020 as well, though.
Well, no, Scott
How do they
Pressler.
usually vote?
Oh, did he?
Yeah, Amish usually don't vote.
No,
The
I
Amish
know.
don't vote because
I
those
saw
are the
them
people
running
in the
around
horse
in
and
their
buggy
buggies with
fella.
Trump flags.
They
They're the
usually
people
don't
that
vote. Sean.
No, because it's the
I know who they
Englishman's
are.
business. Yeah, they don't get
Yeah.
involved in English affairs. They do whatever the fuck they want normally. No.
Okay,
We're
but if
considered
they
the
vote-
English.
If they vote, who are they going to vote for?
Normally they vote
Trump.
Republican.
Mm.
But
You would
this
think,
year
yeah.
there was a massive voter drive to get him out, and it looks like it took hold.
I
God.
see,
So
Sean, you have a shared screen, and Dolly, did you want me to pull up either one?
yeah, I got a shared screen for. Well, I just had the New York Times up if you needed it.
Oh, okay. No, I finally figured it out.
Yeah.
God, David.
Oh wait, hang on. Oh my God, I had the sound
Shame.
muted.
Data is. We'll be right back.
Oh, I don't
Oh,
want to.
he looks.
commercials.
He
The
looks-
final election.
Yeah.
That's right. It's all going away, chat.
Really depends.
It's the final countdown.
That's right. I get my government issued Luger when we win.
Which doesn't
Exactly.
Georgia was super tight. He only needed 10,000 votes.
Get in the box cars.
11,000.
It was super tight. Like the
I want to
cow.
know how many people are moving to Canada when Trump wins.
And I'm gonna, and you know what? This guy, I'm gonna be like, why do you not make enough door hinges?
Around Atlanta, she's outperforming him.
Bette Midler
Your
said she's
pile
going
of
to be
hinges is so small.
drinking Drano if Trump wins.
Pennsylvania and Georgia.
Okay, I don't.
Like,
I
look,
don't
you,
know.
we
But
can
you
joke
got
about
that, I
this,
guess.
But let's be clear.
I wanna
Nobody is more invested in a Trump win than the left-wing media.
Yes.
Oh,
Okay, because that is
absolutely.
4 years of content.
Yes.
They're
Okay.
going to
it
have
is.
so much fun.
6 to 8 p.m. Eastern.
Well, we all saw the drop off in 2020, and all the news media's go, shit, what the fuck are we going to talk
And
about
now what?
now?"
Exactly. They loved it.
Yeah.
Comments during
Yeah. The big races though are gonna be
Here, I'm going to read them as we go along. So another Trump supporter
right
wrote
now.
in,
Texas is going ahead, but the one in Montana is a big one,
he please
and then Wisconsin's going to be huge.
He's reading comments from Trump supporters as if they're like horrible things.
Okay, let's go.
I'm going to read them as we go along. So another Trump supporter wrote in, King13J, saying, "God bless President Trump. May he please save us." Well, that's not a Trump supporter.
Okay. Well, wait a minute.
This
Are
is one of
Kamala
the best
supporters
things you
saying
could
this?
pick out from Trump supporters that sound unhinged. Come on.
Well, yeah, because most Kamala supporters aren't going to praise God.
Brother, save yourself. Okay, these politicians are all frauds. That includes.
Kamala's a fraud?
He's an outsider now. He's an outsider now, chat.
Listen, when he lost his candidate race, that's when politics truly became became biased against a small businessman.
I've seen the way
Oh,
he
God.
carefully holds a Bible. I think that
Hey, there's your wife, Sean.
man, really.
Yeah,
not my wife. That's Chat's wife.
Who's the guy that's dying on the lower
Sergio
right?
Velasquez just
Way he carefully.
Oh.
I don't know. It's one
Just
of the
stuttering John in a suit.
Thank you to Saul Rios and Sergio.
Anna really got involved in the sector and found the Dabbleverse.
The call is we don't
See,
know.
like part of me, and like I know it'd be horrible to say this. I really want whatever they are truly afraid of to fucking happen. Just like, see, you guys were right, I guess.
So that
Project 2025.
Get back behind the barbed wire, man.
online chats called himself a black
I was
Nazi.
trying
He
to
said
back up
we,
and
he was,
see
we could
where
bring slavery back
when
and
Florida
that
was
he'd like to
called.
own a couple of slaves.
We're gonna bring slavery back. It's gonna be great.
We're gonna bring slavery back.
We're gonna repeal all the amendments, chat.
Started with the
We had
19th.
10 commandments, 10 amendments.
Remember, a president can
Will
do
that
such a thing.
affect the North Carolina?
Yeah.
Will Kamala Harris be? Is she more likely to win because the Republican candidate for governor was so awful?
That is an issue in North Carolina.
By Stein.
Okay.
Their guy collapsed.
I think he.
The
Oh,
Mark
God,
Robinson
that
collapsed.
guy.
Although it's hilarious, all the shit talking he did to the media before.
Wait, do you mean actually collapsed? Like physically? Or-
No, his campaign collapsed. because
Right,
he
okay.
found, like, a bunch of, like-
The way you said it, I was like, I thought he was just
No,
like,
no,
standing
well, he's
like,
a big, rotund
fuck the
gentleman
media,
like me.
fuck all of you, and just keel the fuck over.
No, but he's a
Sounds
big,
like
rotund
Biden.
gentleman. So, but no, he has this. He's famous for going like he was at a black church and he's like, there ain't nothing but two genders. And he looked at the press. He's like, write this down. Look in your pen. Write it down.
That's the guy I would vote for.
I'll bring it
Yeah.
up. It's hilarious.
But
how
then he
did
called
it.
himself a black Nazi, I think.
Yeah, and he talks about like having weird, creepy sex with his like sister-in-law and everything. Hold on here.
What?
All right, hang on. The guy who is dying is going to speak.
Well, I mean, you're joking, but are you? I mean,
Sorry, it's a couple hours off. He'll get to it soon. Don't worry.
John, don't do that. Don't tease the people.
John Menendez?
because you know it's totally possible. I know. And not only is it
Who's this
possible,
woman now?
Bob Acosta,
This
who
is more or less my-
Michael says is
Anyways, do you want to see this?
for CBS.
Yeah.
All right. Here, this is the guy running for governor in North Carolina, and North Carolina is how you probably want to people want to hear it pronounced. Anyways, I'll just do the first couple minute of this. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Here's something else I'm not supposed to say. Ain't but two genders.
Room with the press.
Two genders. Ain't nothing but men and women. And I can already see WRL out there. They got they licking their pencils around, trying to write fierce as they can. Get every word of this here. Get every word of this. You can go to the doctor.
I just love that. He's like, get every word of this here.
I like the fact that his tone and pitch is the same as Lois on Family Guy saying 9/11 is bad. Like,
Oh wow. So okay, so he's a Republican candidate in North Carolina. Is that right?
Yeah.
unless something's
Governor.
gone very wrong for the Democrats.
He's running.
yeah.
Well, no, he's running
Okay.
for governor, but he ended up like I said, they found him like with some creepy internet posts that he'd made. Like they're hilarious to read.
Yeah.
I'll find see
creepy
if I
are
can
we
find one real
talking?
quick.
Like-
I'm going to move.
But
I'm gonna
the
move
question
this.
of
If we have
showing
a-
your ballot,
Yeah.
that's never the reason why that law exists. Like you can't publish your ballot.
Yeah.
It's meant to prevent you from going out showing your ballot. Oh, here's this bottle of rock gut whiskey. That's what
Yeah.
it's meant for. The
it
idea
was
you
to
couldn't
prevent
publish your
voter intimidation
Yes.
and all of that, so that go in there and vote for this person, take a picture of it, bring it back to me, so that way you get paid, or
Yeah.
you don't get your ass beat or whatever.
Yeah.
That's the purpose behind those laws.
But yeah, the idea of because when people have threatened me with that before, I said, "Oh, here's my county prosecutor's office. Go call them." You have the freedom of speech to say who you voted for. So if I tell you who I voted for, is that really any different than me not showing you the ballot? If I were to go out and write all of it back out, like if I could reproduce a ballot by hand, would that be illegal? No. So the idea of showing your ballot just to brag about it, no, that's not illegal. Stupid people do that. Stupid people do that shit.
Sal, they're talking about your state here.
Oh God.
Oh no.
You're gonna have Senator Rubin.
All they care is
Oh my God. Okay, here you guys go. You guys want to see this?
So the lesson they're gonna learn is
please.
All right, here we go. This is from.
Wait, what?
This is what Mark Robertson wrote. He wrote this on a nude erotica website.
That's
awesome. Lord, he's working with
Mark
Mark Jensen.
Can I read some of this out? Can
Yes,
I read
please.
some of this out?
Please.
In your British voice.
Had me another hot morning with the wife's sister. She brought along her laptop this time and we watched some vids on NA. The one that really got us hot was called Wet Anal. That vid got her pussy soaking wet, and you all know what I did, right? That ass was wet, slick, and good, and pissy, and I licked and sucked that pussy asshole.
He's got my
face
vote.
Was covered with her funky juices. Then she sucked my dick till it was good and hard, then lubed it down with wet. Which I feel like Ben Shapiro reading the fucking lyrics from Wet Ass Pussy doing this. and hard, then lubed it down with wet. Then she laid back while I greased that arsehole with her pussy juice and wet, watching my big black dick. In and
for anyone just joining us, this is the erotic fan fiction written by the governor.
I'm donating to this man.
The Republican candidate for the governor of North Carolina.
Yes, and we're trying to figure out
This
why
is the dude from a minute
might be
ago.
losing North Carolina.
Yes. Yes, so I can continue if you need me to.
Oh my God.
Sean, did you want to take over?
Yeah, please, sure.
Watching my big dick slide in and out of that asshole takes my breath away. It looks so good. We ass fuck a lot, but she gave me a nasty, sexy surprise this time.
I think the
Right
stream
when I
just
was
went red.
really pumping the dookie shoe good. She
Yeah,
shot a
That's why it lasted.
long hot stream of piss up in the air that covered my chest and stomach. It was so fucking hot. She was coming, I was coming, she was pissing, and I was covered in piss and pussy juice and lube. Damn!
Oh my God.
This girl is good, and I can't wait till
wait.
next week.
Wait for Jung. Here we go. Some
I'm
MSNBC.
knocking on doors for this guy.
Yes.
So the Republican candidate for governor wrote this on a site,
Oh, seriously, online?
and we wonder why he might be losing in North Carolina.
Right, it's about a third of the electorate. It is
Wow, they already called it for Trump. That's impressive.
Wow, did they really?
going to be as we continue to
Let's
watch
look.
Oh God.
Yeah, Young, this is the guy running for governor in North Carolina.
such a big part of the vote now.
Pete
They
Pablo
call-
says to raise up and take your shirt off and twist it around your head and swing it like a helicopter.
Ooh, what's going on here?
It's a rap
hang
song.
on. Isn't that the guy? Didn't we just say that North Carolina wasn't going his way?
It wasn't.
No,
No,
The
it
governor,
said it
but it was
was.
called for Trump.
We said it was. Georgia's the issue.
And
76.
Pennsylvania.
Oh my God, 76% of the votes in, and Trump is pulling ahead 5 points. Oh my God, let's go, chat! Let's go!
Oh, my poor state
shit.
of Michigan. Oh, damn you, Michigan.
Oh, 12% of the votes in, David.
Man, okay.
That's
all right. Well, they
nothing.
got to
It's-
count all those absentee ballots in Detroit. They
As
fished out of the
I
river.
learned from Louis Fonsi, Despacito. It's slow.
Slow.
And that is the tough part about deciphering a place like this.
Who's called in
It's
Texas?
a long night.
Where
This is gonna be such a long night.
Yes,
Yeah,
it
it
is,
is.
David. Yes, it
All
is.
right. Well, hey,
Texas?
David,
Oh
I
my
don't mean to
God.
cut it short, but I gotta head out on my.
No, you're fine, man. Thank
Ah.
you.
No, stay.
So, Hella, I'll see you around.
Mate.
Dolly, I'll see you, man.
Yeah, definitely.
God, you guys better not give us Senator Rubin.
Oh God, I don't know.
Oh, right there. Yeah.
Polls aren't good for Lake, but we'll see.
Why don't they like her? What's wrong with you
I
guys?
don't know. I love her. She's awesome.
Anyways, Beckett, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
David, I'm glad we got to
hang for a bit.
Well, we got to talk earlier too. That was some good news.
Yes.
So-
I'm not liking these numbers.
Where?
On Michigan for Mike Rogers.
Mike Rogers is a deep state shill. He's an intel spook. I don't like him.
But still,
Yeah.
I'd rather have him than Alicia Slockins, the troll from under the bridge.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you seen our governor?
I don't know, chat. All I can say is when Trump becomes president, Delta Force is at his disposal, and they do all kinds of things in the middle of the night. I'm just saying.
Wayne County is going Mike Rogers right now, but it's only 1% of the
Yeah.
vote. Yeah.
Oh, they'll fix that. Don't worry, David. They'll fix that.
They'll fix that soon enough. Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Helm. Silly you.
Hey, look at that. Trump is winning in Detroit right now. There's only
they got the votes out of Hamtramck.
Yeah, that's exactly what it was. Mexican town.
Yeah.
Sean, when are you streaming next?
In like a minute or two.
Oh, right.
Well, have fun.
And then tomorrow it will be where they're gonna be like it's gonna be like Toy Story, we did it, or it's gonna be a massive Cope stream. I don't know yet.
Okay.
Or I'm going to be very hungover.
Yeah.
We're gonna have
You
the
know,
alcohol
it's like Taylor
ready right
Swift
away.
said. It's either gonna be forever or it's gonna go down in flames.
Okay, whatever. I'll be in chat.
All
Yeah,
right.
it
See you
is
guys.
very-
Bye.
All right, take care, Sean. Thanks
Bye,
again.
everybody.
Kat,
you
you
guys
want
are-
on? I'll send you a
Oh,
link.
hold on here. Where am I?
Yeah, bring
blanking
Cat
out
on.
here?
Yeah.
Cat keeps following me around in chat. It's time she
She
came on.
doesn't. You know what? This would actually force her to look at her Twitter DMs from me, so this might be good.
She answered one for me the other day.
Oh, she hasn't gotten
You're
me.
special.
I don't even know if she's read mine.
No, I didn't DM her. I just want to make you jealous.
Damn it. All right, Kat,
Bye,
I'm
Tina.
sending you an
Love
invite if
you.
you want to jump on. If not, we know your deal.
David offends you.
Yeah, it happens. You guys can hear this, right?
Meanwhile,
Barely.
I'm ignoring 8,000 people.
What 8,000 people?
Oh, in
I
Andrea's
should, I
chat.
should be modding Andrea's chat, but this is fun.
So excited. What are your predictions? We didn't ask Sean, but I have a feeling what he's going to predict.
I'm scared to predict, honestly. Like, I know it does look a bit like it did last time. That's all. It looks a bit better than it did last time.
The
doesn't
goal
it,
is to
at this
be
point?
like you need to do the political science thing where you're vague enough that you sound like you have a take, but whatever the
Yeah.
outcome is, you can claim you were right. That's the
Yeah.
trick to all good political science.
Not wrong.
Honestly, I don't understand the electoral college thing very well. So
Most
Well,
Americans
so
don't
it's-
either.
It's
I haven't got a
funny.
fucking goddamn clue.
Each state gets a certain number of electors. It used to be by the number of House representatives. The number of representatives you had in the House with the number of the electors, but that's since changed. I don't know exactly what the number is, but you need 270 to win. And based off of sort of the early numbers, it looks like Pennsylvania is really going to be the big number because Pennsylvania has a lot of populace. So if Trump wins Pennsylvania, it's going to be very good for him.
I mean,
If
it
Kamala,
largely
it's gonna be up to
seems
him.
to come down to a couple of states. Let's be honest. Like,
Yeah, it does.
Are kind of the focuses. Number counting is always weird because it can flip, and like while Kamala looks lower in the numbers, I think that's just because the Dem states haven't reported yet. But I mean, Trump getting Florida this early is a hell of a sign.
I think so. I think so because there was a big risk of that. I'm disappointed in. Well, okay, so 13% is reporting in Michigan right now, and we have 53% for Kamala. We have 28% only reporting in Pennsylvania, and we have 55% for Kamala. Wisconsin also apparently is a battleground state, which
It is.
I was surprised of. But
No.
Trump is winning right
Yep.
now.
Okay. So can we list out which of the battle states are? Please.
Yeah, there's Georgia, Michigan, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada.
I can probably pull up an image.
Or I can.
So
yeah,
Florida
they-
wasn't one of them. Did you say Florida?
No. Oh well, it used to be, but not really anymore.
It's not really.
No.
Okay.
So, well, it's been called for Trump, so it's not really. Where's my?
That too.
Why can't I get an image?
I pulled it up.
Oh, did you? There we go. Okay.
So
On an image.
yeah, Georgia leans Trump. Michigan toss up right now. North Carolina leans Trump, although Decision Desk has called North Carolina.
Right.
Pennsylvania toss up. Wisconsin toss up. Arizona and Nevada have not started to report.
Yeah, but Pennsylvania has what, 18 electoral votes, so that's a huge win.
Yeah.
Whoever
Yeah.
gets, or 19.
Um,
So that's
Sorry,
19.
how many? Sorry, electoral votes. How many did you say? Sorry.
19.
They have 19.
19.
So that's
Okay.
a huge advantage, whoever gets Pennsylvania. And Pennsylvania
Yeah.
currently right now is skewing towards Trump.
Yeah, because Kamala's been hanging out on Pennsylvania like
Oh,
a
yeah.
lot.
For like a month. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, all of our rallies have been there. And if
Yeah.
you notice, Trump was hanging out in Grand Rapids, the great state of Michigan, for the last few days.
Interesting. Thank
But
you.
Wisconsin is going towards Harris, but that's only 17% reporting right now.
Mm-mm.
182,000. All right. Are the Turks freaking out?
Oh, Trump's at almost 80% to win on Poly Market.
I don't know. You know what? My biggest thing is at the end of the day, I go with the whoever is what the vote is, or not what the vote is, what the hang on, let me get this going. With the shoot, what do you call it? With the
very small percentage.
casinos are doing with the the betting.
Yeah, that's
And
what
the
that
betting has
is.
Trump.
But
Yeah.
these are the things you have to look for in
Yeah,
election.
Poly Market is a betting thing.
Surprises,
Yes.
there always are, and we'll see. I mean, to me, the surprise so far is a little bit of what we've been talking about with Nina Turner, but and a lot of the exit polling in Michigan and Wisconsin showing that young voters are breaking.
You know, where are
Trump.
these exit
Even a little
polling
bit,
in
but
Michigan?
that
Because
does
I
say
have never
that
run
young
across one.
black male voters have been breaking to Trump in numbers that are.
I don't think I've ever been exit polled, actually.
Digest.
I
I have.
either.
Many times.
Of course
Got a
you
lot
have.
more,
My dad's been
Nina, thank you.
asked by Gallup.
Really appreciate
Really?
it.
Yeah.
And always good to have you.
I never answer the polls when they text me.
Yeah,
I want it
good
to
to
be a
have you,
pleasant
folks.
surprise when
All right,
Trump
guys,
wins.
we're gonna
I like to screw with them.
So, okay, what do you think the outcomes will be? Like the immediate outcomes, first 20 days?
Of Trump in, women are going to be, it's going to be like the Handmaid's Tale, no abortion, even if it cost them their lives. Project 2025 is going to come in. We're going to do some great things. We're
Are
going to
you being
repeal the 19th. Yes.
Okay, thank God.
I love the way you checked. She's like, wait, hold on, just a second.
Well, I was messing around with the videos, and I just kept hearing these things rattle off. I'm like, wait a minute here.
No, but seriously, like, what do you think the immediate response would be to a Trump?
I think Trump will put pressure on both Putin and to Russia and Ukraine, basically forcing Ukraine to make a deal. I think
the first 100 days is a big time for any president that gets elected, whether it's a renewed election, re-election or whatever. And so I think he's going to stomp hard to what he thinks is his base for the first 100 days, and then it's going to quiet down if the Democrats leave him alone. But
they won't.
They're not going to, and it was a stupid move by them to really go after him the first time. They could have been the Trump whisperers, the first time around, easily.
Trump whisperers.
No, they could have. The
They could
Democratic
have.
Party. He was a Democrat for so long. They could have been the Trump whisperers.
And Trump had no idea how to govern or who to select.
It's true.
Yeah.
And he now knows who to trust and who not to. Well, more so than he did in 2016.
Yeah.
It's going to depend on if we get the House and Senate too.
I am
These are
interested
the
to
next
see
couple of
what-
hours for Pennsylvania.
Well, I am interested to see what a potential relationship between Trump and Europe looks like, because let's say Trump puts pressure on Ukraine to make a deal. With Ukraine's current positioning, I think the position generally in Europe is nobody wants Ukraine to make a deal. They want
Really?
Yeah, nobody wants Ukraine to make a deal.
Oh,
because
Jesus.
the problem is this: from a European perspective, Russia's been doing this for ages to European states. So
Have they?
Oh god, yeah. This is one of those things as well. Like, people get the impression that the rest of the bloc. I've got friends in Eastern Europe, and when the war in Ukraine started, all of them instantly joined the militias and military. Just instantly. Yeah, just immediately just went, yep, Russia's doing the thing again. I've got friends who quit their jobs and just joined the military straight up, and they are not left-wingers because Russia's seen as such a threat. It's not a talking point America really hears about. But when Germany refused to get involved because of the kind of Russian oil and everything, the pressure from the rest of Europe was so severe it damaged Germany's economy. Basically, countries were just like, we'll just stop doing it. We will. It was the first time that Germany was essentially quietly threatened with sanctions from the rest of Europe if they didn't take a stance.
Boy.
So Europe's not going to be happy if Trump pressures Ukraine then to settle.
Europe would. My prediction would be that in the current state, with Ukraine encroaching into Russian territory and actually able to outmaneuver, and the state of Russia's military, think the oh god, yeah, like Russia's,
go ahead, sorry.
Russia's positioning is not good. I mean, this is why Ukraine was able to breach into Russian territory. So Europe's position would likely be to continue, and Britain's just unanimous kind of supply support. So it'd be
how did
very rough.
Europe take it when they found former U.S. service members over in Ukraine?
Depends on the country, but general stance is if you're not aligned to a country. The similar thing actually happened in Syria. If you're not aligned to a country, if you're just considering yourself mercenary, who's going to care?
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Okay. I feel like Europe would be more like, who's going to care? Whereas in the U.S., it's like, oh my God, U.S. is sending troops over there, but he's former military.
Yeah,
right. He's clearly a mercenary.
Yeah, I mean, and again, it's one of these weird things. I hear America talk a lot about veterans, but I don't ever really hear Americans talk about your mercenary companies. Whereas in the UK, I've got quite a lot of, again, ex-military friends who, not that I was military, just to be clear, but friends who were in the military who make a sideline on sort of doing mercenary work on boats and ships in the travel lanes against pirates. So it's not a quiet thing.
By the way, EU, these are the battleground states.
Yeah.
That's what they're highlighting.
Yeah.
Oh wow. So how much is this chick seething right now?
Oh, she's seething. She was one of the ones that was
she's
so
always
pissed off.
seething.
She's always seething. Yeah. That's
she doesn't. She's never been happy in her life.
seething.
Let's be honest.
Can we listen to a seeth?
Measure falling short of the 60% threshold that it
She's
needed
looking
in order
old
to
too,
pass.
by the way.
Alex Wagner, let me ask you, just in terms of how things have been unfolding, so what's caught your eye, or what have you been hearing from people on the inside?
One of the things, and we talked to David Plouffe about it last time we were all gathered here on Sunday night, was the way in which some of these abortion measures might influence the election.
That's what I was thinking, actually.
Even though what I think is really interesting, that's something there was some reporting on earlier this election cycle. 57%
silhouette is like
Florida voted to try to enshrine abortion rights.
She in a box?
But
I don't
Donald
know.
Trump and Rick Scott also won that race.
Mm-hmm.
So that's telling me that there's a fair number of people out there that are saying, yes, we want to protect abortion. We want to bring it back to the state effectively, or bodily autonomy back to the state. But also we're voting for Donald Trump and Rick Scott, two people
They
who
do
are
have
very
Irish.
clearly anti-choice.
They need
and
Trump
one
in
person
order to keep their
particular who
jobs
could
on
play a
network
hand in
television.
outlawing abortion
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
One of the phenomena
Yeah, because Trump's the most interesting part about U.S. politics at the
people
moment.
interested
By far.
in abortion rights
Yeah.
are the voters who are
I
saying,
still find the abortion question really interesting as a Brit. Like, it's not something that we ever discuss here. So it's always
The U.S. is one of the most extreme countries on abortion, like up there with China and North Korea for abortion
Well,
rights.
But the thing is
very muddy
you.
position on
So if you want my personal views on abortion, I don't care. Just recognize what it is, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, the same people that will say, you have to ban abortion, will say, get the government out of my business. And to me, those are two very conflicting terms. Like I was litigating a lot of COVID stuff during COVID against the governor and stuff like that. And I used a lot of case law that was supported by Roe v. Wade in the subsequent cases, such as my body, my choice. I don't have to get a vaccine in order to go to the grocery store, was the idea that I was using to say like these shutdowns and stuff during COVID were unconstitutional. So I was using the Roe v. Wade as a baseline for that. Now, if you are of the persuasion where abortion is bad, but don't tell me that I need to take a vaccine, you have two conflicting arguments here.
Yep.
Stemming from the same part of the Constitution. So all of my arguments that you shouldn't be able to force people to take vaccine because their persons is their persons kind of goes out the window. The question really is when does life begin? When does the fetus or the baby inside of you also have those rights? And that's really the divide line. So the line is appropriately at what stage should you be allowed to terminate? That's the real question.
I think the stance I always took with stuff like this, because I mean, it was interesting when I spent time in Ireland, where it's much more of a contentious issue. I think if you want to be interventionist about it and say, well, it's a life, it's like, okay, that's fine. But I think that comes with the attachment of, well, a child's life, like it begins at conception. I think there's stronger arguments there for more state kind of social support and things of, well, that child is a separate thing that can't protect itself, so you protect it. I think it's, for me, it's really incompatible when people are like, well, we need to make sure children are born if you're, ban abortion. But any support, like financial, to parents or anything else, or anything that's not the child's choice until they are an adult and can fend for themselves, I think becomes incompatible to me. I understand. I mean, again, I've got my base degree is theology, so I understand the religious arguments. But
the other thing, I'm not even taking religion into it. I'm totally separating religion from it. And the other thing that's interesting, though, is that in the inverse, right? The inverse is, if you are going to charge somebody criminally with 2 counts of murder for killing a pregnant woman, but still allow that woman, and that's at any stage, by the way, but still allow that woman to have the abortion, then what are you saying? Those are 2 incompatible positions as well, right?
Yes, it was, but that's because Republicans kind of got a win there, and then Democrats got a win at another point.
It's also interesting that you mentioned like America has like some of the strictest abortion rules and things, but actually, like, and I've heard this pointed to, but it's one of the it's really weird. If you look at America's abortion law timings in some of the states which are considered extreme, they're actually just pretty similar to Europe's,
Really?
which is because
okay, maybe I'm wrong.
Not like, well, and again, it's a really weird narrative I've heard, because Europe is like, we have a certain amount of weeks, and then it's like, well, you can't have an abortion past this point unless there is an actual risk to life.
Sure.
And those risks to life are taken like it's a much higher standard. So it's a difficult one. I mean, again, I'm left wing. I'm pro-choice, but also I look at it from a legal perspective of it's going back to the state seems like reasonable, considering how the rest of American law works.
That's how our country was originally set up. I mean, it's much less federalist.
Yeah, that's the idea. Like when it went back to the states, I championed it because it's a right.
Yeah,
it's an issue that should be dealt with at the states, and a lot of people don't really understand that. They want to see the federal government, one rule, one policy across the entire country, and they don't realize that this country is very diverse.
50
And again, I
United
go back
States.
to if you're in Europe, and would you want the European Union to dictate one policy across the board, regardless of
don't?
what your country thinks? Would that be cool with you? So, but that's how our system is set up. It's a state's issue. It's just like all other medical procedures. All of them, 100% of them are state issues. And if you think about it, like 98% of the laws that affect you on a day-to-day basis, I don't care if you're talking about speed limits or anything else, come from the state, not the federal government. So it's really the states that you need to focus on. And that's why these national elections too, when the president, is up for re-election, everyone focuses on them and forgets about the midterms, or they'll forget about their local elections. Those are so much more important, people.
Yeah, local elections are always going to affect you more, which is what's so crazy about the amount of positions that are like unfilled or unchallenged, which seems completely insane.
I refused to vote. There was one, I don't even know what it was. It said vote for no more than 6, and there are only 6 people running. I said, screw you, I'm not voting. I do that all the time. If there's the same number of candidates as there are positions, I don't vote. There's a guy that I've had on the Lego stream and did a couple other things with, Torrin. He's a constable in Pennsylvania. He is a constable because he saw that no one was running for that position, wrote his name down, and won with 100% of the votes.
Oh, that's awesome.
So he's now a constable, and he has been for like 5-6 years or something. But
Does he have to do anything?
Well, yeah, he's a court officer, and he serves warrants and
Without a
things like
lawyer?
that.
He's not a lawyer, though.
No, he's not a lawyer. No, he's like
So he can
court
be a
officer.
constable.
Yeah, he had no idea what he was doing. He had no idea what the job was, but he saw nobody was running, wrote his name down, and won with 100% of the votes. And so now he's a constable, and he had to go like take classes and figure out what it meant to be a constable and all this stuff. But yeah, it's amazing to me that nobody cares about the local elections. Even walking around here, everyone's talking about Trump. Maybe you get a senator discussed, but you don't get any local elections discussed.
So I found it really interesting. There's a group called Progressive Victory, which has been essentially getting in touch with streamers to sort of. I'm going to be careful about what I say here, for political reasons, to get people out to vote and stuff, and it's a whole thing. I said quite a lot about it at the time, particularly because many streamers weren't disclosing that they were working with them and receiving money from them. But regardless, they went canvassing, and there were a load of these sort of like political streamers. That's their brand, and they were saying, it's really surprising. We were knocking on doors, getting people to vote, and we were trying to talk about Trump, and they didn't care about Trump. What they cared about was their local parking issues. And I was like, what do you mean that's really surprising? In a local election, people care about local issues. Why is that? You're political streamers. How did you not? Why is this a surprise to you?
That's awesome. That's awesome that there's people that were like, no, we care about these local issues as opposed to these other ones, this national stuff. No, that's pretty good.
Wisconsin.
Who do they call Wisconsin?
No.
No, but it's at 57%.
It's a toss-up.
Anyway, this is Kenosha, Brett. You asked for it.
Kenosha.
You got it. You got about half the vote in.
Yeah, shocking.
Of 58%.
Yeah, did they go
Okay,
conservative?
So he's overperforming now in Kenosha.
Do you think that? So generally speaking, I think incumbent presidents have a boost
Big time.
in elections. Do you
Big
think
time.
Kamala has lost that boost potential?
Yes.
I think so, because she is.
They got softer and softer. And
She's part of the administration, but she wasn't the president. And a lot of people turn to her, and I'm going to criticize the Republicans. They're like, well, she had 4 years to do this, and she didn't do it. She was the president, people.
Great, but she has she was an idiot and did not distance herself, which is hard to do, but she did not distance herself from Biden.
Well, she had.
Oh, I do the same things.
Well,
Oh,
she
nothing
had-
different.
think
I was there.
She had two disadvantages. Firstly, she couldn't go at Trump for his age, because the obvious response was, if you're going for Trump for his age, why are you not calling out Biden for his?
Yeah,
I'm gonna careful what I say.
Senility.
Like yeah, fragility. There we go. Thank you for that.
I think you said
appreciate
senility.
that. And then the other issue is that really early on in Biden's administration, Kamala had like the border. She
zone.
had like that interview about kids going to space, which was the most awkward thing in the world.
yeah.
And she kind of just kept getting thrown under the bus while singing "Wheels of the Bus Go Round and Round" badly. So she's kind of because
She was an idiot.
I remember there was a conversation early on of the 25th Amendment that, eventually Biden would beat 25th Amendment in. And Kamala would come in. And it's almost like they were scared that was going to happen. So completely sabotage Kamala's public image, because she was brought on just as the law and order candidate because they needed one for Biden. Now they have to run her.
Yeah, no, that was discussed like super early into Biden's presidency. Like within the first 100 days, it was speculated that they were going to get Biden elected and then immediately invoke the 25th and get Kamala in there. I remember that.
Yeah,
and,
I knew that wouldn't happen, but I thought after 2 years, maybe.
Yeah, but there was discussions
I
about
had
it.
massive arguments about the 25th Amendment a few years ago with people. They're like, that's not how that works. That's not how that. Yes, it is. That's how that amendment works.
Yes.
And I was convinced that was what was going to happen. I was wrong, but I think it would have been a funnier timeline if they'd done it.
That's how they
trigger.
That's how they got Biden out. I'm sure they blackmailed him and like, okay, we're going to do the 25th if you don't step down.
Excited. Jojo has a question for you. Are there any religious people in Australia?
Are there any religious people? Yes, there are. So we come from a Christian background. So because we were settled by the English, the UK.
Settled's a nice way to put it. We sent all the prisoners. Go on.
Nice way of putting it. So that's Church of England. That's Christian. We have a lot of Catholics here. I'm a Catholic. And most of our private schools are Church of England or Catholic. But that said, we're also really multicultural, so we have a lot of other faiths here. But that said, if you're asking whether or not that influences our politics, it's become so much more secular in the last few decades. Church and state have separated to a huge degree. So, and I think that's a lot to do with the left. I think the left have really pushed to keep the church and state very separate. So, if you bring up anything religious in a political setting, the politicians get shouted down. So, yeah, if that answers your question.
I do think it's kind of funny that both America and Australia have ended up sort of pretty separated, and America's like quite separated, church and state, like at least by design. Whereas Britain is somewhere where the church and the state is very, very much intertwined. Yet we are far more secular over here than America is.
Oh,
It's
yes.
funny because that's how like even Sweden is. Like Sweden's church, its church is the Lutheran church. And everyone
Really?
born in Sweden is like
Lutheran?
a Lutheran, and you get baptized, but they only go to church like twice a year, and that's Easter and Christmas.
Yeah.
For the vast majority of the population.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they don't consider themselves religious at all. Half Irish. I have not heard that Joe Biden wrote in Joe's name, but
Oh, you
that's
didn't
amazing.
see Jill Biden going to vote in a red outfit?
Really?
Yeah, like a mega red outfit.
That's awesome. She's so pissed. that
Oh,
they
yeah.
they ousted her husband.
Oh yeah.
Because that was all her control. She was a handler. She was the most powerful. She is.
She
currently
is.
the most powerful person in the world. Is Jill Biden
Yeah.
right now? It's not Joe.
No. No, Jill wanted him to run. She wanted to be first lady.
Wait,
And-
did Arizona go red?
No.
I have to pop out for a little bit. I'll be back.
Okay.
Take care.
See you.
Bye.
What time is it in Australia, anyways? I don't even know.
It's like 11 p.m. or a.m.
11 a.m. tomorrow, right? Yeah, she is in the future, but she's going into the summer of 2025, so technically she's in the past, or 2024 rather. It's very weird. It's a weird place to live.
Arizona closes in 2 minutes.
Is Nevada a battleground state? Why are they talking so much?
Oh yeah, Nevada is like it's.
What's this?
Their toss up.
Okay. They still haven't called Michigan yet. Oh, I put yours up.
As I vaguely remember it though, like a few battleground states were called early last time, and that's why it caused some intrigue when they flipped.
Oh, Arizona.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Arizona's vote count was weird. I watched Razorfist cover that. That was.
Brett Bear is gonna call Arizona in about 3 minutes, guys.
Looks like Pennsylvania is reporting 42% of the votes in, and by a 0.3% margin.
Oh,
in favor
0.3.
It is so close. I think Pennsylvania is really going to be the, what is it called? The like not the tea leaves, but it's the one state that you can read and decide which way this election's going.
Yeah.
It's getting windy here.
82.5.
As are the Latino population, of course, and that's another factor. Democrats for a long time had
Are the Young Turks going crazy about anything?
Let's go back to them. Kamala's, yeah.
Cenk looks like he has tears in his eyes. I'm going to be honest with you.
Hang on, I gotta silence this.
Turn it up.
I think both sides of this
Where'd it
debate
go?
are stupid, to be honest.
Like both sides.
I love TYT.
About Roe v. Wade getting
Can you turn it up?
But constitutionally speaking, it was the right thing to happen, and it's good for both. Like I imagine you guys have heard the critiques that Ruth Bader Ginsburg had about Roe back in the day about, and it wasn't that. It wasn't the right-wing critique, which was that it was bad case law, which it was, in my opinion, it was bad case law. But
Thank
her
you.
critique
Someone
was
agreed.
we were already moving in the right direction.
Very
on
bad.
this issue. And already, like it was already almost settled in the 1970s, and the bench decided to get involved and do something about it. And I think undoing it certainly was unpopular, but the 9th and 10th Amendments to the Constitution demanded this be adjudicated at the state level, right? And the religious people don't want that, because what's going to happen and what's happening in every single state is they're going to have a ballot measure. It's going to get voted on, and it's going to be not what Christians want. It's going to be somewhere in the middle, which is what, a decent negotiation will turn out. And this includes Iowa, Iowa, which is a pretty conservative state, had this on the ballot, and it went to the universal, like, international standard, which is 15 weeks.
Yeah, I hear you, Dan. And I would have much preferred
I don't even want to hear the
for
truth from
the
someone from
Obama
outside.
administration,
There's
especially
Sean's wife.
of his first term when he had a supermajority, to codify reproductive rights rather than just
They
run
did.
on it and then say it wasn't a priority of his once he was elected. So I think Democrats deserve some blame for failing to do what they had promised to do. But I also want to just know, sure, yeah, leave it up to the states, especially when you consider some of the ballot measures in red states that allowed for the voters to decide, and they actually loosened up the restrictions to reproductive rights in those states. However, we were just covering the ballot measure in Florida. They had an opportunity to vote in favor of basically repealing the current 6-week abortion ban law that they
Trump
have.
took the lead in Pennsylvania.
That the state constitution protected reproductive rights under the same standard as Roe v. Wade, but Florida changed the rules, so you need like a super majority of voters to vote in favor of it, rather than a simple majority. So you need 60% to get that ballot measure passed, and one party mostly, they get to decide what the rules are for the elections as well.
Yeah, so now you know what it feels like to live in California.
Oh, I know what California, believe me.
Yeah, but it's a fair point. Yeah, but and it's
went back
like
to
I
Harris.
hate the platitude to pick up your entire family and move somewhere. But look, you got to keep fighting that fight. I think that constitutionally speaking, it definitely has to be
Wait,
a communicated
Arizona's
to
coming
states.
out now.
If there becomes a problem, or rather, if a problem arises at the state level, then we have to address that certainly. But that doesn't mean we, stop listening to the Constitution. Obviously, yeah, it's like
Can you
I don't. There's stuff in Florida I like and stuff I didn't.
Can I just say this?
We talked about this on my show last week, but
One county in Arizona, Pinal County, already has 67% of their votes in. Now it's a
Really?
smaller county. It's like 130,000 votes. But Maricopa doesn't have a single vote yet.
Shenanigans.
No, I'm not even saying shenanigans. I'm saying they're
Get their shit together.
Kids
You know
don't
what's
know
funny is
stuff
I showed
that
up
you
to
know.
my
Come on, man, they know, like, wait,
to
they know
my
everything.
voting
So that
location,
part was kinda dumb.
and they
This is the
they
problem.
didn't have the
Republicans
computer
have to
system
be-
was
I'm
down,
not a Republican, by the way.
and we couldn't
But
vote when I
Republicans
showed up
have
and the
to
polls
stand
were
up and
open.
say,
And
"Look,
it's like you guys had
overreached,"
2
right? If we're gonna
years
talk
to get
about
this
the
stuff in order,
Constitution all the time, how
and your
sacred and
computer
important it
system's
is,
not
when your
working.
side
Well,
violates it,
You know,
just as
when the polls open,
other
I had to
side.
go back later.
in 2022, Maricopa County
We got to leave it right there.
had the wrong size ballot.
Dan Holloway from Drink Bros.
The printer or the tabulators were looking for 19-inch ballots.
Oh,
They had
yeah.
20-inch ballots,
Let's make sure we hold
so
both.
they
of them.
couldn't be read. Now, meanwhile, the Attorney General, a conservative Muslim guy,
All right,
lost by 281 votes.
You're seeing on the screen there now a significant percentage reporting in Pennsylvania and
I'll be
Wisconsin,
right back, guys.
and they're both tied.
Is this too loud?
No.
It's a dead heat.
I'll end the
in
stream.
Wisconsin. Whoever wins that blue wall, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, is
Don't
going to
end
win
the
the election. And right now, it could go
Do not end.
either way, as expected. Only by
Well, was back
two
0.1.
sides that thought it was going to be a blowout. As it turns out, not a blowout. As we expected and told you guys, it is as close as it could possibly be. So stay right here. We'll be right back.
And David leaves and just, okay, we're going to watch some commercials. That's cool.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. Here at TYT,
Oh, Trump.
you or use inflation as an excuse to raise our prices. A TYT membership is not your typical subscription, but basic membership is still just $4.99. So what do you get for that price? For starters, you're getting exclusive programming, unique, exclusive designs.
I don't know why
from
Cenk is so
TYT.
sad. He's going to make a ton of money off Trump
I
winning.
know.
Let's be honest.
Like,
But most importantly,
Trump losing in 2020 was the worst thing for the media.
Oh my God, what the hell was that? Coming to a commercial?
Yeah, right as he left, they cut into
Oh,
a
that's
commercial. And he's, yeah.
I can't handle their
And,
commercials.
oh, old line. Yeah, I agree. It was, 2000 was an embarrassment.
2000
Yeah, old line in chat.
was
Yeah.
2000.
Her hanging Chad.
Oh, the hanging Chad thing. That was great. That was amazing.
What should have been the solution to that?
I don't know, but it was amazing.
Most of any battleground. So let's talk about where that is.
Free
And I would
vote?
start with the national Latino vote here. And
I
Savannah,
mean,
love you for the
no,
grain of
you
salt
couldn't have done
caveat.
that.
We know that these exit polls.
It
can
when
shift a
in
little
doubt,
bit,
throw
but
it
here's
out.
what's so
Should have been
interesting
the.
here. It is Kamala Harris, of course, the vice
I
president,
guess
who is
the fault.
winning the Latino vote over former
That's
President
it?
Trump. To 45%. This is nationwide. But the number that you want to look at is this 45%. That is because of the overperformance of former President Trump nationally among the Latino vote.
How dare
And
those
you can see it
Latinos.
here. He's 45% this
I
year.
know. There are minority.
Overperformance from where he was just 4 years ago. And if you get into some of these key battlegrounds,
Gore,
Tom
I think
mentioned
Gore
Pennsylvania.
eventually did
We were just
accept
talking about
reality.
Nevada, looking at my
Moved
copy
on
of
and climate
Democrats
change.
didn't.
It is a similar story here. If we can pull up Nevada, you can see Latino voters, about 17% of the electorate there, broke for Kamala Harris, 48% to Trump, Donald Trump, 46%. But again,
This is,
it's about
I've got to point this out. In comparison to British politics, this is insane. We would never do this.
What, break down by race?
Yeah, it's completely like at first
Really?
I don't understand.
Well, how
like,
how do your
half-
blacks vote in England? Or
Okay,
in
so
the
so
UK?
here's the big thing you got to consider about the UK. The UK, I've heard, again, this is one of those Americanisms where they're like, well, the Anglo-Saxon people. There are no Anglo-Saxons in Britain. In fact, there are. They are the
What the
poorest
hell?
demographic. There's barely any.
What is his lips?
I was wondering what you were going on about.
What the fuck is that?
Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, better for Harris than expected.
So you were saying,
But
I
yeah,
get-
like,
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Britain as the Isles has always been a place where people have immigrated to, like whether it's the Romans, the Normans, like Vikings, later on down like the colony countries. So generally speaking, race isn't a big deal in the UK. Creed is. Like you can be any color, but you should be British. That's the way it kind of gets viewed here.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I mean,
that's too nationalism though. That's too national for our current Democratic Party.
Yeah,
in
I
the
think
States.
a national identity is really important. I just don't think
You
it
can't be
matters
proud
what
to be
race
an
you are.
American.
Well,
Yeah.
America does this weird thing where it's like, well, you're American Irish or you're African American or whatever, and it's just makes no sense to me. You were talking earlier about sort of like the difference between European countries. I have a neighbor from Yorkshire who's black. Got infinitely more in common with him than a French person. You know,
Is he your black friend?
Yeah,
he's a
like,
neighbor.
used to be-
I'm just kidding. No, it's important in America for us to have a black friend.
Yeah, no, it's
I have my token black friend. He didn't want to join me for this evening's stream.
Yeah, direct.
I was going to get too hostile.
I was glad to come on here and do something a bit more. I know there were some big streams. but
Yeah, no,
I think
that's
it's
good.
nice to have a chill laugh.
Let's see what the Turks are doing.
centrist Democrats. So
In Texas?
overall,
Really?
though, as far as what I'm seeing for the across the country, nothing terribly surprising yet. A lot of the early calls, I think, were to be expected. I know that we're keeping an eye on Wisconsin and Pennsylvania and North Carolina. So
the electoral
see.
votes are
So
in
fingers
favor of
crossed.
Trump.
Anything can happen at this point.
You know, I covered that O'Rourke cruise race throughout Texas. I was out with Beto O'Rourke a lot.
Yay
And he
for
was
you.
one of the best retail campaigners I've ever covered, I've ever seen. So forgetting the politics of it and whether it was the flavor for Texas, he was able to reach a lot of voters. He's also able to fundraise in ways that Colin Allred wasn't. Colin Allred, a great candidate, but a little bit of a lamb being led to the slaughter initially when he was the one who was going to be the candidate there. Unlike Beto O'Rourke, who was a very aggressive candidate and someone who wanted to really try and unseat Cruz rather than be just the next person up. So it didn't surprise me. And I've also done, and so many reporters have done, the Texas turning blue story over and over and over again. Here's what Texas hasn't done. It hasn't turned blue. And it will perhaps
It's
one
going to
day,
be a
but it
bad day
hasn't
when
yet.
Texas
And
turns
so
blue.
Big time.
it does disappoint a lot of people because you look there and you see reasons for hope. But at this point, with their ultra conservative governor, attorney general, they're ultra conservative, but two senators.
How is someone
between Cornyn and
ultra-conservative?
Cruz who are
They're
very,
not
very
ultra-conservative.
much
They're
to the
like
right.
normal
It doesn't
conservatives.
seem
Can we just say MAGA is basically a combination of like
to come along hasn't happened.
Democrats from the 90s
O'Rourke, and then we got to wait.
and fed up conservatives?
You know what's funny
Yeah,
is there's
as far-
this extremely liberal guy on the radio here locally. I won't say his name, but we'll just say he's written a few books that everyone's forced to read in school. Tuesdays with Maury might be one of them that you guys know.
And
My parents were saying, "Oh my God, he's turning so conservative," and I said, "He's not conservative. He's been saying the same thing. It's just that the left has moved so far that he sounds conservative."
Well,
and we were
I
talking.
was speaking to somebody about they're like conservatives have gone wild, and don't get me wrong, I think that certainly looking at things like the Tea Party back under Palin, and there are certain elements which are quite right wing, but you look back on Bush's term, and back in 2005 Bush wanted to ban gay marriage by constitutional amendment. And most people have completely fucking forgotten this happened.
Yeah.
And I'm like, we have moved very far away from where we were like half a decade ago. Like, it's significant.
Obama did not support gay marriage when he became president.
Let me.
Trump is the first president to support gay marriage on day one.
Let me do a little housekeeping here. Okay, so people in the chat are saying that the audio is a bit weird. Is it the Young Turks audio? Or is it like us? Are we stuttering right now?
Is it me?
Let me know. Well, it's always you.
Is it
But,
Junior?
is it Is it happening now when we turn the volume on the stream?
It's doing it for all of you? Okay, interesting.
Oh, goddamn, David, your internet.
It's not my internet. My internet is fine on my ears.
Well, hell, I had this issue, but I don't think you're having that issue.
All right, so now we're going to go back to this.
Oh yeah, I can hear the stutter.
You hear a stutter right now?
Well,
Yeah, it's through your mic.
Was Joe Biden speaking?
Through my mic?
Yeah, it's just crackly.
Or is it mine?
Everyone's crackling.
Okay.
Interesting.
Huh, that's weird. Let me what if all right, so what if I do this? Let me know if this is any better, guys. Everyone is crackling. That's weird. Now you're well, okay, so where's this guy been forever?
Oh, interesting. It seems fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems okay. Hold on. I'm just going to literally test myself. Yeah, it seems fine now. Oh no, I can hear the crackle. I thought we were done. I thought we were good. I believed.
I don't know what's going on. Well, I will say that I'm running OBS. I've got my little cable box running through OBS so I can stream like Fox News and everything. So maybe it's because of the setup that I have going on. But oh well, hopefully we can.
You've gone quite quiet. You've gone quite quiet on the mic.
Oh, I was adjusting my stuff. Hang on, let me go back. Okay, is this any better? Am I better now? Okay. All right. So you're quiet as fuck now. Yeah, well, I was messing with my audio. Sean Hannity, that's his name. Where's Sean Hannity been? I haven't seen him in forever. Didn't he get fired from Fox for something?
I don't remember. I remember Tucker getting fired, but not Sean.
It's because we're streaming this conservative talk. I'm waiting for Pennsylvania to be called. That's what I want to see. Where are we on that? Salvador.
God.
Now we're at 1% difference. Pennsylvania is 51% in favor of Trump.
That is incredibly close. That's a difference of like
with
60,000 votes.
Yeah, with 51% reporting. Michigan's still going blue. Damn it. Hannity was never fired? I thought he was, but I don't see him on Fox anymore.
God, Michigan's close. It looks like my earlier prediction. I'm going to do the political scientist thing and pretend I was right. My earlier prediction, it's not going to be a landslide, I think is coming true. I think that was a safe prediction.
Yeah, I never thought it was going to be a landslide. Whoever said it's going to be a landslide, I think Sean, potentially criminal, said it was going to be a landslide. I will Salvador, I tagged you in a tweet with Beckett's Twitter handle earlier.
Oh yes, couldn't see one. Oh, I can't
Take
hear
care.
Salvador.
Thanks for joining us.
Oh, we're losing. Oh, cool. We're losing Salvador.
Why are they doing that?
No, I'm going
Oh,
to be here. No, we have a 96.5% chance right now of winning the Senate.
Nice.
According to Decision Desk. Wait, 49% is in for Arizona?
51% I got, and it's for Kamala. Salvador, what's going on in your state, man?
We're homos. No, Pima
I mean,
County.
that seems to be reporting from your urban areas, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, that's Pima County, which is left. And then Maricopa, 54% in. There's only a 30 or 23,000 vote difference.
Why is Pima County so left?
I don't know. It's Tucson. It's weird. But well, a lot of it isn't directly on the border. It's a lot of like college kids.
Okay, college kids. That makes sense.
Yeah. University of Arizona is there. Yuma, La Paz hasn't counted or gotten in. A lot of our counties have not, and they are more conservative. Navajo is 60-40 Trump. Interesting.
Oakland's going Democrat again. That's the county I live in.
Yeah. Coconino.
Wayne's still reporting. Wayne County, Detroit is still reporting 61% in favor of Trump, but they only have 1% of the votes counted. 1%. That's it in Detroit. It's going to be a long night for Michigan if they only have 1% in. The polls have been closed. What time is it now? The polls have been closed for 3 hours, and they're only reporting 1%.
Does America have competition, like counting competitions?
Counting competitions?
Yeah, we have like speed counting competitions in the UK.
It's actually
So,
kind of
there's-
cool.
There's actually races.
No,
Yeah.
I've never heard of it. I'm sure it's around. I mean, you could bet on anything, right?
Well, yeah, it's like it's a point of like pride, and like the counters are like, oh, we'll get our results in early as possible.
Oh, for elections or just like in
Yeah, yeah.
general? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
No.
so like on the election day, they'll be like following particular.
Yeah, that seems like a normal,
going.
good idea.
They're getting it in super fast.
Ooh, I got to text my wife.
Why?
We're thinking about moving to a certain area in Michigan, and she's like, it's too conservative over here. And I got to say that they're going Democrat.
And why would you want to move there
Because I like the area. It's beautiful.
for now?
Yeah, until the refuge trash it.
Well, no, the trash would be conservatives. Garbage.
Ah. We are safe to move there now. So I just told her. She'll be happy. Yeah, let's see what's going on in Michigan. They're going to go to commercial again.
Probably. I
No,
mean, I
where
imagine that they'll milk as much of this as they can. What's the forecast like?
What happened to my Young Turks feed? I got to go back to it.
Trump is up 3% in Pennsylvania. Philadelphia, 47% in. Pittsburgh, 79% in.
I love the title of the Young Turks stream, The Final Election. There's
Democracy is on the line.
so dramatic, so dramatic.
That's how they sell cover.
Every election is the final election. This is it. If we don't win here, the country's going to hell.
Well,
I see
so-
tweets all over today. It's like, yep, I happily voted for a convicted felon today.
I mean, Trump is at 88% on Polymarket.
He's moving up.
Yeah.
Wow.
Predicted is screwing up as usual on election night, but they're at 85% now.
85%.
And
80 and 85, you said, right?
No, 88.6 on Polymarket and 85 on Predicted.
See, that's because of the Pennsylvania votes, I bet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here's my question for both of you, because you're very plugged in. Let's say Trump wins. Kamala's out the house. But Trump's probably got one term in him. Realistically.
He can only serve one.
Yeah. So what happens then? What do the Democrats do? Because they seem to have nobody on the bench. And the Republicans also seem to have nobody in the bench. I mean, Vance seems to have done all right public impression-wise, but VPs rarely survive like image-wise as VPs.
Right.
I would say, well, I'm sorry, you want to go, David?
Well, I was gonna say, are you asking about like what happens in the next 4 years?
Yeah,
or during his
we're on election
presidency?
night. What about the next election?
Oh, what about the next election? The next election is going to be interesting. Man, I don't know. I loved Vivek personally, so I would say Vivek needs to have more of a center. He needs to put himself more center focused in the Republican Party in the next 4 years so that he has a better chance. I think he's a boots on the ground sort of Republican. You know, what I used to say about myself is like I'm socially liberal but fiscally conservative. And I think Vivek had an opportunity to make that work. I liked everything that he said just about. And I think if he takes the next 4 years to make himself a little more focused in the center of the Republican Party, then I think he's the next candidate. And the left, I have no freaking clue. Run Cheney. Run Liz Cheney. I don't know what to do for you if you're on the left. You're out of candidates.
No, I think it'll be Whitmer or Newsom.
You know, that's interesting that you say Whitmer because she turned down. Well, I don't know if she turned down, but it's alleged that she turned down the VP spot to run with Kamala. And she probably, if she has eyes on the presidency, then she probably turned it down for that reason.
Oh,
because VPs generally don't
win.
Good, yeah, they generally don't win the presidency. I mean, Bush aside, right? But Bush Senior,
Senior, and that was because he had the Reagan effect going.
Yeah, everyone loved it. You talk about clean sweeps or landslides. That was Reagan.
Yeah.
And so Bush almost couldn't lose. But there was a reason why he was only one term is because he wasn't Reagan. And
he kind of screwed up in the debate with the whole watch thing and did some other stupid stuff.
Yeah.
I mean,
no more
the
taxes.
Conservative Party in the UK is kind of in this position where there's just no one left who's got any credibility or ideas. So,
yeah, I would say that DeSantis was stupid, really, really stupid to go against Trump.
I thought, okay, so when all this began a year ago, my prediction was DeSantis would win the presidency.
Really?
That's where I was at, because Florida he has been a very successful governor for Florida. He is actually liberal enough on the things that matter, because Florida, for example, on like environmental stuff and climate stuff, because Florida is hyper aware of the environmental impacts and weather impacts, because we've just seen this. He would have been a really easy pitch to the moderate voter. So I thought DeSantis genuinely had it in the bag. But yeah, he just, again, it's running against Trump, and the sort of personality effect was just not going to work for him.
Anyone else, like if it wasn't Trump, he probably would have.
You know, what I was saying is like win or lose, if Trump wins or whatever, he's done in 4 years.
Yeah.
Like we've got to move on to something else. If this country doesn't implode, which I feel like is a strong possibility, that the federal government.
I mean, I'm frankly counting on it, so you can.
I kind of am too. I kind of am too. The whole reason I voted for Trump in the first place is to disrupt, and just You guys go bicker amongst yourselves in DC, go fight amongst yourselves and leave me alone. And hang on, let me pull this down. Nope, not brought to. Nope, not gonna do that. But that's why I voted for Trump in the first place, and that's why I voted for
Well,
him.
I mean, yeah,
again.
an FU
I
to
want
the
him to.
establishment.
Well, I want him to totally disrupt everything, and if the federal government survives another Trump presidency, then I think Vivek needs to make himself more central in the party so that he could have a better chance. I liked him a lot.
You know,
I did
it's
too.
really interesting you say that because I when I was
No
in
one
Ireland-
else liked him, by the way, but I liked him.
No, I loved him.
Well, I know some people in Ireland who were released under the Good Friday agreement. You know, like people who are literally terrorists for the IRA, and they voted for Brexit. And I asked them, well, why did you know, why would you do that? Like that seems very, very unpopular in Ireland. They went, oh, because it will radicalize the next generation. That was the reason they did it, because they knew the impacts it would have, which was quite interesting.
Yeah, now mind you, I don't want the federal government to implode in some fiery civil war, but I think it needs to go away. And
yeah.
And I think Trump is the fastest way to make that happen.
I think DeSantis, JD Vance had a rough start when he was announced as VP, but he really came back swinging and handled the media very well.
Vance.
Yeah.
Vance is interesting. Vance takes some hard lines publicly.
Yeah.
But then when he's challenged on them, he quickly backs away.
Does he?
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't back away, but he comes off with a justification for it, which minimizes his hardline stance.
Okay.
So Vance won you over in the debate. The debate, it was interesting. So I went down to Detroit and I sat with if you guys watched before, you know Willie Burton, the Detroit Police Commissioner.
Oh, yeah.
And a few other people. We watched that debate, and I thought he came across very well in that debate compared to Kamal. I don't even know his name, but he's
Yeah.
Well, he was like, he called himself a knucklehead. He reminds me of that that comedian, that old white comedian guy.
Jim Gaffigan?
No, Rickles.
Oh, yeah.
He reminds me of Rickles, where he's just like a sort of a blubbering buffoon, and if he talks long enough, you just kind of go along with him because you like him so much. But he really has nothing important to say, nor is it right.
Yeah.
So that's what he reminded me of in that debate. Trump is big government. I don't know that Trump is.
I would say he's big government because in his first term because of COVID, and he kind of had no.
I didn't like his approach to COVID, but he also relied on a lot of other people's opinions because he didn't know what he was doing.
Fair. I mean, and in his defense, it was the first pandemic in 100 years.
You know what? That actually brings up a good point. I think maybe Becky can weigh in on this. What I think people like about Trump the most, you know, people call them, you know, radical Republicans and all this stuff. But at the end of the day, Trump, for all of his millions, is a normal guy.
Yeah.
He says things that normal guys say. He does things that normal guys do.
McDonald's.
And I think that is what so many people like about him. It's not because, you know, he has some radical view and he's a racist and he wants to bring back slavery or whatever. I think it's really because he's just a normal guy. Becca, what are your thoughts on that?
I think politicians generally have become too detached from the people that they govern. And I don't know if I'd agree with you that I don't think Trump's a normal guy. He is a multi-billionaire with kind of ingrained social and business ties to, you know, very large people. Like he's not the average middle-class person or average working class person. But he is not a politician in the traditional sense.
Can I just say, JD Vance told a story on Rogan about when he was talking with Trump about around the time he was elected as VP, and Trump told him that he was asking people who they thought he should pick, including the gardener at Mar-a-Lago. Like just the gardener at Mar-a-Lago, who do you think I should pick for VP? It's just like,
Yeah, but
Trump's
see,
always very good at taking this is the one thing. I have a lot of disagreements with Trump, obviously on political terms, but the one thing that I think potentially made Trump in his first term an interesting pick is let's take Afghanistan as a difference. Trump governs like a business owner, and there are pros and cons to that. I don't know
Sure.
what his next term will be like, but generally he delegates things
Yeah.
out. Biden didn't do that with Afghanistan. I think like most information we had was probably shouldn't pull out. Now, Trump probably shouldn't have put the deal in place, but probably shouldn't have pulled out. And Biden had the choice to postpone that. That's under his power. He didn't because Biden's opinion was, we're leaving Afghanistan. I've been trying to leave Afghanistan for 20 years.
Yeah.
We're doing this. So it's, you've got very different forms of governance. Now, the question is, when Trump gets in this time, is he going to change from business owner to actual governance and go, actually, I think we should do this. I'm not delegating it, because that would be a very different Trump.
Yeah.
And I'll be honest with you. I think that is a much more risky Trump, both internationally and for America, than Trump was in his first term.
I don't think Trump is capable of changing. I don't think people in general are capable of changing much. You kind of are who you are, especially at his age or at my age. You are who you are. That being said, there are opportunities to learn, and maybe he is who he is, but he walks on a little bit more eggshells, and he's a little bit more diligent about what he does. He's learned from his past mistakes. I think Trump is capable of that. So I don't think it's going to be a vast change, but I also don't think it's going to be the exact same.
Somebody told me that he's, all the podcasts and shows he's done, he's taking advice from his son, which I think is really
Barron.
interesting.
Yeah.
Of who to go on, and that was a very, very smart choice.
Yeah.
Undeniably.
Barron's gonna, if he wants to go into politics, I think he would be. Oh, we'll see. Like, I don't think Don Jr. is a good choice to be the Trump successor.
I don't think I don't think nepotistic choices are good in any political setting.
Fair.
And I also think that Trump's involving his kids was a bad choice in the same way Biden was involving his kids was a bad
choice. Except Trump's kids are not coke fiends with a bunch of incriminating shit on their laptops
but
to leave at the shop.
and absolutely not. But at the same time, again, you should separate out that operation.
Yeah.
It is again, from a European point of view, the idea of being like, don't worry, my kids will go and talk to this person is crazy as a thing to say.
Yeah.
To be
But
fair,
that's
though,
the way he runs his business, though.
Yes.
Too. So he was operating it like he does his business. Well, my kids run my business. My kids are going to run my administration.
Jared Kushner got some pretty good Middle East deals done.
It's not over yet, excited. No. We're waiting. I'm waiting kind of to see where Pennsylvania gets called, because I have a feeling if Pennsylvania goes Trump, if it gets called for Trump, then he's going to win the election.
Pennsylvania, Trump's up 3%, 57% of votes in.
Yeah.
Georgia, 91% of votes in. Trump's up 3%. I'm still waiting for the Fulton County water main break, but so far it's looking good.
Has Iowa been called?
Iowa, 52%. Donald Trump's up 9.
Very
or 11,
likely, according to New York Times.
What's that?
Yeah, Iowa.
Yeah,
and Arizona is leaning right, very slightly.
Trump took the lead.
It's amazing how these battleground states, they're not likely to call one way or the other. They're still saying
It's weird.
It's wavered. Virginia is very likely Kamala. Of course it is. It's Virginia.
Georgia, very likely Trump, and North Carolina, very likely Trump.
Likely.
Arizona, likely.
Likely. Sorry
right.
for North Carolina.
California, nothing yet. Polls
they
close
don't-
at 11 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
In Maricopa, I swear to God.
I am not going to stay up probably to watch the Alaska votes close, nor the Hawaii votes close,
fine.
which is midnight. and 1 a.m. Eastern time.
Oh, it's like 3:30 in the morning here. Got on the level. Like,
yeah, you texted me or you messaged me, and you're like, yeah, it was. I think it was like 5 p.m. your time or something like
yeah,
that.
I was
You're
like,
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
go. I'm gonna go to sleep
sleep.
now so I can be up for the stream.
Well, I'm technically I'm on vacation at the moment. I didn't take
Oh, you get your
any
6 weeks
holiday.
of vacation now.
Yeah, my 6 weeks. I mean, you joke, but it is literally like I think I get 26 days standard plus bank holidays and holidays and Christmas stuff like that.
My
But I've made-
father-in-law is supposed to get knee surgery, and we were over there. I was over there in August, and he was supposed to have it in like August or something. And he's like, no, the doctor's office went on vacation. Like the entire office went on vacation, so they had to delay his knee surgery.
Oh, even we're
For
not
6
that
weeks.
bad.
It's
Like,
so bad.
like it's like, can someone be in the office at least, please? I make sure somebody's here to like check in. But yeah, listen, we say this. I had to go into work today for a meeting because there's literally like I'm the only expert person who could have it. So I was like, oh yeah, I'll come back for that. So that's why I was up. Had to mess with my sleep schedule a little bit.
Nice. Excited. I'm gonna go until they call Pennsylvania at least. That's my hope. And if it never gets called, I don't know. I do have work in the morning, so I can't go all night, although that would be fun. So come on up if you want. Again, since you're done with your Zoom call. I had need surgery this morning. What? I don't know what you're saying, Jojo. Have you been drinking? I've been drinking.
Sherry was a strong choice. I'm pleased with that. Solid choice.
Yeah, that turned out good. All right, let's see what the Young Turks have to say.
See what
If you're already in line, what did she say? They're still trying to encourage people to vote, which is fine. I'm all for voting, but it's just
I don't know what goes on in America that they're like, listen, guys, we know you're simple. Please just go get the sticker. You get a sticker. Come on,
go get a sticker. Vote for the sticker.
We did not see much presence.
By the way, if you guys missed it, the top right-hand corner is what our voting stickers are in Michigan this year. I'm cool. I voted.
Maybe that's for the
It's awesome.
better at this
I think that's nice.
I like it a lot, actually. I love that the kids did it, like elementary school kids, and then this one says, "I voted" with the backwards E. It's amazing.
It has moved so far to the right, and that's why I never thought really this election that Georgia was going to be in play. I did not think.
Oh my God, the cope.
A Democrat
every
would-
year.
I know. Every year.
The South is the South. I have lived here my whole life.
Iowa cool by Fox. Oh, okay.
You know, so it drives me crazy to a degree when I see all these people. You know, like
Fox called Iowa for Trump.
Been to Georgia? Have you ever driven through Alabama? Have you been to Florida recently? Not just the Disney area. Like actually come through and visit these areas, and you'll get a better understanding and understand more to a degree.
Oh yeah, Iowa's called
why
for
it
Trump.
does drive
Okay,
us
cool.
crazy. The few liberals that live down here, when we read these pieces like, "Oh, it could totally turn blue." No, you don't invest the money, you don't invest the time, and a lot of the folks down here are not even listening. If you do, so
How is Maine not called yet?
World down here.
It would be amazing if Maine went for Trump.
See it themselves.
Was there a sense, Farron, that they were going to bail onto Amendment 4 and not have to spend the money there, the Democrats?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. There was a huge Amendment 4 push. And I think that's where they put most of their efforts into that. And, you know, DeSantis.
So right
changed the
now,
rules a
Trump
couple
has
years ago.
210
So you gotta
electoral
have a
votes,
60%, which of course
and
we did
Kamala
not
has
get.
112.
So even though we've got this, you know, pretty big majority that
But
voted
see, I'm not going to get
for
my hopes up because in 2020 it was the same way.
Yeah.
but
So-
yeah, they really thought, I do believe, especially
2020 was a very different election for a couple of reasons. Partly because it took place during COVID.
Yeah.
So I will say this about like the idea of like the Dems doing something to voter stuff.
They did the same thing for Biden.
I think everyone wants this election to look as honest as possible. That is like everyone's priority because of what the last 4 years have looked like. And like, without getting into too much of the debate about it, I think they want utter transparency whoever wins, because they can't have the same thing again.
Yeah, and oh, you know what? I should pull this up. What was interesting is so I had a guy on my stream a couple weeks ago doing Lego, and he's American from Georgia, but he lives in Sweden. And for some reason, he's always like, whenever there's U.S. politics, they ask him about it, and they have him on panel. And so I watched part of this panel. Now I don't understand everything that they were saying, but it was interesting because they were going on and on and on about January 6th and QAnon. That was like the focus for the election today. And I felt that was odd in that they're still focused on this. I think they anticipate Trump is going to like lose, and then he's going to challenge it again the same way he did before. I think is what they're thinking. I don't know. Where did it go?
Not just 1 million new.
Did it go down? Is it not there anymore? Oh no, it's there.
Republicans from other areas, which all happened post-COVID, because they really seem to like.
It's SVTV, by the way, is this Swedish channel. I'm not going to put the volume on because
91%.
Yes, that looks like fun. So,
but if you look at,
and it worked well for the Republicans. I guess Ron DeSantis gamble with our lives paid off.
like,
Oh,
so
wow.
this is Skiff, by the way, talking on Swedish television about the election. This was aired earlier today, and then they go to like the January 6th riots, and they talk about QAnon, and they even have part of interview from QAnon and stuff like this. So everyone is like focused on this. It's interesting that you brought up that everyone wants this to go smoothly, and I think they do. But it's just interesting that at least in Sweden they're focusing on this. There was another story that they ran, same news channel in Sweden, trying to say that Obama was the one that was like the puppet master. They call him a puppet master. Obama is the puppet master, and he's controlling the Democratic Party from behind the scenes, and that's why Joe Biden left, and they ran with Kamala. So it's a very interesting news program. I'm just interested as to why. I gotta get a translation of this as to why they are so focused on the January 6th stuff.
I mean, January 6th is really interesting because it's like quite a dramatic thing to happen. And everything that came out during the inquiries into it, I think, it captured people. Personally, I find the most interesting thing some of the larger content creators who were involved in it. I found Bates Alaska's trial recording, which was played live on a few streams, particularly interesting. But I think they've just finished the last of the trials for that, and the guy got 3 years of probation. Was it?
Yeah, something like that.
The musician, which is yeah, kind of insane.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of the punishments were very uneven, I guess. But at the end of the day, it should have been a wake-up call for DC, and I don't think it was. How do you have that many people storming the Capitol and like literally breaking in, and you guys have to run away? I mean, whether you think it's right or wrong, I think it's wrong. You don't do that. And I'm extremely disappointed that when I went to Washington over the summer, I wasn't allowed to walk up the Capitol steps because of you fools. But it should have been a wake-up call, and I don't think they got it. I don't think they got the message, other than let's make sure that this election is.
I think part of the problem is that you look at this and you're like, well, that's Jan 6th was crazy. That's a crazy thing to fucking happen. But also, the people forget the context of the run-up as well. The run-up was multiple other government buildings had been stormed during the BLM riots.
Yeah.
Like
I know.
it was like you kind of set the precedent for not prosecuting people for this.
The White House was literally stormed.
And
60
while
Secret Service agents.
and while it is happening, you have members of Congress outside saying, "Go, go, go."
Yeah, I mean, I'm very much of the standard of you. See, we had this thing in the UK recently with a lot of riots after the election, which were anti-immigration riots, and people were rounded up for anyone who was like trying to incite violence, and very specifically incitement of violence. They were rounded up, they were tried very quickly, and they were convicted. And that's what needed to happen because of the seriousness. At the same time, there were people on the left, particularly one Labour councillor, who was at a riot and called for violence towards the opposition side. And while he was arrested and charged, he hasn't gone through a trial process yet. And I'm like, I just want it to be balanced. That's it. Like that, the rule of law should apply to everybody equally, and we should all be respectful of that because that's how we run as a civilized society.
It should be, yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean that is kind of the idea, right? Yeah, and so I think that's what the other thing is that it was, you could call it mob mentality, but if you look at it from a global scale, you had, like you said, you had riots leading up to it, and you had mob mentality just from the BLM stuff, you know, and everyone's like, oh, hey, if they can do it, we can do it. So, hang on, I'm messing with stuff on my computer. I lost the cable stream, so we're stuck with the Young Turks for a bit.
To be fair, I think we are definitely getting to the point where they are starting to cope rather badly, which is
this is going to be the fun part.
fantastic.
When so 64% is in for Pennsylvania. When they lose Pennsylvania and still favoring Trump, these guys are going to start crying.
95% in for Fulton County.
Closing 3% with 14%.
Half Irish, Chaz/Chop was nuts. Chaz was insane.
Okay,
They
so
called it the
Seattle.
Summer of Love.
My favorite was them trying to like build a garden and they put it on top of cardboard.
Well, I loved it. Like most people don't remember the story of this. It got they had a warlord. The guy as the warlord of Chaz.
Yes.
Somebody got stabbed and they wouldn't let police in or
in
ambulances to get
Portland.
them.
Yeah, in that
was leading in like all the swing states. He would generally.
it was so much stupidness. Fox, Trump won. They're just, these guys are waiting to admit it to themselves.
He was supposed to win Arizona more comfortably, and she was supposed to win the blue wall more comfortably, as in 2-3 points.
Oh boy,
maybe 4 if you're going nuts.
I feel bad for his emotional support horse tonight.
North Carolina, but it's kind of flipped. And so,
Where do these guys operate out of? Do we know?
Yeah, no,
Are they in New York?
She's doing better in Arizona, and he's doing better.
I'm not sure.
Actually, they've got. I think
You remember Alex Jones in 2016?
A lot of people
And him got into it at the RNC.
Oh god, that was so funny.
I don't.
Oh
Yeah,
god,
like,
I'm pulling that
Jones
up.
just
pull that
turned up and was like, just walked onto their set. He was just like, I'm not gonna fuck.
Funny chance to win.
Can we also talk about how insane this election would have been if Kanye had run? I think if Kanye had run.
Yay.
Like how great is it that he was on InfoWars with Fuentes and you can see Alex Jones, even Alex Jones is like, I'm not sure we should be saying
not called. She needed her to be called. And so that's what the trends you were seeing, especially in those counties outside Washington, D.C.
What do we got?
Prince William.
65%. Did we have 65%? They're still calling it a toss-up. Well, it's 51% to 48%. How does that work? I feel like they're missing a percent there. They don't want to give Trump that extra percent. They're keeping it at 51, even though Harris is at 48.
From Maryland for the first time in U.S. history in that esteemed body.
That esteemed body.
And also still deeply, deeply sad.
Well,
yeah. I totally agree. Okay, so I want to check in on the Nebraska Senate race.
I would love one of the New England states to go red. That would be amazing. We only have 2 left. We have New Hampshire and Maine.
I really want New Hampshire. Trump almost won it in 16.
Did he?
Yeah, he lost it by 3,000 votes.
Virginia. So when I was on break, I
Yeah.
chose Virginia, and that's where I was going to go next.
Yeah, but there's only 40,000 votes.
Out
of New Hampshire.
Well, it's still impressive.
Would have been called by now. Is very problematic.
All right, let's see. What are we looking at for the Senate? So far, we have Republicans have 48 seats.
With 79%.
Democrats have 37.
Kerry's going to lose in Arizona, so
The
that'll be the Senate. That'll be a hold.
Yeah. The House is looking like it's in favor of the Republicans.
Oh my God, we might sweep.
That would be amazing. But then you got like the like the mandate, right? Now you got to actually do something. You wanted it, you got it now. Now you actually have to. You can't blame anyone else if you get a sweep. Hey, Mike Rogers is winning in Michigan right now with 26% of the votes for the Senate. He might not be the best. He might be embedded deep state, big government Republican, but he's not Elisa Slockins.
Yeah, so
I think
Okay,
America
Trump's-
needs to work out how to balance this shit better, because again, you need certain things regulated, you need certain things managed because of the wider impacts they can have beyond the individual. That should be like the state of regulation, but at the same time, you should also be leaving people to get on with things. And America just seems terrible at fucking balancing these two things. It's either all power grabs in one direction, or it's all we don't care, and then things go wrong.
Right. What are you guys talking about in chat about Crowder? What about Crowder?
It basically is where we were.
Can't go see Crowder.
Yeah, I pulled up the Sank video with.
Oh, here we go.
Uh,
Look how young he looks.
Amazing how a lawsuit ages you.
I'm gonna come sit in your lap. How's it going, man? Good to see you, man. Hey, how's the revolution going? You guys start the revolution? We are indeed, Alex. The revolution is afoot. Welcome to the Young Turks. The overthrow America's not. I am going to restore American democracy along with progressives and conservatives in this country. All right, well, I gotta tell you, I am really, really proud to be here with you. It's good to meet you in person. How are you guys doing? We're doing okay. You like all our Hillary for President shirts, everyone? No, I kind of despise it. Church is the best thing for you. You haven't seen? Oh my God! You didn't see me? I don't think you didn't see me.
It's Alex Jones! Oh my God!
It's Bill Clinton that says rape. That's the big no. You want to take your show, or I'll take your show. Sure, go ahead. Okay, you know what? Who does this kind of shirt? First of all, sick guy. Second of all, Bill Clinton's not a rapist. You know who's accused in court papers? You know who's accused in court papers of being a rapist? John J. He's in court papers. You're a sick dude, Roger. You assault me all the time. You never give me a chance to respond. You're a sick man, Roger. Roger, you're the world's biggest liar. Didn't you admit that you lied? Didn't you already admit that you're a piece of crap? No, Elliot's picture, he's a great guy. This ain't my fucking show. It's totally your fucking show. Are you afraid to debate him? No, you're afraid to break out. Bring it back out. Hey, bring it back out. All right, Roger, run away. Roger, don't go. He wants to debate you right now. I'm not going to debate this guy. You're a hatchet man. I don't know why anyone in the media takes you seriously. All you do is lie. You're known as the biggest liar in media. You're the biggest liar in media.
Yeah, it's just
Okay. So Steven Crowder apparently ambushed them as well.
I don't know that one.
That's what this is. Hang on, let me pull it up.
Crowder, knowing that the H3 hosts are not super political, starts, saying that he wants to get into a debate. Now, before that happens, I want to go to this first video because Dan from H3 specifically called Crowder out on the fact that he dodged Sam Seder. Let's watch.
Dan had this one moment that actually went a little bit viral in the political community that Stephen notably ignored during our tit for tat. I'll play it for you here. And this is where I'm leading to.
A lot of people, but just because I feel like there's a decent chance Stephen Crowder will see this, and this will be the only time that I get to say this.
I don't
Debate
remember
Sam
this
Seder,
at all.
dude. Stop being such a. I know that your dad doesn't want you to, and you know, but that was a long time ago. That was 3 years. You're 3 years older now. It's time. It's time to debate Sam.
So Ethan Klein, one of the hosts over at H3, agrees to a debate with Crowder, right? Because they clearly disagree with each other. And he's like, sure, I'll get into this debate. But Klein isn't a political person. He doesn't do this, right? He's not spending his entire day like researching political news stories and
Oh my God, get
issues
to
and
the
all
point,
that.
woman.
But he knew about this whole Crowder versus Sam Seder thing. He knew about Crowder running away. And so they set things up for this debate. Klein agrees to debate Crowder. And then this happens.
Ethan, thanks, man, for making the time. You're very welcome. And I just want to say, I know you called me, you said that I would be a layup.
Oh, is this not it? Half Irish found it.
Half Irish found it. Oh God. Okay. So now I got to go back to my stream.
Or I can pull it up.
Yeah, you want to pull it up? I'm not looking at my stream. I have so many windows open. It's ridiculous. All right, here we go.
And by the way, it was built by our audience. We asked them when we switched over from TV to online, can you guys help us build this? And our audience gave us $425,000 to build.
That's not the real Shank. That's bullshit. I'm the real Shank over here. This is what's happening. I'm the Virginia when you marry it.
Okay, this is Stephen
This
Crowder.
guy, this is the real Shank. He thinks you're a man until it's not happening. It's bullshit.
He does have his mannerisms. That's the way he walks. I guarantee it.
Okay.
This is what he does.
He's doing an impression. You know that's bullshit. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Right.
He basically
what he does
makes money.
He makes money behind you lies, right?
Riding my
dick. Right. So I do this homophobic stuff too. Right? And then I feel like you're a homophobe, but really, you know, I guess you do.
So security should remove him because his whole living. But by the way, look at his strength of live streams. He makes a living by trying to copy me.
I know, right?
And get the right wing critics. Be like, hey, look, I'm
I feel like this. What's this guy's name? The
Steven Crowder,
the Turk guy.
Oh, Sank Uger.
Yeah,
I feel like he just invites this sort of stuff because he's such a freaking douche. Even if you agree with his politics.
Holy shit!
The way
Look,
the way he
no
goes
one,
about
like
it.
even on the left, Cenk Uygur is considered a fucking crackpot. I mean, the one thing that Cenk
Donald Trump in this case.
Darling?
Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin lean red.
Nice.
Wow.
Wow. Yeah.
Georgia very likely are. Oh, it's called on decision desk.
So we have Minnesota, Wisconsin. No, wait. Minnesota, they're calling a toss-up, but it's leaning towards Trump. Wisconsin, they're calling leaning towards Trump. Or they're calling it, a lean towards Trump. Michigan, they're calling a lean towards Trump.
Wow.
And Pennsylvania, they're calling a lean towards Trump. Virginia is still a lean towards Kamala. North Carolina is very likely red. Ooh, Georgia, very likely red. Wow. He's doing good.
Well, she's not going to win by 3. No.
So here, I'll show you. These are the numbers I was just pulling up. So it's leaning
God.
red, leaning red. This is still a toss-up, but there's 60% in favor of Trump, although there's only 11% in Minnesota. I have a feeling Minnesota's going to go blue again. They went blue last time, didn't it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Reagan
And
was
then-
last to win them.
Yeah, and then Pennsylvania is leaning red, 51% still, but this is with 69%. Yeah, my eyes are going. Very, yeah, baby. Pharaoh, how come you're not up here?
She can still pull it out. And by the way,
This guy
So
though,
I'm getting DMs in from about other people's streams. Apparently, one of the commentary boys is having a complete fucking meltdown.
Well, Ricada's doing a local stream right now, so.
Well, it'll be nice depending on who wins. It depends what section.
Well, I think he's cooking.
Hang on, let's check in with Good Logic. Let's see
For
what Good
Trump
Logic-
elections, this was a better Trump polling election, more accurate Trump polling election than virtually any election than any of the previous.
That's true.
True.
Close. It's not even close.
About time.
Tonight, much more accurate. You know, we all kind of assume that hey, it's going
Come
to be
on,
much
Naked
better because
Girl,
they
that's
always
fine.
underestimate him. Maybe they adjusted for it. In Wisconsin, he's holding on with a 47,000 lead vote, 47,000 vote lead.
Yeah, he's gonna be happy.
And 2 points.
These guys are not gonna be.
Oh, I'm happy right now.
He's begging for votes now. Please stop listening to the pathological liars.
So
He
if
says.
Kamala Harris loses, here's my prediction: she concedes right away. Okay, and so whatever the frame of
That's fucking. I love TYT. It's so good.
We might lose, but we're gonna lose on our own terms.
With
We're gonna
dignity.
concede, yeah.
So okay, but that's gonna that right now apparently
Our failures are dignified.
that ridiculous clown of a man.
Can you turn it up?
Is going to be our
Yep.
president for another unbearable 4 years. Thanks a lot,
he's-
Democrats. All right, but again, it hasn't
he's starting
happened
to
yet. We'll get to
recognize
it. But Farron, since we're running out of time here, and you're only on with us in this segment, obviously the Democrats have at least performed worse than they expected. So, what is your sense of why?
Don't agree with me on the.
Sorry.
Jeez. I wish I had a firm answer for that. I do think
He's a firm
they were
too.
not aggressive enough in ads.
What?
That
What?
day of the week. There
I
was
didn't
so
see
much
enough
material
Democrat ads.
from the Republicans, from Donald Trump himself.
They
and
spent over $1 billion.
money that the Democrats had.
They outspent
There was
Trump
no
3
excuse
to
not
1.
be flooding the airwaves.
It's
with
not
all
because
of
your
these,
policies
you
are
know,
bad
the
or because
quotes
people
from
don't
these
like your
people,
ideas
the
or you.
stupid things
It
that
must
they've
be the
said and
ads.
done over the years, highlight their failures, show the footage of the Capitol riot, show the food and toilet paper shortages we had under Trump during COVID.
During
I
COVID,
didn't have any of
qualify that.
At least
sir.
not where I live. You know, if they want to think Florida's still a swing state, they weren't showing it here.
Okay, if we're worried about another once in 100-year pandemic,
And you know,
don't vote for Trump.
I've seen the people that have said, because Fox News talked about this a lot this evening. You know, oh well, she didn't do enough interviews. Well, I don't care that she didn't do.
I'm
interviews.
just-
that doesn't bother me.
Even if
you know, she doesn't owe the press anything. They're
What?
terrible
even
students.
if it's
Could
close,
she
She
I'm
doesn't
so
know
happy
the American people. Sorry.
Michigan is
Independent
going
media?
Republican.
Absolutely. I think more of
She
that
doesn't know the American people
very
anything.
powerful for her.
She
I
doesn't
don't
need to answer to
anything
us.
from sitting down with the Washington Post. But if she had come into TYT, sat for an hour-long interview, that I think could have been impactful. That
Or she could have gone on to Joe Rogan for
Hold on,
3
hold
hours.
on, hold
Oh,
on. Just it's
and
like just
show
a
them
second,
what
honestly,
she is offering.
because I feel like I'm losing my mind.
There's always missteps, even if there is a victory.
They are coping, aren't they?
Is this
It's
Rick
bizarre as well
Wilson?
because, like, again, I'm a left winger. You know, like Trump is not like my guy. But I remember, I like have a clear memory in my head of during the pandemic, and I believe it was Kamala who sat on an interview and said, "My advice would be don't take Trump's vaccine." And then when they came into power, they said, "You need to take the vaccine." And I mean, like,
or we fire you.
yeah, it's one of these things of you don't play politics with medical shit ever. Like again, I think that you can have discussion. Let's keep that separate. But
yeah,
like they played politics with medicine and then had go at like the right for playing politics with medicine. It is absolutely fucking infuriating. And
Yeah, the
I think
ivermectin
yeah,
stuff.
Well, it's. I think my baseline is always this: we need. I truly believe that we need better politicians in the West. And like Trump, like Kamala, I hate either of them. We should be doing better with our politicians than we are in the position, like for the countries that we are. Same with the UK.
Yeah.
In so many of the ways that
I want to see here. So the prosecutor who prosecuted James and Jennifer Crumbley is up for re-election, and I want to know how she's doing.
Absolutely. Everybody check out
Oh God.
As we go to the break, I'll just read some
Karen, of course, her name is Karen, right? Karen McDonald. Oh, how about this? Wait, there it is. Look at that. Karen McDonald is. Oh, damn it! I thought she was winning, or I thought she was losing. Okay, so currently she's still winning.
Well, only.
But not by much, and only 21% of the votes counting. I want her out. I want her out so bad.
The political parties.
Well, she also prosecuted Megan Emirates.
Yeah, Megan Mirowitz.
Oh God,
That shouldn't have been
that still
prosecuted.
pisses me off.
Yeah.
Do you think Kamala would have done better if she'd run hard on Law and Order?
Yes.
I don't think she could have escaped her past.
I mean,
I
she
think
was,
that would have
she
been
was a
something-
very I've heard narratives of Kamala stepped away so Trump. It's just I mean I reject that narrative. It seems like Kamala was actually a very very hard line.
She was.
Actually,
She was barbaric, actually, in how she treated people.
yeah.
That's
Even in
fair.
case, like even even by some of the standards of the further
And-
right of like that kind of stuff.
And
she-
I am very
incredibly hard line.
I am pro defendant, very, very pro defendant. But we also need very hard policies about looting and breaking and shoplifting, stuff like that. But they need rights, and you don't keep them in prison after their sentence. Don't go after them for marijuana and stupid stuff like that. Don't brag about doing marijuana while you're prosecuting them.
Well, this is one of the things that from across the pond. It would be nice to see out of sort of left wing politics in America, where you're talking about things like we're talking about government, like big government and everything else. America has a private prisons problem. You shouldn't be incentivized through taxpayer money to a potential loss of taxpayer money.
I
to
was
keep
thinking
people in
about that
prison.
the other day. There's no prisons in Michigan that are private. And so the idea of private prisons is really foreign to me because we just don't have them. They're all owned and operated by the state. I don't like the idea of private prisons to some extent, but I feel like they might be more efficient and cost less to the tax dollars at the end of the day. So
Private companies are more efficient, but I don't know how that would come with human rights.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
So,
the thing.
so again, I don't know if I agree with this. Like they're efficient, but their goals are different. Their profit.
Yes.
And we found this out in the UK with consultants. There was a big argument for a long time of bringing more consultants, bringing the private sector into the civil and public sector.
No.
And it being devastating for the taxpayer.
Oh yeah.
Because the bottom line is, well, these are government contracts. We can,
Yeah.
milk them.
Yeah.
We've had this problem with the train companies as well. Like them going into private ownership has not improved them. It's actually been a detriment to the service. So I think it works for some things and not for others.
Again, that's kind of an argument though that government is not able to be run as well as like a business because they make poor decisions.
Well, yeah, but it's one of these things. I think you just accept you should hold government to account properly for its decisions through transparency. But at the same time, the goal should be it doesn't matter what this costs. If the country can afford it, you accept that's social cost because the benefit is felt everywhere.
For certain things, yeah.
Yeah. And those things aren't everything. It's things like
No,
schooling, for example. You want to make sure you have an educated
don't get me started on that.
Talking about Kenosha, Wisconsin, I don't know. So Gravely,
The DA is up.
Yeah, but Gravely is not running, and I don't know
No.
who's his hand-picked successor.
She prosecuted. She prosecuted my boy Jensen
Yeah, but is it Solis or is it McNeely?
McNeely.
McNeely is losing.
Yes.
So
I
if
think it's
that
McNeely. Let me make sure.
is it Solis or McNeely? We need to know, Half Irish, because McNeely is losing right now. Solis is winning. So that might be good.
McNeil.
McNeil. MC.
Pull up my tab.
Okay.
Whip out.
Who's that?
Prosecutor Carly McNeil.
Okay, so is this the one that's hand selected by Gravely to be
Yes.
her successor?
Yeah.
Okay, McNeil. So she is losing right now. It's
50,
50.6 to 49.2.
Yes.
So potentially good news out of Kenosha.
My boy Mark Jensen is so happy right now. Yeah.
Mark Jensen poisoned his wife, but he had a penis fascination, which Salvador is really keen on.
No, I'm keen on the case and the legal merits of it.
It's not like you asked the court clerk for a copy of every penis that Mark ever drew.
No, I did a FOIA request to the police department for the penis pictures.
How many penis pictures? Just so we know what we did, like how to judge. You.
Okay. Well, there was over 2,200, but only 811 were organized by size.
Oh well, that's okay then. That's
Yeah,
reasonable.
exactly.
Like that's just
Yeah.
a good fighting system. I think Cenk and Bosch would agree with you.
He's just he likes to organize things.
He wanted to make sure his wife was pleasured appropriately, and he was doing research.
Yeah,
it's the most ridiculous case.
It really is. And it was the judge from Rittenhouse.
Yeah, same
The
judge as
original
Rittenhouse.
judge.
If you watched Rittenhouse trial, yeah.
I like him.
I don't. I liked him in Rittenhouse.
Yeah.
But there were errors that he made in Rittenhouse that I didn't pick up on that ended up screwing another gentleman named Zachariah Anderson, who I believe is wrongfully convicted. Not necessarily because I don't think he did it, but with the Zachariah Anderson case
before with some of these
Yeah.
stuff. But I think what I seem to like about him is from what I've seen, because I remember looking at Rittenhouse at the time and looking at some of his previous cases. He seems pretty fair and even-handed regardless of background, demographic, or politics.
That is true. I would say that background, demographic, and politics don't play into his judgments. I will say that.
Mark Richards during Rittenhouse said he was a fair. You want him for a fair trial. You don't want him to sentence you, but he will be very fair. But I don't think. I mean, he had the brain injury and everything that happened, so he kind of Zachariah Anderson got screwed over.
Yeah, yeah, he did. Wait, are we back now? Are they back?
I will give you a quick update from the outside world. Apparently, and lots of the other streams are freaking out. I've just had somebody who was like, "How's it going for you?" And I was like, "I picked correctly. Hanging out with LordTube was apparently the right decision," which is having a laugh.
Nice.
I'm gonna have to reach out to you, Beckett.
yeah, please. I'm always down to it. Look, I largely don't do politics anymore.
No. I'm not a politics stream either. I mean, I'm very conservative. I just
This is my only political stream that I've done.
Yeah, no,
Yeah,
look,
same.
and this is why I like looking at TYT. I like to laugh at things, and I'm very much one of these people. Just life will keep going. We'll have 4 years of whatever, and then we'll move on to the next thing. And a year of that for America, a year of that 4 years will be the election year again. Anyway, so what fucking difference does it make?
Well, 2 of them actually.
yeah, God, midterms, God.
Yeah, you can introduce Beckett to Wade.
Oh God.
There's this guy who boasted about killing 2 women, and then he had a bunch of smexy time talks with other women that are all recorded
over the world.
on the prison.
What?
Yeah,
Okay,
all over
yeah.
the world.
Look,
There's a huge
I love
fundraiser
drama
for
like
him
that,
and stuff.
so
Yeah,
it'd be cool. I'm always down to talk about.
No, I'm kind of interested in history because you're British, so you seem
All
knowledgeable.
right, well, you guys talk for a minute. I'll be back.
Oh God.
No,
At least you didn't leave it on a commercial. No, I'm just kind of curious. Like, you're British, so I'm always interested in how you guys think of America, considering how we were founded.
Yeah,
and we're like allies now.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting one. I mean, we definitely have a special relationship.
Yeah.
I think generally speaking, like America is like Britain's view on America is generally pretty good, but I think both countries have this issue where America sees Britain as like one thing.
Sure.
And Britain sees America as one thing, and you're not. You're split up into states. It's massive, but
Yeah.
Britain is split up into counties. Obviously, like Scotland, Ireland, Wales, the two islands. Frankly, if we're talking about the entire island chain, and people don't appreciate like you'll have conflicts between counties that go back to the War of the Roses. You know, like between like certain places.
That's what's amazing. Like we have, oh, look at this building, it's
Wow.
300 years old, and you're like, yeah, look at this one, it's 3,000.
I know, that's what I love about Britain. And I like really like, it's sad in America is like the best we have is like New York, which goes back 300 years.
Yeah,
and you
but
have like
nothing's there anymore.
well, you have like from the
you know, the city of London dates back to the Roman period, right?
Yeah.
Like it's ridiculous. And the other thing that's interesting is like our laws are kind of built on top of each other.
Yeah.
So like this is something I come across in the work I do, where you're like, oh cool, I've got to consider this regulation to deal with, or this particular statute or whatever.
God.
But then like I've had cases where someone's been like, no, it's fine, we can do that. Don't worry, I've got something written on vellum. Like literally sheepskin documents going, nah, technically we have the right to do this because of an ancient act hundreds of years ago.
There was a thing going on in England right now where apparently there was these public easements and roadways that everyone just forgot about. And someone discovered some like ancient manuscript from like 500-600 years ago that identifies them, and realized that they never went away, so they're still law. And now they're paving all these trails through people's farms in the middle of their farms and
because
stuff.
it's like they're ancient public rights of way. So it doesn't matter who owns the land. I mean, there's also loads of interesting things. Like you always get the joke, well, Britain doesn't have any firearms. It's like, well, it depends where you live, frankly. But also, I was really surprised that you need licensing to like own crossbows and things in the US.
Really?
In certain places.
We
have a specific law for that. We have something called the Crossbow Act. And it was
Really?
last updated in the 90s, and it literally is a very short law that says if you're over the age of 18, you can own a crossbow. That's it. That's the whole law. It's just to protect people's rights to own crossbows.
Nice.
Okay, so should we check in with results?
Yeah, what do we got?
Oh, that guy's eyes are
North
intense.
Carolina is gone, called for Trump.
Yes.
Hang
on. So it's 2:30.
Yeah, North Carolina is called for Trump.
Arizona is leaning right with 904,000 to 901.
Yeah, we got about 2,300. It's only 0.2 difference, but 53% is still in.
3% in.
We're getting no numbers from Nevada right now. Oh, polls
Pennsylvania's 51%
Polls are-
to Trump to 48, leaning
Pen-
right at 77% of the votes.
Okay, I don't know how. The decision desk has already called Georgia, but they haven't been called yet.
Well, there's 94% of the vote in, and it's favoring Trump by 2%.
And Fulton County is 95% in with no water main breaks yet. So I think they kind of spent that one already in 2020.
Have a lot of the mail-in ballots been counted already?
Yes.
Because that's not what happened last year. Last year, the mail-in ballots came in very, very late, and that's why
and the issue was that
last year
Republicans or 2020 Republicans said don't do mail-in ballots. Bring your mail-in ballots in directly on election day or like right before.
So that was the problem too, is that they were getting
That screwed
mail-in
us.
ballots handed in on election day so that there was no opportunity to pre-count them.
We kind of shot ourselves in the foot. But this time, this time is Republicans are actually winning mail-in ballots as well as
that's
election
what the
day.
reports is that a lot of mail-in ballots are coming from Republicans, and they had the vast majority. So before the polls opened this morning, Trump was in the lead in a lot of these states, particularly Michigan, which was the report that I got. He is currently leading with 52%, which is amazing. When was the last time Michigan went Republican? It's been a few years.
2016.
Did he win in 2016? Okay.
He won Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania.
Now, here's my warning to the Republicans. This happened. A similar thing sort of happened for the UK in not our last election, but the election before. The Red Wall collapsed. Red being left wing for us.
Okay.
And hang on. They just called Oregon and Wisconsin for Kamala.
Washington.
Or Washington, I mean.
Oh
Washington
my
and
God, he
Oregon.
won California?
In California, yeah, they just called
She.
the
Whatever her gender is.
whatever.
Okay.
Gender's a construct. All right, sorry, Becky.
But
go ahead.
but conservatives had a massive victory, again historic, because Labour won the
Oh,
worst
yeah,
elections in history, and they flubbed it. It's been a massive mess, and it has decimated the party in this election. So if Trump wins, if you get a sweep, and then nothing changes, the turnaround in 4 years will be pretty dramatic for you.
I agree with that.
I agree. And that is that's kind of the thing that that is responsible for parties changing every few years normally, is because you get in, you don't do anything, and maybe you don't have enough time to see results from your policies. Regardless, the other side can frame it. I will say that Trump is in a position right now with a lot of people who are outside Washington who are now going to be his allies, like RFK Jr. He's going to do a lot of stuff that is different.
Well, it's also going to be, it's not going to be just necessarily Trump. Trump is like the face, right?
Yeah.
But you need more than the face just for the body to function. And you have the Senate and you have the House of Representatives. And it looks like the Senate right now is favoring
Trump.
Republicans.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's definitely been elements where certain things have played out that Trump couldn't possibly have known, but they played out in his favor. I use the example with the Iran deal, where actually pulling out the Iran deal was probably the correct decision given the current climate. But there's no way he could have known that at the time. It was just either gut instinct or kind of political pressure.
I don't. Go ahead,
but I mean, but it's one of those things where, because the prevailing view for the last like 30, 40 years, both conservative and left wing, has been, let's try and democratize these countries.
Yes.
And that just doesn't fucking work.
No. Let's go into the Middle East.
It's the same land where this really popular book came from that said monarchy is the most natural state for man.
Actually, do you know what? Monarchy is the most natural state of man.
It
Let's
is.
talk about that.
What would Breton know about that?
You know, but there is something to be said from separating your head of state from the political radar.
Yes.
That is elections. Welcome back, EU.
Who is?
Guys, is this a party or what? Your team is
Well,
winning.
we're going to start celebrating. Yeah.
Well,
our
we
team.
don't know yet.
The world's
come
team is winning.
We are sus.
The whole planet will benefit from this.
Please. Where's the
Wait.
where are the channels where the people are seething? Come on, let's watch this.
Wait, hang on. What did he just say about she was soft on crime?
Well, we can't hear because it's low.
Can't hear a thing.
Criminal justice reform, when in fact there's been nothing.
Okay, hang on.
That's how I prefer streaming with Hella.
Of the initiative of Prop 47. He thinks that there shouldn't be any changes. But this is a major problem. And I think we see this not just with this particular prop, but we've seen it with a lot of progressive prosecutors funded by George Soros, people like George Gascon, who people are fed up with. And that's why Nathan Hochman, who's running for district attorney of Los Angeles County, is predicted to potentially win this one really big. I think the Democrats who've
No wonder he resent his Menendez brothers.
crime, then there's going to be criminal justice reform, when in fact there's been nothing but justice for the criminal.
It's going to.
I agree. I agree with that 100%. You can't. I don't know what they were thinking with the whole soft on crime thing, and that's where Becca, you had mentioned that Harris should have leaned a little more heavy into the being tough on crime, right?
The thing is, okay, so the thing is, Harris was already going to lose, as was Biden, the hard left vote because of Israel-Palestine. They were already going to take that hit from that side. They knew that. So the obvious political maneuver is to appeal to the middle ground. And the middle ground, whether it is real or not, is concerned about crime, economics, growth, and like fairness. And they didn't lean to that. That's what they should have leaned to. What they leaned to was Trump is a criminal. And it's like, okay, they made this mistake in 2016 as well. In 2016, the whole of the media machine went, Trump's not fit to lead. He's a criminal. He can't, or he's like, bad. Look at the people he's in bed with, all this thing. And all it did was promote him because it just looked like a hatchet job. And regardless of the reality of it, that's how it looked to people. And they've made literally the same mistake again.
Even worse, they charged him over and over and over again.
Yeah, I mean, and looking like you're trying to get your opponent off the ballot was a mistake. Actually, the smartest thing to do would have been trying to get Trump to run against DeSantis and a three-way, because then the Democrats would have walked it. It would have been the Teddy Woodrow Wilson thing all over again.
Yes.
It's still definitely not over.
You are knowledgeable.
Right now, he's
It's
leading.
not over. I know. Bring the
You're
Brit,
like-
and he knows America politics.
You're
better
like
than
the British
Americans.
Max Mira.
Rick Scott winning instantly.
Yeah, aren't you glad that you brought the shit posting drama channel
Channel
to the
election.
fucking election stream?
What's going on?
Wait, hang on.
Their taxes in half. That's what he does. It's rhetorical clashing, and maybe some of the businessmen have like culturally left politics on some things or whatever.
TYT.
When it comes to their pocketbook, they get what they want.
Liberals.
No, okay. So first of all, it was that the Democrats didn't play enough ads. Now they're blaming rich billionaires. Whatever it is, it's not Kamala. It's not their policies. It's all these other things.
Can I just say how much I love that Democrats are blaming billionaires?
Look at that Senate balance, 48-40. Bye-bye. Trump's going to have the Senate, and he's probably going to have the House.
Bye-bye.
He wins. It's still not over. It's still definitely not over. But right now, he's leading.
Can we talk about the fact that TYT
And every
spends its entire time shitting on the Democrat
Wisconsin
Party and then is
has-
surprised that it loses? I don't.
Hang on. Can we switch to CNN for a sec? I might just get it going.
Yeah, let me.
The only
fucking Gallego's winning in Arizona.
I gotta.
God damn it.
You want to go CNN?
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Really moved. He's still.
Why do you want to go CNN?
It's taken a while.
And the House is clearly.
Oh, good. Arizona is an update. Oh no, they
Because
are.
there's a funny looking fat dude on there who looks annoyed.
Swing races.
Can we have a look on that?
Democrats, I think, it's all one races. Yeah, and the Democrat and the
CNN is not a channel that I watch. So
No, Sean's got it up. I'm watching. Sean's reacting to it right now. He's losing his shit. By the way,
So the reason
Sean?
I say that, guys, is that
Sean is losing his
Sean-
shit.
Sean's loud.
He's got the toe on.
Closely. It's because
Who?
if the trend is
Steel
towards
toe.
Trump,
Aaron.
that's definitely
He's
gonna
on his
happen.
show?
He's
got steel
Yeah.
toe on.
So that
Yeah.
Oh, is he on the
wait,
casino?
hang on.
at least a little
Aaron is on Sean Stream.
No way. All right, hang on. We're gonna stream
I'm
tonight,
not
Sean.
kidding.
The Senate's definitely gone.
Are you
the
kidding?
farms are going to be
See how it wouldn't be gone.
having a fit tomorrow.
You know who
Yeah.
Steel Toe is, right, Beckett?
Of course I know.
Of course he knows.
I'm very familiar with
Yeah.
Aaron.
Wait, he is on.
Where Biden,
I told you. Why
I
would I
thought
make
you
it
said
up?
you were kidding. Oh my God. Hang on.
No.
Wisconsin, but a lot of change in Michigan
How-
and Pennsylvania.
How did this happen?
Fascinating stuff, David Chalian.
He
Thanks
just
so
let
much.
him on.
He looks like somebody murdered his fucking dog in front of him.
Frown, and he just goes, fascinating stuff, David.
He looks like a guy. He looks like a guy having a flashback to Nam right now.
Well, I'm
just like,
more
I can hear
amazed
the
that
chopper
Steel
rolling
Toe is
in.
on with Sean right now.
No, they like each
What
other.
is he gonna do? It's not like he can hang out with his wife.
How do they?
Really
Wait,
bad.
what?
Sorry, I said, what else is he gonna do? It's not like he can hang out with his wife.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that's not that ain't happening.
He's like,
Oh, I think-
no.
How? Oh
Why
my
did
God.
Jake Tapper-
Silence.
Why did he throw to her like he was introducing a funeral dirge? I mean, that
Yes.
was.
I'm
low
not a
energy.
fan of
She
Aaron
took a
at all.
second
No.
to say,
But
No.
like,
Guys, give us super chats right now or we end the stream.
gotta say something.
You don't get your bonus time with me.
Way though,
Yes,
like they
I need
More
to pay,
super
I
chats.
need to pay the
Yeah, like I
upcoming
said,
alimony.
Biden's gonna,
I'm trying to be really good and not drag out drama, but I'm just like,
Mission accomplished.
this is taking an interesting turn right now.
Because there has been so much focus on the
Turn it up a bit.
What are your
especially,
thoughts
the Puerto Rican population there
on Sean and
since
Steel
the
Toe
Madison Square
streaming?
Garden
debacle.
debacle. Even
I'm very much I don't watch a lot of Sean, but I think Sean's fine from what I've seen from it. Again, like politically, we'd probably very much disagree, but I think that where he is, that's fine. I can understand why he's got Aaron on from a drama perspective because this is good views and things. I think Aaron, ever since all this has gone down, has been desperately looking for new friends. Because he hasn't got many fucking left, frankly.
To be fair, I want to say that this was a potential preemptive strike by Sean because I told Sean that I invited Ricada onto this stream.
Interesting. That could be.
You did.
I'll be honest. I mean, from Aaron's perspective, it's the worst of both worlds because not only did he lose a friend, he also lost his lawyer, which in the current position is probably not a great way to be.
ABC News.
Uh,
They're not live.
At
See
this
if
rate,
ABC
at
live.
this rate, Sean, they're going to make some shitty pasta while they talk about the election.
This is great.
Oh, ABC's
It's a
live.
little
Let's see what
drama
they got.
stream in the middle of our election.
We'll be right back.
It's looking like Kami's going to get Minnesota. But
Oh,
Wait, what?
Oh, here we go.
Who?
I've got
Kamala.
Kami.
I'm afraid I've got
Is
some
she?
bad news.
Kami.
Our Minnesota
You call her
president
Kami?
has gone down the
Kamala.
Kamala Harris.
Kamila.
Oh, hang on.
Okay.
Why is my Discord
Has it
open?
occurred to anyone else that
You have
Aaron's
to stream
background looks
follow.
like a fucking schoolroom? Like that's how it decorates his background. I don't. This guy was meant to be a fucking radio host and has the charisma and like set.
Wait, what are you trying to say about backgrounds? Have you seen my
Yours
background?
is fine.
Have you seen
Yours is awesome.
Yours looks like a place that you stream from. Aaron looks like
Yes.
he's just finished telling like sixth graders about the Constitution. He's like, and now it's time to go. Like he gets the little sign out from behind him, puts it up, and turns the fucking
Well, April
camera on.
designed
That
it.
is true.
April designed it, but she got fired from her teaching job for giving her kids Coke.
Where are my election results?
Get it back on track. Get it back on track. Sorry, David.
Oh, you all are fine.
I normally in bed 4 hours ago, so
Shit. Where am I? All right. Let's keep going.
Trump's at 230, Commies at 187.
This is just.
I can't find my election results.
But it's three.
Trump is winning Wisconsin, Michigan,
and it's 3.5.
Pennsylvania, and
You know what they say though? It don't take
losing
much.
Virginia.
Georgia still isn't called.
You don't.
I don't know. Well, it is in Decision Desk, but not New York Times.
Oh.
I think they're just kind of coping right now. It's not real if we don't call it.
And Michigan's not
Yeah,
called
that-
52
oh,
to
the commies,
47
we
with
gotta check the
39%. I suppose it's only 39%.
The name.
I mean, there. It depends on the counties that are left. There's some left-leaning
Yeah,
pockets.
that is fair. That is fair.
But when you're 95% in, and your possible water main break county,
When push comes to shove, what do
This
they
guy
do?
is coping
They help the
so
Republicans,
hard.
because those are their true
He's
friends.
trying to explain
This
away
is
all
good
of
cut
his
back up. All right,
misstatements.
we got to take a break here, guys.
Every time I
he
go
needs
to-
a break, guys.
He needs a break.
It's got
Why is there a burning building behind him?
a blue wall.
Because the country is burning down because he's
Really?
Was that what his background was earlier?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Was it a burning?
Was
I
it?
don't know actually. Hold on. Oh,
Can you
yeah,
rewind?
I've got
Please,
it
can we
up. I've got
find
it up.
out?
Let me
Is that new?
go and check it. Let me go and check. Yeah,
Oh
it's
yeah,
always been
no, it's
burning.
been
It's
burning.
always been burning.
Why?
And women,
Because
that
this is the
Iowa
final
vote was right,
election,
then
according to his
independent
stream.
women will make the difference in
That's not a good omen.
We can go back a couple hours where he's all confident. Hang on.
with her and to share
Kamala Wynn's Twitter account must be pretty sad at the moment.
you see those. You look at the
I
percentage.
have the stream of the Liberals
Pennsylvania's up to 15%.
at their event somewhere. Hang on,
Oh,
let me
really?
find it.
Oh
Yeah,
God,
dude.
I want a Hillary Clinton-esque.
Final election. See, that's what he's got it called. Final.
I
Well,
do.
democracy is dead.
These guys are fools.
Even though we're a constitutional republic, but
We're looking
you know.
at a terrible situation. I mean, the Supreme Court gave him
That's
license
terrible.
to do whatever the hell he wants, and the guy's got no.
Really?
guys.
Okay.
With the
Where?
morality.
I missed that
He's
vote.
He's a fascist.
Trump gets to appoint more Supreme Court justices.
Jail. He'll try to, and he can get the Justice Department to do what he tells
Okay,
them.
let's be clear. Trump appointed judges went against him in these verdicts over the last 4 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Records case.
Not all of them.
Not all of them, but many of them did. So, like the claim, what I'm making the point of is the idea that Trump put judges in place that he could manipulate.
Oh,
hasn't
yeah,
come
no.
true. Like it just hasn't been
No.
the case.
Here's the projection right now.
Technicalities and prosecuting.
He might win the popular vote.
If that is the case,
There you go, David.
He's leading in the popular vote right now.
Okay, I'd like to propose a conspiracy theory that like recently we've had talks of a Gamergate 2, and now Trump's winning it. We are literally doing 2016 over again.
Yeah.
This is just the replay.
Yeah. Yeah.
We're
this
gonna
is-
get Brexit finally.
Get ready with the tissues, everybody.
You want me to pull up your shared stream?
Yeah, if you go. That
No,
is
don't do
the. This is the.
Trump can-
Hang on.
Trump can pack the
I'm
court.
gonna take it as an opportunity to close out some of my
There you go.
windows.
These are all Kamala supporters.
Oh no.
Oh, they look sad.
Oh no. Oh,
Yeah.
we don't have my sad music violin.
No, guys, they're just reusing the footage from Hillary's. Come on, don't take it in.
We're gonna see that
Why
woman
film
in
new
green
footage?
screaming again.
I
Well,
saw it here.
Well, of course.
Oh my God.
It's okay. Everything's gonna be
Please
fine.
don't go to bed, David. Please don't go to bed.
It's all right. Everything's fine.
It's
Don't
okay.
worry. Oh,
Oh my God.
oh no.
Oh.
Oh no.
The memes from this election are going to be
Oh.
so good.
Oh my God. Do we ever get the identity of that screaming woman when Trump was
yeah.
inaugurated?
Oh,
Went,
that
"Ray!"
one.
We need to
yeah,
bring her back.
need to check in on it.
We need to bring her back. Oh my God.
Somebody dressed up as her for Halloween. Hang on, let me see.
Is this real life? Is this actually happening?
Yes, it is. Oh my God! Look.
Is there?
Oh.
Is there not going to be a water main break? And can we just point out the freaking hilarity that Trump is now 2-0 against women candidates?
I think America is just not actually ready for a female president. What is wrong with you guys? Listen,
okay.
we had Thatcher, and Thatcher was a good prime minister.
Oh, she was.
That's gonna.
Oh,
get me in
she is
trouble.
based.
That's gonna get
She
me
was
in trouble.
great.
I
She had
loved her.
She had her issues, just to be clear.
Okay,
Charlotte.
maybe, but
but generally speaking, she was a fine prime minister.
yeah.
And like women are fully capable of governing. Don't know whether.
No, I agree, they are.
That out. You know,
She was fantastic.
My
Thatcher was a powerhouse.
well, I actually think the first female president is going to be right wing, going to be a Republican.
Well, it's traditionally
Genuinely.
been sort of the first things.
We've
you
had
know, have been
3
that way.
female prime ministers, and they're all on the right.
Yeah. Well, and I think they have to be really strong too, especially for a American president they got to challenge like, North Korea, Russia, China. They're
Well, this
going.
is the, you know when the Falklands happened under Thatcher, Reagan tried to stop her.
Yeah.
He
Yeah.
was like, "You don't. Can you just let it go?" And she was like, "Actually, fuck off, our
Yeah.
islands, and we will go to war to keep them." And Reagan just didn't understand it. And we had a similar moment with Keir Starmer recently because we've just given back some islands, and he got asked about the Falklands, and he said, "It's personal with the Falklands. It's not the same situation. They are British. They will remain British." And that's from a left-wing leader. You know, it's just like you need some of that.
Yeah.
Strength,
Backbone strength. Yeah.
CNN projecting Trump wins battleground state North Carolina. Didn't they already call North Carolina?
On Decision Desk, but that's CNN now.
CNN now, yeah. So
95% on Polymarket. Oh my God.
CNN. Oh, they.
Oh my God, this may be happening.
Yep. So and New York Times has called it. New York Times has called. So CNN and New York Times are calling North Carolina.
Dali is going to come
for the
I'm
first
gonna
time.
cry.
He's
Yeah.
not. He's gonna be a real man.
He is.
Oh, hang on, there we go.
Path for Kamala Harris.
And that path is just more and more narrow. I think we're seeing as the night goes on.
Yeah,
but
I would
also
agree with that.
So many people thought that perhaps this would be an election that, in tenor and tone, would be closer to the midterms, a big conversation portion. But
Big
it's not
upset
where it's
there.
going. It seems like you're seeing that male turnout is starting to produce what the campaign wanted.
Oh,
You know,
okay.
I think
So
a
the
lot
Turks
of us came into tonight
are
wondering, was
blaming,
it going to feel more like 2016 or 20?
Our advertising dollars apparently, and billionaires, and CNN is blaming men.
We made the very controversial call. They made the very
I'm sorry.
Arizona.
It's almost like if you split your like. So we had this. We had this over Brexit. Now, like there were like. It's really weird. The Eurosceptic position used to be a very left-wing position. It's actually a hard left position because we don't, generally when you're left-wing, you want workers' rights. You don't want centralized in like corporate power, which is what the EU pushes for. One of them things, anyway. And then the left spent years calling anyone who voted for Brexit racist, which was a large percentage of their voter base, and were very confused why they kept losing elections.
You guys still hear the audio from this?
Yeah,
kind of.
Barely.
There's a bigger gap.
Is that better?
Than there was last time, and Donald Trump won it last time.
82% in Pennsylvania.
Votes. Generally,
3% ahead.
Overperforming what he did. In
Oh my God, he's going to win Pennsylvania.
Underperforming what Joe Biden did in 2020, and that ends up what it was a narrow edge for Biden.
Yeah,
is at this point.
All those states that they said that Trump needed to win, he's winning.
For Harris.
And the thing about North Carolina, and John has been talking about this, and we'll do more at the wall, is you do have kind of a sense of the country in the state of North Carolina, in that there are growing minority populations, and
the
is,
Democrats
a growing
cannot
sort of
understand why
suburban,
minorities
maybe
are
more
voting
moderate,
for Republicans.
I love it.
They don't get it.
And
They don't.
that is
And
why
it's so funny.
Spain thought, with the dynamics of the country right now, that he would have a better shot. But look,
Are your
the
people still
headwinds of
crying,
the
EU?
economy, the
Yeah, they're getting worse.
difficulty
I'm
Are they?
every day,
Yeah.
their everyday lives.
Yeah, she could not outrun
Oh my
that violent
God.
economy.
This is Kamala's stage, right?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Wow.
know.
That's
Hang
a
on.
oh wow, she can pull a rally.
How come we don't have any audio?
Um
not
we
have
tend to like we want to let them just grieve
Hang
in
on.
silence.
Let me see if I've got some audio.
Oh,
I can leave my
Wait.
audio going.
can
Wait,
we
has
can
Cenk
oh,
Uygur
Oh, hang on,
left?
that's me.
Oh,
There you
no,
go.
Is Cenk back? I thought Cenk had left Cenk left the show apparently briefly. I think we missed it.
Who?
I apparently for a brief period, Cenk Uygur
Oh,
straight up just left TYT. He needed to take a full break.
did he go to
Really?
his cry room?
God.
Hang
Oh,
on,
I
let me
like
put
her
my-
optimism there. She's a glass half full kind of girl.
She is, right?
Yay,
Like,
America!
have a little dance.
Yay! We can do it.
It'll be fine. Yeah, there's
They have a
music
poll
there,
up.
so
Who
they
will
can do that.
win? So
Ralph
okay,
Nader.
so look at this. Look at this. Young Turks has a poll up.
Oh,
83% of their viewers say Trump will
in
win.
fucking TYT's chat. Jesus.
Well, I mean, they'd be kind of stupid to not say that at this point, wouldn't they?
95% on predicted.
They have
That is
41,000 votes, and they're at 83%. Is saying
97% on Polymarket. Oh my God. Do we have any video of Trump campaign?
yeah, it was on CNN. Let me pull it up.
Oh my God.
This is CNN. They were showing this earlier.
I've got it.
You've got video.
So
of
you
it?
mean the same thing, but in Trump's
Like crowd?
Yes.
Yeah, the Trump
I've
crowd.
got
Yeah,
the crowd,
CNN
yeah.
was showing it when we first pulled it up.
Yeah, Sky's got it. Sky's got both lives happening. Yeah.
Is it up? You have it up?
Hang on, now, just give me a second. It's the same network has both.
Can you hear that?
No.
There we go.
Okay.
Oh,
My
sorry.
cat's
I
toy
had-
is on.
I had muted my thing.
So if you bring up mine again now,
Whip it out.
that's Trump's.
What are they doing?
Well, maybe they're all expecting a water main break.
I don't hear anything. Are they?
They
playing
have PTSD from 2020.
Do you want me to? Okay, here you go.
73%, Kamala Harris with 26.2%, Donald Trump with a
Yeah, it sounds much more cheerful than.
Yeah, they're a bit happier.
Harris's.
Yep. And looks
Where
like a
is
fair
he?
few more people.
Is he in Florida?
Yeah.
Boris Sanchez now has some new projections in the fight for control of the U.S. Senate. Jake, a major moment for Republicans. They have just
I need like 4 monitors now if I'm going to do this. He's
I
in
know.
Mar-a-Lago.
Democratic seat of the night. This one coming in Ohio. There, Republican Bernie Moreno defeating incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown. Moreno.
There's just cheer after cheer.
We flipped 2 seats. We're at 50. We've got the Senate if Trump wins.
Nice. Yeah, but like Beckett said though, this is going to be a mandate.
Yep.
Good.
So do you think he's going to claim it sometime soon?
Well,
I don't think
he's
he's
got to concede.
I don't think he's. Yeah, he won't randomly turn up because, again, I imagine he's got advisors in his ear going,
Yeah.
"Don't play this hard. Don't play
Yeah.
it."
Be a graceful winner.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then he has his instincts. Well, he was graceful with Hillary, but
that was Hillary, and that was 8 years ago.
yeah.
That wasn't after
Well,
they tried to
strangely,
prosecute
yes.
him and throw him in jail and all this.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, now he's like, go ahead and put me in jail, bitch.
Well, his criminal sentencing in New York is going to be interesting.
Oh, yes. I forgot about
Stay on
that.
4 years.
I'm going to put $10 down on the. He doesn't even attend the sentencing.
No, he's old. He just needs to,
He's like, I'll be in the White House. Come get me.
Yeah. Talk to my Secret Service.
Okay, but unironically, New York has the ability to do the funniest thing ever, which is arrest the president when he comes to visit. Like,
Yes, but what would the Secret Service
I would
do?
respect that. That would be very funny. Like,
What would the Secret Service do?
well, if previous attempts on Trump or anything to go by very little, like,
Well, they can't. Well, technically, you can't arrest a president.
Yeah, you could arrest the president.
I'll
yeah.
give you another
Ulysses
history thing. We had a
S.
king
Grant
who
was,
didn't think you could decapitate a king in Britain, and he was wrong as well.
So, but Ulysses S. Grant was actually arrested while he was
Seriously?
president in D.C. Salvador. I did a video on it. Do you not watch my stuff?
No, you're boring. But I might look at that one. I'm kidding.
There we go. Lady Law with a $2 super chat. Nice. Issues with playing politics, Dave, we should discuss. Well,
So let's take a look at the balance of power.
Here we go. All right, we'll let him back in. There you go. You're back
Oh,
in.
hi. I was doing the Daryl Brooks thing.
Lady Law, we can talk politics if you want. But thank you very much for the $2 super chat.
No, I need to actually look at that. I did not know any president had ever been arrested.
Yeah, you should check out my video on it.
Okay.
Let's see how Oakland County prosecutor is doing right now.
Let's look at the electoral map right now. Donald Trump has 227.
The one who has put away 2 innocent people. Well, I'm not sure Megan Amirowitz was innocent, but she shouldn't have been prosecuted.
I think she was. I did not know what lie was at the time.
No, I don't know if she was innocent per se, but she.
I think she just.
I mean, her own father, the one who died, said she had nothing. This wasn't her, and they still prosecuted her.
I think worst case, she just grabbed a bunch of stuff, threw it at him.
Yep.
Yeah.
The lie opened up, and him in his drunken stupor pissed himself.
Well, that's clear. Let's see, Oakland County.
It's really sad.
It was. But she's
They're playing some
doing
good
better.
music. We're not going to get demonetized at all.
Keep talking, keep talking, keep talking.
Yeah, talk over it.
Talk.
Okay, Oakland County. Well, actually, let me check out. So the Oakland County executive. Oh, it's going to go Democrat. So that means most likely that the Oakland County prosecutor is going to go Democrat as well. Which is Karen. Karen's a Democrat. Now, I will say I voted for her the first go around because I didn't like the sitting prosecutor. I thought she was too tough on crime to the point where it was impossible to try cases because we had so many stacking up and we needed a change. And we got a change, but not the right kind.
Trump is +4 in Wisconsin with 75% of votes in. In Michigan, +5 with 44% in. In PA, he is +3 with 83% in.
Nice. He might have a sweep of all of those battleground states.
Wow.
Karen McDonald is in the lead with 58% of the votes.
He doesn't even need Arizona.
Oh, yeah. I forgot Farrell was on the other side of that issue with Megan Amirowitz. She did it. She intended to do it. Farrell would have given her the death sentence if Farrell was on that jury. Oh, look, they got voting booths now. Or not the voting, the tallying tables are all they're watching tallying tables in CNN. I don't want to see a commercial.
Reminds me of the cyber ninjas in Arizona doing their recounts.
Right. So
and then they
reporters are looking happy.
Aw.
Why are they still running political ads, by the way?
I don't know. Why am I still getting political text today?
I'm getting political ads for Alyssa Slockins. The polls have closed hours ago in Michigan. Why are we still running political ads for her? They need to stop.
Is that Ivanka?
Political ads are horrible. What's that?
Yeah.
She's aged backwards.
My last political text was at 5:16 Arizona time. Like an hour, 2 hours before polls closed.
To a lot of voters, and we're seeing what's happening in the United States Senate. So if
Senate, so the Republicans are going to get all three,
so at least in the short term, those things won't happen.
and now they have a job to do.
We aren't gaining Arizona.
Panel, we have some more raw vote total coming in.
Really, you don't think so?
For you.
Race for 270 continues.
No.
Results in
Arizona is an interesting one because the climb seems to be percent by percent for both sides. It's pretty even.
Arizona looks really close.
For Senate?
Oh, for president.
Oh, for president? No. It's 50-50.
Yeah.
Dolly, are you a vampire?
I was trying to get the commercial off.
What?
Your face is like super white.
Thank you.
He is. He is a vampire.
Don't compliment me.
I don't want to
kidding,
air
I'm kidding.
commercials. For
So
other people.
Pennsylvania is like 95% of votes in. And
Wait, you got 95? I had 83. I must refresh.
oh, sorry,
80
83.
84.
84. Okay, 84% of the votes
51
in.
to 48. I mean, that would take a significant amount. But I
And
mean,
he's been in the lead in
it's only-
Pennsylvania since they were at 23%. I believe.
Yeah, and it is. I mean, it's only a 20,000 count difference. Sorry, 200,000 count difference. So
Yeah.
it depends what hasn't been in yet. Depends if
Montgomery.
there's any. I think it depends if there's any serious urban areas that aren't.
Okay,
really
so we got
Cambria. Cambria is only
Delaware's
21% in.
Philadelphia has 78% in, 72% in. The surrounding areas 73%
Yeah.
in. 50. I don't know what this Bucks County is. And then Pittsburgh has 95%.
Pittsburgh's
in.
fine.
So they're up there. I mean, 95, 86, 92.
Yeah, Montgomery though is at 73. Chester 86. Philadelphia 78. So there's still some Dem votes left,
Yeah, I guess.
but it's unlikely.
Most of the rural
Alaska will go Trump, right?
Oh yeah,
Alaska will go Trump, and Hawaii will go.
So they're kind of
Dem.
canceling. Well, I suppose it depends on the elector numbers.
They're about the same.
They're about. Let's see here.
Okay.
So 4 for Hawaii and 3 for Alaska.
Yeah.
So they're about the same. They'll cancel each other out.
So New Mexico is
Nevada has 0, by the way. 0.
Oh my God! Get out of the casinos and go freaking count.
Not a single vote in Nevada has been counted.
I met Nick Rekieta in Vegas.
Did you? Did you?
Shocking!
shake
Shocking!
his
That's where
ball,
you
though?
communicate. Yeah, I'm so surprised that's where you run into him.
Yeah, we had a lot to meet up. Bronca, Gosney, Kurt, Camelot.
Did you didn't answer my question.
What?
Did you shake his ball though?
He brought a Baldo to give out, and
Again,
when
of
I
course he did,
volunteered,
sure.
I volunteered to accept it, and he did not want to give it to me because he wanted somebody to review it.
He didn't think you were capable of reviewing the ball though. Well,
No.
All right. To be fair, it was very astute of him.
I don't know if it was a
definitely the one who
compliment.
was being good tonight.
I don't know if it was a compliment or not. I mean, and frankly, I was pissed. Like, you brought one Baldo, dude. Baldo is your thing. Like,
So Nevada doesn't report until all votes are cast or all ballots are cast. Oh yeah, and someone was saying they have like 3-hour lines. So
oh yeah, if they're still, yeah, okay.
So Trump's people are happy. Fox News is happy. Let's see what the Turks are doing.
I'm sure they're
Oh,
happy.
Chenk's back. Chenk's
And the
back.
Democrats in the House got rid
Huh?
of Hakeem Jeffries.
He's back. He's returned.
Yeah.
Exactly what you've been doing the day before. You'll stay the course
His eyes are a little puffy.
and then make that same mistake
He's
a
been
1,000
crying.
times over. How am I wrong? Is there any chance those two leaders will be removed?
Probably not. But I'll tell you about Hakeem. Hakeem is very smart.
Holy sh! Is this the guy on court TV with pink glasses in like 20 years?
Good job as unfortunately, as a minority leader,
Yeah.
not as a speaker. I don't know who you would suggest to replace him, and I can't think of a person that would be a good choice to replace him.
Yeah. Look, we keep
Wait, what YouTube channel at the bottom? Xeno Dragon. Can you go back 5 seconds real quick?
I don't see it at all.
Yep.
I see people who look.
Leader, not as a speaker.
You
I don't know
or
who
no?
would
Scroll forward.
replace him, and I can't.
Well, it'll
think
play
of a person
forward.
that would be a
Okay,
good choice
then
to replace him.
pause. YouTube channel member, executive producers, Xeno Dragon, the gay AF Dragon.
What is that?
His executive producers. The gay AF
The gay
Dragon.
AF Dragon is an executive producer of Young Turks. All right, we need to find
It's
this
a
guy.
it's a quality stream, guys. We need to up
This
our
is-
standards here.
Apparently, the gay.
Yeah,
How did you catch that,
look,
by the way?
I don't know.
You keep talking about how the Democrats.
I haven't drank enough.
You're saying that these are smart folks. I don't see it. I don't see it at all. Twice. I don't think that's smart.
Well, Hakeem Jeffries didn't lose to Trump twice. I'm not
He
sure.
just lost
The gay
No, not
AF
yet. Not yet, but he's probably going to
dragon.
lose more in the House. And there's going to be no
Well, he might.
consequences.
I don't know. We ran. I think we ran a good campaign.
Suffer, Saint, suffer.
Raising money and getting support and put parcel out to people that needed
We
it.
did it, Joe.
I hope we can pull that off, and that's our last hope because it's our last line of defense. It's trying to stop Trump and doing even more.
Do
'Cause he
these
can do a lot
people
with
really
executive
think Trump
abilities
is
and
as
support, but
dangerous and scary
that's enough to
as
scare
as they say,
Jesus
or
out
is
of
this
anybody,
just
including me.
Yeah, I think you guys are gonna get
hyperbolic
steamrolled.
statements? That's
I don't
my
know.
And I have great respect for you, but I just don't think you go
Yeah,
totally,
that's true.
off the cliff.
I think Trump has his risks, like any leader. But what are you meant to do when you've spun a narrative as the media that this is like the most dangerous, potentially the most dangerous leader that you've ever had run, which was very much the narrative in 2016 as well.
I mean, he's worse than George Bush.
Well,
thing
no,
is,
now
there
to me,
are
I
things-
think
there-
in
there are
2016,
things-
I think in 2016 the narrative was it's Hillary's time, woman president, Hillary's the one. I don't think it was so much Trump is evil. They did do some of the Trump phrases.
absolutely ran Trump as part of the
It was
alt-right.
going to be
He
World War
supported,
III if Trump gets
yeah,
in.
it was, it was. there was
My
so-
psychiatrist, when I left his office right before the election, was like, well, the next time I see you, it's going to either be, status quo or war.
See, I thought it was more. They were more upset that Hillary lost than Trump won in 2016.
Hillary was, but the people believe.
winning was crazy. Like there are multiple texts written like control alt-right, like 4chan to the White House. Like
4chan's the White House.
4chan White House. I mean, there's actually really interesting tracking on the impacts of 4chan had on online discourse. In the early days. But I mean, okay, the thing is this. And we can joke about the 2025 project, but some of the 2025 project is really extreme given where America and Western countries are right now. And I think I heard something really interesting, which was the 2025 project is essentially QAnon for left-wingers.
It's the 2025 project. If you guys don't know what it is, I have it. And it is a think tank piece. I mean, I have the document.
He endorses it.
There's a document?
Yeah,
Yeah.
2025 is 2025 project is a document. It is an outlining of potential policy decisions that could be made in a more radically right US.
Well, we could say radically right, or what we can say is that there are think tanks across this country and probably across the world that come up with policy decisions that they think will be beneficial for whatever purpose that they are, because of some political agenda or because of whatever, for the economy and all this stuff. Now, Project 2025 is a group organized think tank between, or a group organized document between, I think, 5 or 6 different think tanks that came up with a policy as to what we could really do to fix this country. And ultimately what it is it's going back to the basics with a smaller federal government, less oversight, less regulation, smaller agencies, and things like that, to really correct this country and get it back to where it was supposed to be according to the founding documents. That's what Project 2025 is. And if you want to say that it's very dangerous compared to where we are now, you could say dangerous, or you can say,
well, I think
it's very radical compared to where we are now.
I'd say it's radical compared to where America is now. I don't think that's a wild statement to make. But
no,
also,
it is very radical.
I think there's a big difference there between also how people interpret the idea of 2025 versus the document, but also, it's one that Trump himself hasn't even endorsed. Trump himself has distance from the 2025 project, and think tanks should always be treated with skepticism. I mean, again, lots of people run on, well, I'll align with this side because they align with key makers, and then when they get into power, they go, yeah, whatever.
Yeah, so it's a document. This is the mandate for leadership, conservative promises 2025. And you could go through it and read what it is, but it's if you go through the credits of so here are the acknowledgments, these are all the people in the think tanks that put this together. And basically it's a policy to bring this country back to what they believe the original intent of the founders were. I don't know what's going on.
I mean,
I think it's still
I'm
trying to
looking at
download.
it right now. I just downloaded it.
So I
Yeah.
would say this about it. I mean, I appreciate that like America has this sort of traditional line to it, but I mean, America's not the country it was when it was founded. I mean, like even down to
Unfortunately.
well, I mean, we say that. I mean, would you want to go back to people who don't own property not being able to vote?
Yes.
Fuck it, based. Right. I'm a homeowner, so based. Fuck it. We're all anarchists till we pay our mortgages off. You know what? Fuck it. Time.
No, I mean, no. I see what you're saying. Like, obviously, we don't want to go back and say slavery was a good thing. Let's do that again. But there are certain fundamental principles. And the number one for me is I'm a Jeffersonian at heart. And if you know anything about Thomas Jefferson, who sits behind me here, that he wanted the most control at the state and local levels because your voice as a citizen is loudest at the state and local levels compared to the federal government. And that is a fundamental principle that I think we need to get back to. And that is heavily emphasized when you get rid of the federal agencies, or at least you dramatically reduce their role and their impact. And so that's one of the things about Project 2025 that I really liked. And so it's things like that. It's like, how are we going to govern ourselves on a fundamental level? Where's the power going to lie? Who's going to be the ultimate authority? Should it be with this grand federal government or should it be with the states? And there's other things too. Like when you study the Constitution, you realize like the Constitution itself was written to replace the Articles of Confederation, chiefly because they wanted an organization that would regulate commerce between the states. That you had situations where New York was charging tariffs on Pennsylvania, right? Because they were moving goods through there. And the federal government was like, listen, this can't stand. So we're going to create this constitution. Part of it has the Commerce Clause, which says that the federal government can regulate commerce between the states. Now, the federal government has gone so far to say that means that we can regulate anything so long as as long as a part of it was in interstate commerce. And also, if you're going to grow corn in your own property and feed yourself with that corn, you're affecting interstate commerce because you are no longer buying corn from interstate commerce. Therefore, we can regulate you. So it's like this bastardized idea of what was originally there. And Project 2025 is the goal of it. It's ever going to happen, but the goal of it is to try to reset some of these things.
Yeah, I think
so that's really what it's
on,
getting at.
The federal. I think it depends on the federal body, and I'm going to have some biases because I'm in the environmental sector. So I
Sure.
see the effects of like areas where regulation has become more lax and where regulation has become tighter, and both can have pretty major fucking drawbacks. And it depends. Like again, you need to like equip people and make sure you've got people in good positions to do that kind of work. I think the thing is as well, I'm very for states regulating themselves as long as they actually do the regulation. Like it's a basic standard to make sure everyone's living
Well,
well.
let me tell you this. So we have an interstate compact between all the Great Lakes states. The federal government is not involved. So all the states that border the Great Lakes got together and signed essentially a contract amongst themselves as to how that water will be used, how people or companies or anyone is able to draw groundwater out of the ground around the Great Lakes if people are allowed to suck the water directly out for anything like that, completely without the federal government's involvement. It's the interstate compact it's the Great Lakes Interstate Compact. So it can be done. It has been done. It is being done, amongst the several states. So I just wanted to throw that out there. I know there's a big fight between Arizona and California and Nevada with the Colorado River.
Well, I mean,
and things
even
like that.
going back, what was it? Was it the
What?
No, just
we're like there's like going way back. There's fights between ownerships of like the River Channel with New York and what is it? It's
New Jersey.
Yeah, New Jersey, and like
New Jersey,
where
yeah.
the like who owns what, and like New York basically
Yeah.
just like railroading another state because it had more economic power, and you want to limit things like that. But I don't. Yeah, ultimately, I don't think it would
Georgia.
happen either way. But yeah, ultimately, I don't think it would happen either way because
Yeah.
you
I think
dismantle
we
a federal department. You also actually, ironically, need the cooperation of the federal department or at least other ones, or you can't do it. Which is why no one's able to really attack these institutions properly.
Right, which was why I said I hope the federal government implodes upon itself peacefully.
So, okay, so Republicans have protected all 4 seats we have to. Texas, Ohio, Nebraska, and Florida.
Yeah.
What does
You're
that
talking
mean? You
about
have
Senate?
to.
Yeah, we got 51 in the Senate right now.
Yeah. Yeah, we got 51 in the Senate, which gives us the
Uh-huh.
majority in the Senate. It gives us, like, I'm a Republican.
House is 176 to 137.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, I don't know.
What's the live forecast say? So the live forecast
Is
for
there?
Trump still says he's likely to win and also win the popular vote.
Oh my God, that's going to be amazing.
With regard to this is just forecast for the presidential. This isn't forecast for the House or anything or the Senate.
Yeah, I haven't found a House forecast yet.
Yeah, I don't have a forecast for any of this. This is just the actual numbers. So no forecasting. Michigan
J-Rock
is
has called it. We win.
This is a good night. I'm happy with this night.
This is insane.
I was either gonna be like, I guess I'll just go back to work, or really happy. And so now work can wait. Oh, okay. So who's John Thomas, libertarian?
A libertarian.
Bernie Sanders won Vermont?
Yeah.
How did I not know this?
He always wins.
Do you think if they'd run Sanders, they would have won?
Good question.
Yes.
Do you?
Yes.
I wonder if like there are any sort of like the route now is like Biden was almost an attempt it was an attempt to return to like sort of middle ground politics. So the question is now, is the lesson the Dems take from this if they lose? Because again, it could still twist.
Could.
You never know. Despite how it looks at the moment, will the lessons the Dems take be maybe we need to be more radical with our approach?
More moderate.
No, I think there's a grave concern that their lesson is that they learn is that they need to be more radical.
Yeah, sadly, yes.
I'm very concerned that that's going to be the lesson they take from this.
Although
I'm not sure I'm disappointed in that.
No, because that's going to be better for Republicans.
I
mean, yeah, they're gonna double down on the dumb fuck juice.
Well,
wait. Where's AOC? Where's AOC doing?
I'm sure she won.
I hope not. Let's see. Where's AOC?
I mean,
I'd be surprised if she lost.
Yeah, I'd love for her to be.
Yeah, I don't particularly. I'm not a fan of the pack.
Yeah.
What district?
What's the name of the other woman? God, there's another pack member, and I've completely forgotten her name.
Elon Omar.
What district is she in?
14. Oh yeah, she won big time. 70% or 69 to 31.
Oh god.
Oh god, Tina Forte. Why do you keep trying? You're not going to unseat her, sweetie.
Why does she look like?
Well, someone's got to be cannon fodder.
I guess.
Anyone else starting to feel unburdened by what has been?
It wasn't really bothering me that much, but sure.
You see, when you have been
your
burdened,
country's fucked regardless of what happens to us, right? Excited.
when you
I felt a bit sorry for you, but
not anymore.
look, here's the deal, right?
Wait, for me or my
Your
country?
courtroom, by the way.
Your
Excited.
country. I'm what?
When are we gonna get cameras in your courtrooms?
Well,
Oh,
they
good luck with
technically have
that.
them.
The cameras are there. It's just we're not allowed to watch them.
Yeah, I mean,
Well-
like, don't get me wrong. Like, again, I think it's quite fun to watch American politics because of the distance, but Australia's not exactly problemless, is it?
No.
No, it's not.
No, hell no.
Yeah,
no one
no.
is. I mean, come on. Like, it's not like it's.
Oh, I take
everything's
American
perfect,
politics
but-
over Australian any day.
At least the Steelers.
When are we going to get Rue boxing?
Absolutely, absolutely. At least Americans have a choice. I mean, your parties, like Australians have no real choice, and that is worse. That is worse.
I thought I
Oh.
caught something that this guy said. Hang on.
Safa sank.
Hang on. I thought I caught something this guy said.
And you guys are the best. I love how optimistic you are, hopeful and joyful that you are. So let me read a couple of those real quick if I can find them here. Circle Strat says, "Oh well, Jenk, at least the Steelers are leading their division. Go Steelers!"
Of course it did.
Okay. Pretty Little Bird said Jill Stein votes basically make up the difference between Kamala and Trump, and then had a bunch of laughing out loud emojis. Like, oh, it didn't even come close, right? She got 0.3% last time we checked in with Jill Stein. So all that hubbub about Jill Stein.
Young
By the
Turks
way,
try
you
to
guys
be a
don't
real
know,
news
the
organization.
Democratic Party spent
They try
a amount of money trying to kneecap Jill Stein.
Money well spent.
Whoa! Maybe you should have run an ad. That was interesting. And Yogi Rip says, "Folks, you may feel bad right now, but we're still one country. You're part of it. Be proud and stay united." There you go, Yogi Rip. I love that. Well, what is this? Twitch? Yeah, Twitch. Way to go. Our beautiful community on Twitch.
This is what you
All
say
right,
to a
guys.
child. Who just
Come
lost
join us right now. Hit
eighth
the join
grade
button if you
soccer
can.
team
Remember,
or
the
soccer
show's
team.
live
But
every
he gets a participation trophy.
now. Legendary TYT host.
Hey, Meme.
J.R. Jackson joins us. Hey, host of the watch list.
Meme Copium, welcome. I don't know if I sent you a link. I told you I was going to, and then I don't think I did. But if you want to join, let me send you a
Please.
link. And join us up here because we're having an awesome time watching Trump do a clean sweep across the battleground states.
Just before we all count our eggs, apparently she's catching up a bit.
Interesting.
Wait, where?
Anna, don't worry.
She's
Hang
at
on.
210.
What, 17 or 18?
18.
So
What are you looking
Nevada just started to come in.
Oh, Nevada.
And no, okay, I'm not worried
Yeah,
about
but I
that.
don't know if
Robert
Nevada's gonna
Lowe-
make it.
So she's starting to catch up because Hawaii has been Hawaii starting.
Oh,
to turn
Hawaii.
blue. Yeah,
Yeah, but
that's,
no,
that's why
that's-
the numbers
that's
have got to
nothing.
increase.
There's
like
just a few.
expected.
I'm watching Sean's chat at the same time, and a couple of people are starting to say that she's catching up. Just calm down,
She's
everyone.
okay, Hawaii gave her 4. Okay, whoop-de-doo. She's not catching up. So Nevada has no votes, but let's assume she takes all of them. She gets 6, right? Let's
Yeah.
assume she wins. She gets 6, so that brings her to 216. Trump's still winning in
220.
This gives her 6 votes. That's 216.
Yeah,
She's-
plus Hawaii.
Trump's actually
Hawaii's already been
taken
counted.
a
Oh, okay.
0 point. I mean, as Arizona comes in, Trump is increasing his lead. There to 0.8, not much, but his lead in Georgia is 3% with 95% of the votes in. So it's very likely Georgia goes to Trump at that point.
I mean, they're-
Pennsylvania's leaning at 87%. Again,
and he's been
3%.
leading, by the way, in Pennsylvania since they were at 23%.
And Michigan's 54% of the votes in, and at 52% Trump to 46%.
See, I'm still
Campbell.
leery about Michigan because Michigan, I have a feeling, is going to go. It's going to be a
Wayne
lot
County,
closer if he wins.
Wisconsin's
County's only
Wayne County hasn't
incredibly
counted
close at 100, at about 100,000 votes.
We're only at 17% in Wayne County, which is Detroit, which is our most populous county. And for Oakland is pretty much, that's all Harris. It's 86% in.
Milwaukee.
And then Washtenaw, which is Ann Arbor U of M, a very liberal city, that's 66% for
Okay,
Harris.
Dane County is done in Wisconsin. That's good, but Milwaukee is still only 60% in. Although
apparently there's some data that's being shown that's out of date. It's not updating properly. Hang on. I'm just going to ask where Robert Lawrence is on to. I'm just asking where he's getting that from.
Case said it. I didn't.
In the suburbs outside the cities, I'm on I'm going to go now to Michigan.
Ooh, Michigan.
We can't get the Theodore Edgecombe vote.
Have to come in Michigan. If we could bring that up a little bit, the counties in Michigan that have not reported enough are Oakland County, 16%. That's where you're going to find.
Where's
Detroit
your
and Wayne
information?
County.
I'm looking at Oakland County,
Wayne County,
87%.
You're going to see only 17%.
Oakland County is at 86%.
Huge
I'm
number.
working on it.
Right now are
Oh, I'm behind. Shit. Sorry, guys.
Difference to answer your question, as I would have expected. I mean, I was in a I think it was a doctor's office, and there was folks just generally talking, and I was eavesdropping. And this lady said, "Yeah, I have to travel to California to do this. I'm so
Michigan's
tired
gonna
of
get
this
there.
here, and we have to
Michigan's gonna
change
stay
that.
red.
The third thing here."
CNN won't call Florida.
Look at it and go, "Yo, they've got to definitely be a MAGA supporter."
Florida is
and they're like,
easy
"No,
win
hate that guy.
for Trump.
Never was about that guy." And not because they said they were lifelong Republicans. There's progressive folks everywhere. It's just
Florida's
a matter
got
of, this is
95%
where I don't know.
in favor
How
of
you run a
Trump.
campaign
Why are
to
they not calling
motivate
it?
enough of those folks to come out, and not because
They don't want to call anything early because of what happened last election.
Yeah.
That's
Brett
why they
Baer
know.
is still having PTSD from it.
I don't blame them, to be fair, because that early call, and it was
Oh, this is
Fox, I
fine.
believe, who
Someone's
called it
connecting
early.
It was Fox. Yeah.
Really,
He gets shit to this day for it.
Yeah.
As he should.
Yeah, he shouldn't have called it that early.
All right, let's see
It's
what
crazy thing
CNN
to do.
is saying here.
They're at 95%. It's very close, but it's always very close. So you see Erie County, very close there. And I just want to come across the state, Northampton County. So you're on the, your Buffalo, New York border, and here's New Jersey here. You've got, 52 to 47 there. Not done yet, but the two multi-pivot counties, twice for Obama, then for Trump, then for Biden. At the moment, they're going back to Trump. I just want to show one more thing we haven't shown tonight. I just want to bring this out. It's not here. It is here.
Safa?
No,
Is
it's
meme coming on?
I will figure this
I
out
don't know.
eventually. I promise you. I just have too many gizmos.
I just sent out
want to come in
links.
here. Come on.
Too many Baldos?
Show you this. So let's go out nationally first. Everyone's been talking.
I
all
sent
night long
Farrell
about
a
the
link,
headwinds.
too.
There'll be a lot of questions asked about this after the fact. This is not a good environment for any incumbent. Kamala Harris is the incumbent vice president. What
No.
this do is not votes. This shows you the darker the county.
I don't think that's
the
a
more that
truthful
county
No.
get by
No, she's not there's no such
Darker
thing as an
county,
incumbent
more
vice president, for
energy
Christ's sake.
gas prices.
Well, I mean, she is technically
Hey,
an incumbent
John,
vice president. That just doesn't mean anything.
Well, yeah, she is the vice president,
John.
but she's running for president.
County where your wages
Thank
have
you,
outpaced
John.
inflation. You can use a hand. You will fill one hand.
How
Give me
many
more than
people
4,000
total voted?
counties and townships in the United States. You use one hand
84
to fill out the
to
counties where wages
84 million plus 74 million.
That's going to be really interesting. I want to see
Oh
what
my
the
goodness.
voter
The fact
turnout
that
is compared to previous elections.
Yeah.
More punishing. The more inflation has outpaced your wages.
Yeah.
Your cost of living. And just look. I mean, the
I
fact that she's
still
doing
say
as well in the
people are
suburbs
angry
is a
at the
testament to
economy
Democratic strength there.
and
But you
they're
see in
voting
these
for
other
Trump.
places.
They're voting.
As they should be.
They're voting for
That
the
was
opposite
headwind.
of the
And
person
that
in
came up. I can
office.
tell you, I was on the road for 15
Well,
months.
and the fact that the economy was
First trip to
amazing
left,
under
even
Trump
people
until
voting for
COVID.
Harris.
It was.
Even for
I
people
And it
doing
was
great.
turning around.
voting for Harris, we're saying it still sucks when I go to the grocery store.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
also why the right track, wrong track numbers are 75.
I mean, that is a serious thing, though. Trump needs to fix that
25, because there are
No.
people who think it's wrong track, but they're still
And
going
to
vote
say
for the
that the
Democrat.
president
Yet,
has control
this
over
is
the economy
difficult
is
to fight against if you're
there's not
if
much
you're
they
the
can do.
incumbent.
Well, I
but
mean,
it's always been a
Trying
talking
to
point.
win back.
Well, this is the thing. Like,
Arizona, Nevada.
if you come in and say, well, there's not that much I can do, you look insane, especially with the amount of tax that have been made on the Biden administration for the state
Yeah.
of the economy and inflation.
Well, the other thing is there's a lot to be said about perception. There's a reason why markets, the markets go up and down after the election. This market is going to go up if Trump wins, and it's going to go down if Kamala wins, and that's because of perception. And the perception has a lot to do with it, not just the power that the president has.
Why?
Someone said something, but I'm afraid to say I'll get backlash.
No, say what you
whatever you
want,
want.
Lady Law.
Yeah, say what you want. We're all good. We tolerated Jung earlier in the chat. You're fine.
Yeah. You can say I'm a sexy beast. It's okay. You won't get any backlash.
Oh yeah, I won't tolerate. Yeah, neither
I
will
just
David
love
tolerate
removing
that.
Salvador.
Yeah, it's good fun. Hey, I do it all the time.
Information in Georgia I'm getting from Gabriel Sterling, the top election official there. The margin right now in Georgia is 118,000 votes, right?
Sounds about right.
100,000 votes are outstanding right now. This is what I'm being told from Gabriel Sterling. Now, he says the split will go marginally for Harris. So let's break down what we know about where some of that outstanding vote is. Chatham, 40,000 outstanding, I'm told. This is a county that went to Biden in 2020. Carroll, outstanding, 18,000. This is a county that went to Trump in 2020. And then you have the blue counties of DeKalb and Fulton. DeKalb has 3,000 outstanding ballots. Fulton
He'll lose
has
16
2,000
electors
outstanding
if
ballots. Again, just to
Kamala
recap,
wins Georgia.
tight margin, 118,000, 100.
He could win Pennsylvania and still lose.
Georgia.
Yes.
Gabriel Sterling
Yeah.
says
So
it's
Georgia's
the
a
split
big
coming
ne-
from
a
that.
big
will be
need.
marginally, his prediction is for Harris. But this is what the data coming in is showing right now. Back to you.
John, do you have any questions for Pamela?
I mean, Decision Desk has already called it.
Total outstanding votes is 100,000.
If
He
I
said
wasn't streaming, I'd be
100,000
baking
votes
too,
out.
Aaron.
Yep.
Well,
And so I just gave you a little snapshot of where some of those places are. Chatham, Carroll, I asked, when are we going to find out these results from these counties? He did not have a timeline exactly for that.
Yeah,
Really soon.
couple weeks.
Significance, obviously, that Donald Trump right now has a margin of 118,838 votes, and you're saying there's 100,000 left.
If he's being literal, sometimes 100,000, they're getting calls from counties and they say 20,000, it's really 22.
Right.
Say 30,000, it could be 30.
Yeah, but you're talking about hold the fuck on. You're talking about the assumption that every single one of those almost would have to go to Kamala. And
Yes.
at best you're going to get a 70%.
So you're saying there's a
Like,
chance?
That's crazy. Like that's actually if that happens, I will be shocked. I'd be like, that's insane.
Yeah.
To see,
And
like,
she
to
also
see
pointed out
that.
the fact that they went for Trump last time.
Yeah,
Well, some of them. There's a
hang
couple.
on. I want to point out.
Yeah, but the point
Lady
is,
Los
it only
Sanders-
needs some of them. It only needs some of them with that current margin. Trump only needs to, like, it doesn't matter how much he wins by. And again, at the start of the stream, I said this wouldn't be a landslide. It doesn't matter how much by, but like, if that's your outstanding, that's where you're at. Like,
Yeah. Lady Law says that her aunt said to her, "I'm voting for Trump because Kamala is going through menopause, and that scares me." No.
Oh dear.
All right, I backed it up a touch.
Outstanding votes is 100,000.
He said 100,000 votes out. Yep.
Well,
And so I just gave you a little snapshot of where some of those places are. Chatham, Carroll, I asked, when are we going to find out these results?
you can see them looking at it like,
have a
should we
timeline.
be calling it then? Like, that's clearly what they're
Right.
doing.
Okay.
I mean, others have.
margin of 118,838 votes, and you're saying there's 100,000 left.
If he's being literal, sometimes 100,000, they're getting calls from counties and they say 20,000, it's really 22.
Right.
Say 30,000, it could be 33.
John,
But if he's
can I
being,
just jump in?
yes, please.
Actually, we asked about how do you know these numbers, and actually by law they have to have it,
Right.
the actual numbers. So I understand your point, but I think they do have more precise numbers based on what the law requires.
Interesting.
Well, then that math sends a shockwave through the Harris campaign.
Yeah.
If that is literal. Just even if she won them all, if there's 100,000 left,
Right.
and
If
she
she
won them all, and she won't.
So
he's
George is
180,000
going for
Just
Trump.
said marginally
Yeah.
for Harris, which
Right.
means probably like 53-47 or
Well,
something.
hold on. We don't know the water main vote.
Have the decision desk talk to the people in Georgia. Can I go back to Pennsylvania's for 1 second?
because it was so important. It's supposed
Philly's
so
our
important for
chance
every
to win.
Democrat
It's going to be
drive
Philly.
up the margins here. Harris is with 78% reporting. Harris is at 78.1% to Donald Trump's 20%. We've already talked about this. This is a better performance by Donald Trump than in 2020 and also in 2016. So
Philly is at 88%.
So what do you think Putin is
He
thinking
was at
with
18%.
Trump
Now
win?
he's above 20%. If we go all the way back in time, 21.
It's like me, old mate.
Do you want my honest opinion?
Yeah. Do you think he's scared of it?
I think Putin is desperate to put to end the war in Ukraine. Yes. He is. I think Putin would probably take a deal if Trump offered him a deal and said, "Hey, pull your troops out of Ukraine. We'll get Ukrainian troops out of Russia, and you fucking."
I think
Putin would,
and that's going to be
made to look good. Putin,
and that's Trump can make Putin look good. Trump can stop the war, and that's going to be one of Trump's legacies. That
Because-
and the whole Israeli thing.
Putin is on the edge of losing power. Like realistically speaking,
He almost had a coup.
Yeah, he is.
I don't-
He has had multiple areas fall,
Yes.
and like he has meat grinded his men. He's something like I think I saw losses in particular battles of something like 20 to 40 to 1 for Ukrainian to Russian loss to Russian to Ukrainian.
I want
loss.
Trump to
Really
negotiate
bad.
an end to that war so I can rub it in all the
Yes.
sweet space that I'm gonna run
think-
into the next year.
Putin wants a way to save face. I think he bit off way more than he can chew, and he just wants it to end, but he can't withdraw and admit defeat.
Do you know how Russia originally lost, like the Russian monarchy lost power?
Yeah.
It was a war with Japan. They lost the war with
Hmm.
Japan. That's
Yep.
what. And everyone assumed Russia will win because it's Russia. They're massive.
Yeah.
And
Yep,
actually,
it
everyone
is.
assumed this would be a 3-week war. Russia has been there
Hmm.
for 2 years fighting against Ukraine.
And yeah, well, they made the same mistake in Afghanistan,
Yeah.
and
it
so
was-
do we, quite
Well,
frankly. But-
yeah, but but there
Sure.
was real concern that
Sure.
Russia wouldn't be able to hold its end up during World War II, even. So
Yeah.
because they had lost so much, despite their size, their manpower, and everything, they were just not very good militarily.
Well, the thing is that
Well-
the what lost Germany against what caused the loss of Germany against Russia was the fact that they stayed through the winter. They made the Napoleonic
Yeah.
mistake.
Yep.
If they hadn't have done that, if they just bombarded and then pulled back, it would be a very different story because it gave Russia time to basically freeze them out and build a fuck ton of tanks, which they can't do now because they don't have the infrastructure to do it. They don't have the infrastructure to build like they used to. And also, even if they did, the tanks they would be putting out would not be good enough to fight against the stuff that the Ukrainians now have because they're using things like Challengers
from us.
Yes.
and
And
the rest of
speaking
you.
of someone who's been decimated by a war, Farrell, welcome. How are you?
I'm all right.
Have you been watching this with anticipation? Your gal's losing, you know.
I know. Sad
Hang on,
baby.
I gotta boost your volume.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's up with my mic.
Oh, Junior.
There we go. That should be better.
All right.
How we doing?
Okay.
So Salvador's talking to his cat now. I just keep pulling him out. Farrell, meet Beckett.
Hello.
So we are just hanging out watching the fun roll in. Glad you could join us. Have you been watching it at all? Or you been
I've been
watching
watching
us?
the whole time.
Have you?
I
Okay.
haven't been
Cool.
chatting much.
No. It's better not to chat. That's what I feel. And I pop in every once in a while when I have something to say. Is this this is West Palm Beach. Yeah, so this is
Now, I do want to add to what Donald
they're
Trump
looking
is doing right now,
happy.
because we were told that while he was over at Mar-a-Lago, essentially this was a
I'm
watch
not
party
one
that
for
was a
going to
dinner. They had
political
dinner and
rallies.
drinks.
I don't
The
think
plan
I've
was
ever
always
gone
that if
to
Donald Trump was going
like
to
a
come
political
over,
rally. I've gone to political fundraisers, but not anything like this.
I wish I did.
those members
I
You
did,
wish
we
you'd
went
gone to?
to a Trump rally in 20. 20-ish.
2020, you went to one?
Yeah.
So, Farrell, do you say you're a Kamala supporter?
No.
No, I'm just teasing her. She's not.
Definitely
I know.
not. Never.
I was
ever
just
listened to
because they
David.
have the same genitals. I was assuming.
Ah, okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
David, thanks very much for having me, and good to meet you, Beckett.
Oh, you
And
taking off?
congrats, everybody. Have a great night. I'll see you guys later.
Oh, bye, Excited.
Bye.
Everyone, go check out Excited. She streams sometimes with Dolly.
Apparently,
Most of the time.
Georgia has been called by NBC.
Has they?
Yeah.
All right, hang on. Let's go to NBC. I like being able to flip through these. MSNBC, I'm assuming, right?
Population there. Where are we waiting for remaining vote in Pennsylvania right now? Then we've talked a lot about Philadelphia.
Yeah,
Georgia,
Trump
there's
wins Georgia.
going to be a big batch of mail-in votes that we are not going to know until sometime
How
tomorrow.
is Fanny still in office?
That's it. There's also
Yeah, I told you like 4 times she won.
the same-day vote has been running.
Jesus Christ.
And again, the big
I told you like 30 minutes on stream.
currently 3 points behind where Joe Biden
You
ran
see
in
my
2020.
thing, David?
Phrasing.
Disappointment for Democrats. They won Pennsylvania, obviously, in 2020.
Oh, is that your Lego? Hang
But
on.
their Philadelphia number
Yeah.
Nice.
down
My
You
kid
finished
came home
it.
and built it for me.
mail-in ballots really boost
finished
them
it off
dramatically.
stream.
You know, Trump may finish with
Nice.
more than 20%.
I didn't finish it. My kid did.
To come.
Oh,
We've got a
nice.
few
It's
votes
even
left
better.
in Delaware County, big
He
suburban.
came home and did it in like an hour and a half.
Again, right now, Harris is not hitting that Biden number. She absolutely needs to hit and exceed that in these places.
Yeah,
Chester County,
she's
I
gonna
think we're
lose
pretty much
Pennsylvania.
down to
Let's
the
see.
vote
Okay.
by mail in
So they got
Chester County. Of course,
82%
that
of
is
the
the very
votes in
Democratic
here.
vote. So the question becomes, when
Um,
we get that vote by mail, Harris is at 54.5.
Some of
She's
these
gonna get
No,
past
they're going to get
conservatives.
the vote by mail.
Will the remaining vote by mail in Chester County do that for her? Up to
New
Montgomery.
York Times still hasn't called Georgia.
In here,
Nope.
this is a giant county, though. There are still
No.
lots of votes.
There's still a chance.
They're
Harris
really
Okay,
reluctant.
Juju.
past that Biden number with what's left to come here. No vote by mail left in Montgomery County. Move up to Bucks County.
Says very likely are,
Right
though.
here.
Says
This
very
would be
likely.
if Donald Trump hangs on here. Still plenty of votes.
Oh God, is Trump going to speak tonight? Oh, is he going to claim victory?
Area counties. This one a little bit more blue.
Oh,
collar
that
than
would
the
be
ones
amazing.
I just showed you.
Oh my God.
See, we saw it in Erie. We saw it in Northampton. We're seeing that in a lot of places.
I
too.
mean,
also, I'm giving you
he's at 96.9% on Polymarket, 95 on Predicted.
in Delaware, in South.
He never got this close in 20.
We've got Washington
Six-
all in.
or
I want to call
20.
your attention to this because
I'm
these
just
are
gonna
two
leave
big
this
bedroom community
this
suburbs
chat
of
right up
Pittsburgh.
over Ellie's face.
County,
God
Donald
damn
Trump
it.
has improved tonight. The core Republican area. He wanted to
We
boost
need admin control.
You can
Then
see it
again,
on
the stream would have ended an hour ago.
next door.
Yeah, definitely.
An hour?
There is still
Yeah,
No,
Dolly would have
like
just been
5
like,
minutes.
Trump's won by.
36 here right
Salvador has a tendency to end streams accidentally early and then not end them accidentally at the end of the stream.
Yes.
out of Philadelphia. Where
That
right
has happened occasionally.
so far. And again, out of Chester with that vote by
I
mail,
have
it's more to come in Montgomery.
had issues.
They're going to need to get bigger
Are
margins
the
of votes
Turks
to come.
still
Get
just like
170,000
ranting?
We'll
votes.
play them or MSNBC.
You're
It's a commercial
90%
right now.
in Pennsylvania. Just checking on Allegheny.
Oh, wait.
And again, those are the stakes. Trump wins.
Told
this.
you.
He's probably got this.
Steve Kornacki, thank you very much. We've got a call to make. NBC News.
He had to take a drink of water.
Ooh.
He had to get that out of his mouth, that taste. He's probably got this.
Had to get the semen out.
They call the Senate for the Republicans.
Is that NBC News is also projecting a couple of Senate races. Since
She's
we
gonna cry.
the Senate
Oh no.
in Nebraska.
So if Trump gets the presidency, does that mean we get control of the Supreme Court justices?
Independent challenger.
So essentially, are we at the point where this is basically coming down to Pennsylvania?
Ran a very close fight.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, so if we look at the numbers,
And Arizona.
Will be returning to the Senate.
oh, no one cares about Arizona. All right,
Shut
so
up.
We won't know what they've done in Arizona for several months until somebody's like, "Oh, we found a box." That's
Yeah.
not worth worrying about.
all right, so if we look at the numbers here, Pennsylvania is 19. That will put Trump at 249, so that's not enough to win. Oh wait, we got Georgia though. Georgia is at 16, so So 16. What did I say this was? 19. You got to ask me the math. All right.
Are
So
all
that
of
is
these ones all
32.
Netherlands?
32. So that's 262. So that's still not enough. He needs to pick up one of these states. And hopefully, God willing, it's Michigan. So that would
I know how
be.
you feel.
But if he picks up Wisconsin,
Hold
that
on,
would be
hold on.
enough.
So wait, just so because we've been going for hours and I've been drinking. So,
Right.
if he gets Georgia and Pennsylvania, what would that put him at?
So that is 35.
That would.
That was 35 on top of this, so that would put him at 265.
Okay. So
With Alaska, that would take him to
with- yeah.
269. So if
Yeah.
he loses Nevada, Arizona, Minnesota, Wisconsin, and Michigan,
He has to win one more of these states.
yeah,
Plus-
it would be tied at 269 to 269.
Oh, then we go to the House for a vote. God, that would be amazing.
Which Trump then has the House, or the Republicans have the House?
Well,
in theory,
they do have the House, yeah. But does he have friends in the House? Is the question.
Well, I mean, would a okay, you can ask if they have friends, but let's be honest, no Republican is going to want to be the one who's outstanding to vote against Trump.
You know,
because it
this would be the first
political
time since
suicide.
like 1820 something. 1820 something would be the last time that the House had to vote on a president. So he has to win.
I know you're all very happy, but I really want that to happen. Just 'cause it'll be fucking hilarious.
I do too, just for the chaos.
Yeah. All right. So
You think they
Georgia,
could just slip an extra vote number in here somewhere where they don't have to have this problem? Like, just make it odd. What's going on?
Georgia's a ooh. Well, who's this?
Oh my God! Turn the volume up.
Campaign.
It's like
Good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done.
Safa.
Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America.
Are they going to
We
concede?
still have
No, she's just not going to come out at all.
we still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight. Make sure that every vote is counted, that
It's so
every
late, my
voice
watch is
has
dying.
spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight.
Doing the old Kamala
You
or
will
Hillary.
hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation.
What the hell's the HU
So
family?
thank you. We believe in you.
They're calling it a
Bless
night
you. May God
at
bless
1 a.m.
you. And go HU and go
Pussies.
Harris. Thank you all.
Wow.
A short and to the point statement.
Trump is taking his
from
power
Senator
nap right
Richmond,
now,
the
so he can
Harris
go live on
campaign
stage
co-chair,
himself in a little bit.
Speaking to what is still a considerable crowd at Howard University in Washington, D.C.
And they're all filing out now. They're all heading towards the exit.
They're going
They're
home.
letting
I think they're heading to a
assembled
bar.
there, but for the Harris campaign, and
Gotta be honest, that's
it's-
this is a
it's
stiff
support of
drink
President Harris.
moment.
letting everybody
That's a
know
what?
that she's not going to be speaking
Stiff,
on any subject.
stiff drink moment.
Yeah,
Stiff
yeah,
upper lip.
It is.
Even why would you not
think-
come on the dress your people?
Do you think she's
Clinton didn't?
That you will hear from her tomorrow. I think indicating that she may be speaking. From
No, Clinton was throwing shit back in the green room. Do you think Harris is doing the same?
But also addressing.
Either that or passed out from alcohol.
I just wanted
Maybe
to
eating a small child.
re-emphasize a point that Lawrence made before that speech about where we stand tonight. We're looking at a map that appears to show
A
somewhere
lot of
in the
red.
order, a national 3 or 4 point swing from 2020 towards the Republican Party. We have called the Senate for the Republican Party. That they were always favored to take the Senate, given the map. So
I
it's
mean,
not hugely
even if
surprising.
she somehow wins,
There is
we have
This
a
is
weird
amazing.
wrinkle
This
here,
is
which
an
the House
awesome
of
night.
Representatives. Now, in 2016, of course, Donald Trump won that race despite losing the national popular vote. He won the White House, the Senate, and a House majority. He had a trifecta.
He's
When
projected
Joe
to
Biden
win
won
the
2020,
popular
he
vote
had the
tonight,
Senate
sir.
and the House a trifecta, thanks to those 2 Georgia runoffs. It is a genuine possibility that
Oh, it would be funny if he won the popular vote and lost.
the Senate is called for Republicans. The Democrats take back the House from Republic. This is not like crazy talk. This is not like some, it's 1 a.m. and I'm punchy. Like mathematically,
They're hanging on to
based what
so
we know
much
so
hope
far,
right
based on
now.
the flips we have, that is genuinely an outstanding possibility. That could be
Oh, the amount of copium they are huffing right now.
in ways that I cannot overemphasize.
And we're going to have to, as we start to see House races get called and as we watch for additional flips and ads, we're going to have to.
Oh,
talk about
God.
the consequences
There's
of
going to be a domestic incident in her house tonight.
leaving without talking about those consequences. But before we leave Howard University, I want to go actually to MSNBC's Michelle Norris, who's
We gained 2 in the house.
all those remarks from Cedric Richmond. We saw the reaction from the crowd from that aerial or that high mounted shot in terms of people turning and leaving. Cedric Richmond, Michelle, making clear
Holy crap.
that will not be speaking.
Is this Rachel Dolezal?
From her, but it does sound like
That is, yeah.
Was I right in understanding what Cedric Richmond
You get
was
the
saying,
joke.
that she will be
Oh,
back
right.
in
Okay.
hours?
Sorry. Someone's just sent me a clip of Boogie from Local
Oh.
Live losing his fucking mind.
Oh, how's Chris Chan doing?
People turned off and they were out of here. The evening was getting increasingly somber as people realized what this map is.
Donazal, I think
He
her
did
last name
indicate
was.
that she would be back tomorrow
Oh,
to speak
God.
to people here and to speak to the nation. That, of course, is a logistical nightmare on several levels because the university was not expecting her to come back tomorrow. I don't know how large the crowd
The
will be. There are
university's
a
going
lot
to
of
deny
us.
her access.
I do know that there was a lot of hand wringing and consternation in her
Oh,
camp.
God. They really
we have
cleared out
lots-
fast.
We should start to
Yeah,
head
look
here
at
to
them. They
Victory
went
Party,
Oh,
which
God. There's going to be a lot of
town.
DUIs
At
tonight.
one point, they turned off the TV set and just piped up the music.
They turned off the TV set.
Just don't look.
A lot
It
of
doesn't
people do
matter.
not- you know, I haven't had a
It's not
chance to talk to
reality if
people
you
who
don't
expressed
see it.
disappointment. Now, there really is still a lot of people who are holding on to hope, trying hard to hold on to hope. But the numbers, it's hard to do that in the face of a map that really looks like it's presenting a very steep challenge. And a country that at this point
Oh, I
is
want
still
Trump to
very
give a
divided.
speech.
And
Oh, look at Rachel.
NBC News has called 2 of the 7 swing states. They have called Georgia and North Carolina.
Oh,
for
Georgia's
Democrats.
called now
Also
by New
called
York Times.
Senate for the Republican Party. 5 swing states remain to be called, but as you
They
say,
called
the
Georgia now.
internal math, which
Let's
we
see,
have
yeah,
been following with
2.
Steve Kornacki, the wins in Georgia and North Carolina have created the mood that you're describing. The last
We
thing
need
that
Pennsylvania to be
246, baby.
the Harris campaign.
So 265
O'Malley Dillon said
when he wins Pennsylvania.
It's going to be down to the blue wall.
Yep.
The blue wall is still
And then he just
uncalled
needs
at
one
this
of these
point,
other
But it
states.
sounds like the Harris campaign.
He needs
is
Arizona, which I
sort
doubt.
of
Count on.
in terms of
Yeah.
whether or not they're going to
Fucking
string people
Maricopa.
along into thinking this is going to happen.
Michigan,
And in that note
Wisconsin,
that
or
Jen
Minnesota.
O'Malley
That's
sent
what he
out
needs. One of
earlier,
these 3
there was an
states.
indication that
Minnesota's not gonna.
a little more than
No.
an hour ago.
Minnesota is not
At
going to.
that point,
They're a lean Dem.
Oh,
Likely
well, he
Dem
needs
now.
Wisconsin or
and
Michigan.
we'll be back at this in the morning.
Yes, that's right. Michelle Norris.
It's going to come down to
I
Michigan's
imagine,
going
are
to
not
pull it
freeing
through
you
for
to go
Trump,
sleep anytime
like we
soon.
did in
I imagine
2016.
we may
You're
be
right.
not
I remember
sleeping
that
yet.
now.
Minnesota is at 62 and they're likely Dem. Wisconsin is at 85% in and they're lean R.
At how
Yeah.
you could see how it
Georgia-
could be different, right?
Georgia
you
is
could see
called.
how you could see
Yep.
how they could expect that to be the
Georgia's
candidate.
called.
I think they
Pennsylvania's-
planned for everything.
Pennsylvania's the next
it's
domino to
close,
fall, and then I
and
say
it's
Trump has
ahead,
it.
But Trump declares victory. I mean, all
Trump,
these things
like
that
Trump's
everybody's
ahead
pointing
by
out.
like
Now we're just waiting for the blue wall states
150K.
to come in and watching
Is
the
he?
math.
Yeah.
Sending people home.
Yeah,
is
it's one.
Oh, yeah, 51.1.
197 to 32.
It's not possible.
Yep.
I mean, I think there's no other way to describe how people
What's
feeling
California
leaving
in that?
venue and people on the campaign than deflated.
California is 43% in.
Have not been called.
Oregon 60.
That venue tonight.
Washington 64.
Was a historic
Um,
election of Kamala Harris.
Montana's 17 in.
Was the
and-
end of the Trump era as they knew it. And so we don't know the outcome yet, but that is not what they are receiving. And they are being told to go home and wait till tomorrow. It's a hard thing to hear. I just want to say one more thing. And
Oh, poor Saki.
I think a lot about the campaign team. And I've done a lot of these campaigns, as you all know. And Jen O'Malley Dillon has 3 little kids. She
Steph.
years electing Joe Biden.
That's why stealing cats.
House to be the deputy,
Is he trying to make
deputy
sure that
chief of
their
staff. Then she
housing-
went to the campaign and moved there to run
I was
this
gonna see what
campaign.
these guys are
You
saying.
have
Is it in West LA, right? And then she starts talking nothing but banker friends. Pissed because they're pissed because they can't afford houses anymore. I went to a wedding down in Florida, a bunch of guys from Florida, New Hampshire, all over the country, right? Nobody fancy. It's a guy who led Wolfpack. These guys are real, like as salt of the earth as it gets, right? Every person I talk to, man, I can't buy a house. I got a decent job. I got a good job. I'm really, lucky, happy, etc. I got a good family.
Because
But
Biden
it's
is in
impossible.
the
Yeah. Oh wow. Why did Biden lose?
My parents had a house. Why can't I have a house? Why are we going backwards? I heard that everywhere. Imagine if
You
somebody
wonder
said,
why you lost.
I'm not going to stand for it. We had houses.
God, he's
You're going to
getting
have a
so
house.
pissed.
And if I got to go after every son of a bitch on Wall Street, then that's what I'm going to do. Okay?
What is he talking about?
No way. There's a 0% chance.
I don't know. I think somebody took his dog, so he can't fuck it.
No, he did this in 2016 as well.
They'll never fight. Never fight for you.
This is what I waited for.
Losing.
I will take a potential Trump win.
Moronic
For Cenk to be like this. I'm very.
I'm going to lose to a guy like that twice. You think they'll learn anything? They'll learn nothing.
Oh my God! What is he doing?
I mean, look, I like Congressman Cohen came on here and said,
"Is he having
"We
a
need more
stroke?"
money." Oh, come on, Jesus Christ! And he blamed the American electorate, but it's not his fault. He's actually one of the most honest guys in Congress, because that is the you did go talk about woke mind virus. A lot of that is BS. There's a Washington mind virus. Money. It's supposed to lead to victory.
Oh my God!
This
This guy's train of thought is everywhere.
For fucking money. He is constantly begging for money
why do I keep
while calling out everyone else for taking money. It's
Oh my
fucking
God!
insane.
I haven't seen someone act like this since Hella turned me down.
Speaking of, if you guys are loving this coverage, don't be afraid to super chat, gift a membership, or whatever.
So if Kamala Harris, this was the plan that I wanted to get to Tim Walz, but I'm not connected enough. I'm not rich enough. I didn't donate enough, so I couldn't get to Tim Walz. What I wanted to say to them is try to pass paid family leave in the middle of the election. Again, they would have been like, oh, that's like 1% risk. No, that's so risky. No. Be civil. Don't do anything. Play prevent defense. Who the hell told you were winning? Why are you playing prevent defense? Because if you try to pass paid family leave in the middle of the
God,
then, okay, I get it.
He's
That's
talking faster
right?
than his
what
word,
would've happened?
his mouth
You put
can
the
form
Republicans
words.
in a super tough
Or his brain.
because they got to either sell out their corporate donors or they got to sell out the average American. 84% of Americans want paid family leave. You go out there, you say, I'm going to save those moms. I'm not having you send them back into the assembly line a day after they give birth. You're going to pass paid family leave now?
Who the hell is saying that?
The day after the election, after we kick your ass and take all your seats. So which one is it going to be? And then that would force the Democrat
Just learn like Kamala.
and go, no, I'm against mom.
He's
Hold on.
getting
I'm against
he's so
84% of
worked up.
Americans.
This is amazing.
I don't want him to have
You
paid family
shouldn't be
leave.
holding
He's gonna-
policies hostage. Or if you vote for us, we'll pass this thing for you. That's fucking insane.
Yeah.
That is actually a vote loser because the electorate's not
Never do
stupid.
that.
They know what you're
They're not
doing.
that smart. I hear, oh, they're so smart. No, these
This guy's gonna have a
leaders
stroke.
Are simpletons.
I know.
They're
It's gonna be
servants.
great. I hope it's live.
They're like, please. And I made an ad. I'm Kamala Harris. I'm full of joy. Okay, what did that get you? And they say, oh, Jake, you're too angry. Too angry? What? You think, does Donald Trump look like he's kind? Does he look like he's in a good mood? I mean,
he's
people
often in a
want
good mood.
Is Kamala still the campaign of joy?
They want them to represent
This
them.
is Kamala's
to
joy.
fight for them. But that has never occurred to a Democrat.
You know, it's funny. I heard earlier on talk radio that Trump's campaign, he was going to the base and he was getting really mean. And Kamala was hanging out in Pennsylvania, and she's the happy campaign. This is the happiness that they're talking about.
To be fair to Cenk is very, very anti the Democrat Party, frankly. I mean, like he
At
keeps
times,
saying,
yeah.
But not
he's
because he's in favor of Republican policies, because he thinks the Democrats are
because-
doing
yeah, he
liberal
thinks-
policies wrong.
Yeah, he's like, we need to be more radically left wing. That's Cenk's position, and it
Yeah.
also just comes in line that being more radically left wing is giving Cenk money. I both love and hate the Young Turks and have done for years. It's just great to see him have another meltdown. It's fantastic. This is a guy who wants people to trust him with politics, but tried to run for president when he's not legally allowed to run for president.
Wait, why is he not legally allowed?
It's to do with his status. He's because he's not native born.
Ah, okay.
So he can't run.
All right. That's funny.
2 hours ago, Cardi B said, "We need a Hail Mary."
Are you watching Twitter?
Yeah, I just pulled it up for the first time.
And probably we never will.
Oh my God, Barron Trump voted for the first time.
I have no interest in listening
who he voted
to a
for.
single Democratic politician ever again. They can go kiss my ass. They can do whatever they want, and we never listen to them anyway. And they hate us because we're right and they're wrong. Oh, wrong.
Harry Sisson.
Right. Okay. So
I don't know if you guys can
they're
see
not
this.
going to learn.
Oh
You
my
have to
God.
listen to the primary because the line is on mainstream media.
Okay, that's pretty funny.
Yeah,
Fight
this
harder
is good.
against
I'm
progressives and
retweeting this.
populists than Republicans or Donald Trump or anyone else. Well, brothers and sisters, nobody said life was fair.
Poor Cardi. She want to make this a wet ass White House.
Media. We got to destroy that mainstream media that is filled with lies on top of lies about how the politicians are so honest and the donors have no control over policy and 100% control over policy. Everyone in mainstream media is a liar who goes, "Oh, well, here's a bill. Well, I'm not going to talk about the donors."
Let's remind everyone Cenk takes huge amounts of money from donors, but never mind.
Dad, the donor class won the ideological debate again, but I won't call them the donor class. I won't tell you that it's corporate Republicans and corporate Democrats that are playing good cop and bad cop against you the entire time. So these Democratic leaders are the most useless people on earth. If they're not all fired, the Democratic Party is out of its mind. So as the voters, you have to understand, those guys have a vested interest in protecting their own ass and protecting their money and their privilege and their status. You need to
like me around R. Kelly.
Fire themselves.
Nevada started to come in with 16% of the vote, 56% for Trump, 42% for Kamala.
Sorry, say that again.
Nevada has started to come in with 16% of the vote, 56% for Trump, 42% for Kamala.
Oh, finally.
You have to fire them. So the next time,
Very Trump. Oh, but yeah, 16%. Okay.
Very early, but
yeah.
Oh no, be a good boy and girl, be civil, and vote for Democratic leaders. They know what they're doing. Those are the same goddamn liars that told you that Joe Biden was totally fine, that he was young and he was dynamic behind the scenes, and it wasn't a problem at all. At that point, he was down 8 points nationally. He was getting slaughtered. He was down by 18 in Iowa, and I could go on and on. They've been lying to you the whole time. If you're on the left, you're a Democratic voter. Wakey, wakey. I need to wake you up out of the hypnosis that you're in, that Morning Joe, The View, and all mainstream media has put you in. They're lying.
Do you know, unironically, if people like Cenk and Hassan and Vosh hadn't spent so long shitting on the Democrats, I think they would have done better in this election among young voters. Legitimately.
Loss after loss after loss.
Probably.
So Democratic voters snap.
I mean, you don't get a lot of people if you're dogging them the whole time.
Yeah, and then they're surprised.
Fire them all. And if you don't, okay, then keep
Why is
losing
he
to
yelling?
buffoons, to obvious con men like Donald Trump. Keep losing and losing and losing.
Because he can't
and
make
never
his
figuring it
arguments
out.
with facts
Here, I
and
solved it
reasons,
for you.
so
I
he
figured
feels
it
like
out.
he has
It's
to
the
yell.
goddamn corruption. All the stupid donor money, all it's ever done is lead to more losses. So if you don't fire them, you have no one to blame but yourself. Young Turks will be back.
That was great.
It really is the case that these people shit on because again Cenk has spent years shitting on Biden, you know, and then he's surprised that like people could become disenfranchised voters. The left is so, and I say this as somebody who's on the left, it fucking eat ourselves half the time. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing.
Over 200 now.
What's that?
Oh, that thing just had her at like 193. I thought she was over 200 too.
Yeah, she's 210.
Okay.
Oh, these memes are so amazing.
Yeah, Twitter is blowing up. Twitter is amazing right now.
In Wisconsin, it is too close to call with
Please still be too close to call.
86% in.
In Arizona, it is not too close to call. It is too early to call. We've got just over half the vote in Arizona. You can see the numbers there. And in Nevada, similarly, it is not too
Here,
close
I pulled up a meme.
to call with 70% of the vote in.
I'm Kamala Harris. I don't need a primary.
So bad. There we go. Oh, wait, hang on.
Hold on to that seat
There we
facing
go.
Nick Begich from a famous Alaska family. Nick Begich
It says the future is going to be so fire.
Democratic history in the state. This race is at this point too early to call in the House race in Alaska. That is where we stand. Steve, I'll get back to you.
Yep. So again,
You guys hear it, right?
Here,
Yeah.
about 200,000 just to reset.
Should have said no.
Looking at where else could vote in significant numbers. Center County here, we still have some to come. This is where State College is. Now, Trump leading here right now. I believe vote by mail still to come here. This was a Democratic county for Joe Biden in 2020. So an opportunity for Democrats to add a little bit. Penn State
Joe
University
Biden
right
when
there.
Kamala
So there are
walks
some
into the
pockets
White
that,
House
frankly,
meeting room after
this is
losing
a
tonight.
Republican
Did
county
you
in
see
a
this
big
one?
way by the
Yeah,
end.
I saw
Votes to come. We need vote by mail, it looks like, has been processed. So there are pockets where Trump can gain too. But again, Philadelphia, by far the biggest thing outstanding. Democrats just trying to squeeze everything they can. But with 93% in, making up a deficit.
This is actually real.
To be a very
Yeah,
tall
Twitter
order,
is awesome
for Democrats.
tonight,
I wanted
Casper.
to update Wisconsin as well as we approach 90% in the Trump margin there, about 4 points, as you can see right
Come on,
now.
give me
116,000
Michigan
votes.
or
We have been following
Pennsylvania.
this
If
story
both,
of
if
Dane
one of those goes
It's been a bit
for
of a
Trump,
mystery
I'm
for
going to
some
be
tonight
happy.
exactly how much vote was left. We actually believe. Now take a look at this. We said at the start of the night the margin for Democrats in 2020. Joe Biden was about 182,000 votes. So Harris has now actually gotten basically to the Biden level in 2020, and we believe there is a little
is
bit
Philly
more
not
in Dane County.
called?
It appears actually that question we posed at the beginning of the night here,
okay.
could Democrats squeeze more
So
out of
the
Dane
New York
County
Times
than they've
is
been getting every election
projecting.
this century they have. It looks like they may be
The New
able
York
to
Times
do
is
that. We'll see. Make sure
projecting
there are a
Trump
few
will
left there.
get
Obviously, if they do,
306 electoral
we
college
expect them to break
votes.
decisively.
Wow.
Kamala Harris.
Wow.
One other thing I did want to point out and just make sure we kind of get on
And
the
if he wins the popular vote, please.
Chance of him
country
winning
here,
is
and you see in gray the
95%. Look at
states
that.
aren't called. You take a look on the East Coast here, and this
That's
one
awesome.
stands out. New Jersey, which in 2020 was a state that Joe Biden won by 16 points. Now, nearly 90% of the vote is in here, and Harris does have a pretty healthy lead over Donald Trump. But a couple things we can note here. I wanted to call your attention to
They're
this.
still going
This
to
is
New
Passaic
Jersey. They
County.
already
The
called
city of
it.
Patterson, New Jersey is here. Passaic is here. This
No,
is
they haven't.
How
Hispanic county, working class Hispanic county, 42% Hispanic. Look at this. With just about all the vote in, Trump is leading in Passaic County. This was a 17-point Joe Biden victory in 2020.
I didn't think this at the time, but somebody said to me,
And again,
what's going to swing the election is people calling the Latin vote Latinx. And that's what will swing it. And I'm like, fuck,
Yes.
has that actually happened?
Yes. They
Several
hate that.
Latinx will invade or will elect Trump.
I think we had just mentioned New Mexico a minute ago. The Trump campaign said they were targeting this. It's a 5-point win for Kamala Harris. But just take a look at the story of this. This is down from about 10 points for Joe Biden in 2020. I'm going to show you just two counties here to give you an idea, because this is a microcosm of what I've been seeing around the country tonight. Bernalillo County, this is where Albuquerque is. This is the big sort of metro.
This guy gets so excited.
College degrees, county we've been talking
Can we
about.
see where
Almost gets to the Biden level.
Alec Baldwin shot somebody?
Drop off for Harris here. And this is a
Yeah,
giant, this is where
zoom in
Albuquerque
on
is,
that.
just giant vote producing county. Now let's get to a county that's almost
I guess
70
Hannah can't vote.
down where Las Cruces is. And you see, again, this is going to be a Harris County tonight.
Yes, she can.
Change. This was almost
Well, she's in prison.
victory for Joe Biden, cut down by 10
I
points.
do need to write her.
In New Mexico, the counties in New Mexico.
Hey, that one
with the
person
highest
watching on
Hispanic
Twitch.
populations are where Donald Trump has made his gains. The reason he got this down to 5 points are the counties with Hispanic population there. So you're seeing that, outside of the core battleground. And as I said, I've been showing you in Pennsylvania all night. One of the stories of how Donald Trump has gotten this lead tonight has been all of these mid-sized cities.
Is Kamala refusing to concede?
Mid-sized cities.
She's pitching a huge fit.
Populations. That's where Trump's
aggressively drinking and yelling at staff.
Very much.
Oh, that doesn't sound very democratic.
Outstanding. Obviously, we've got.
This
Senate
was supposed
races
to
that
be
remain
my year.
outstanding. We've also been talking control.
I was supposed to be the first woman president.
I hate that. My year.
The best thing I would say, most definitive.
Oh, Trump should just
is
change
that,
gender
we're not
and
gonna
become a woman and be the first female president.
contested.
Suffer Hillary.
Even just
Wait.
California. And California, very proudly and with no.
Wait, she's trying to set up a contested election. We can't call these states because there's just too much. What'd she say?
Pennsylvania all night. One of the stories of how how Donald Trump has gotten this lead tonight has been.
I went back too far.
Yeah, you did.
We've got Senate races that remain outstanding. We've also been talking about
contested
control of the House. Now, as far as I understand it right now, the best thing that we can say, most definitive thing we can say about the House is that we're not going to know. And that's because there's so many contested House races that are going to
Aren't
come out
all the
even
races
just in
contested?
California. And California, very proudly and with no compunction whatsoever, takes weeks to count.
Yeah, they're just like, you'll wait.
You'll wait, and it'll be really important for the country, but we'll get to it when we get to it. And they've done it that way for years in many cycles, and there's no fighting with them about
Your
it.
aunt is right next to you.
now,
Is
at
she
this hour, I
happy,
understand that
Lady
there
Law?
are roughly 2
Trump's gonna
Democratic
win.
flips, meaning seats that were held by Republicans that are now held by Democrats, and roughly 4 Republican flips, seats that were held by Democrats that will in the future be held by Republicans. And so we'll look at some of those details and we'll try to keep an eye
Good
on.
for your aunt. Tell her I'm happy for her.
All the uncalled races, there's tons of them here. But with a Republican-controlled Senate and with
Salvador,
the
you
sort
know
of
I
vibe
can
check that
see
we're getting
the
from the 2 presidential
porn
campaigns,
sites that
control of
you're
the House, as you
streaming
mentioned,
through. Right?
could become one of the most important things in the country.
And let's go back to control of the
I'm
Senate.
on Twitter.
Only control of the Senate for 2 years. And in the next 2 years, the Democrats will have the advantage in the Senate campaign that the Republicans had this time, which is to say more Republicans.
He single-handedly kept America from having the first female president twice.
Republican seats will be exposed.
Oh, wait, Paul.
And so it is
That's
a 2 year.
Oh my God.
That's awesome.
How to get that back in 2 years.
I'm not. I don't even care about that. It's just
generational piece of this. But in that 2 years,
Yeah, it
there's
does, Red.
formation of nominees. And if it's Kamala Harris sitting in the White House,
oh, poor
it's
Saki.
extremely difficult to get nominees through.
Well, she can go back to posting feet pics on the White House.
It's
Official.
the
Go back to a
social media
prosecutor's
account.
office.
of these nominees, and this might
Yeah,
be
the White House official
thing to watch.
social media account posted Saki feet
Or
pics
maybe
once.
people like there might be some who feel they're at risk in 2 years, and maybe
I
they'll-
did not personally enjoy them.
will have a huge impact.
Hmm.
That Trump would
No.
nominate might get through, even if
Is that the only thing you're not into? Is feet?
Jolly made this
Basically.
point on with me the other day, is that Vice President Harris's coalition, this broad coalition she built that includes the Liz Cheneys of the world and the Adam Kinzinger, her allies are not in power. They're mostly, members who are now turfed out.
Yeah.
And they're because they got the boot after they went against Trump.
Very Trumpy. It's very.
Oh, poor thing.
Like John said,
She's going to have to go back to her hair looking like Donald Trump.
had like a narrow Democratic majority.
What's
it
the
would
guy's
be
name on Young
incumbent
Turks?
Upon
Sank?
Sank. He's ranting again. I gotta pull this up.
Oh God. I can't wait for these comps.
Yeah, there we go.
So my parents had a house. Why can't I have a house?
Wait.
Why are we going backwards?
You definitely have that.
You have that.
Tonight
Yeah.
could
My
be a
parents had a horse. Why can't I have a horse?
I think it's a bigger problem for our country.
Are you going to milk it?
Change. At TY.
Hang on, where is it?
of the ideology that they supposedly hold. And I guess there's enough media, there's enough myth making, there's enough personal control over social media and media that people like Elon Musk have, that they can maintain.
Poor Elon.
They think that they're a part of some sort of populist movement when they are
my
literally
tweets go through
worshiping
his filter
the
first.
richest people on the planet. That will never stop being strange to me.
This is the best $43 billion anyone has ever spent.
Look, we can talk about some of the ways that they're going to personally enrich themselves if this does come to pass. Obviously,
he had to go to his
considering the fact that Trump is
rage room.
So
corner
he's going to
again?
like deregulate cryptocurrency or whatever. He just launched his platform, or he's launching it with one guy who has like said that crypto is a massive scam, and now he's heading up the president's crypto platform. They are going to make insane amounts of money. And again, every right winger out there is going to think, oh, that's great. Donald Trump's awesome. He should make all that money. Do you understand that he's going to make that money from you guys? That is how crypto works. It's a money transfer from some people to others. He's the platform stakeholder. It is going to be a massive transfer of wealth from all of you to him. Crypto already is plagued by scams and identity theft.
This
They're
guy
gonna
must be an
deregulate it
economist.
further. Maybe not you personally. Maybe you won't invest in it, but people you know, family members, friends, are going to lose everything on these platforms to these people.
That's how the stock market works,
They're gonna
princess.
transfer untold billions
We just
in
put the
additional
Legos
government
now.
contracts to his companies, which
No,
It
please
looks
God,
like
no.
Nevada's
getting
at
regulations all
68%,
gone.
and it looks like it's
There are
gonna go
going to be
Trump.
people who do very well in the
Nevada's
short term over the
at
next 4 years.
68% already.
You, dear MAGA viewer, are not one of them. You don't
51 to 47.
Dear MAGA viewer, you are not one of them.
very, very wealthy, and they're way more excited than you are right now.
Nice.
Anyway.
They are. So I'm still looking at the presidential race.
They have no idea what to
Wall,
say.
There's a steadiness to the way these margins have remained.
Nevada's going to be 6
There's a
electoral votes.
states, but
There's a steadiness to the way these margins have remained.
Wisconsin's at
that?
nearly 90%, and it's leaning Trump.
Philadelphia has been, Philadelphia County is at 89%.
Yeah, buddy.
So it's 11%. But again, we're talking at 224,000
Where
votes.
Farrell lives.
7% Montgomery County
Wisconsin.
outside of Philly. Bucks County is at 69%. But Trump is
Call it.
So a county that that was next to near New Jersey, it's a bedroom community for some.
New
and
Jersey's
it's
gone
not going the way
Kamala.
they needed to.
It's
and the bigger
51
counties,
to
Chester
47
County
with
outside
90%
as
of the
well,
votes
where Harris is doing well.
I was just talking about
Come
Jersey.
down a little bit. Come down south.
New Hampshire is the
there.
yeah.
You see that the
Go on,
margin
let's get a New
is
England
fine,
state.
87% counted, but there just aren't enough votes there when you're down 224. She's got to make much bigger inroads, and it unless there is
See,
more. that
everyone
we
who
don't
says
know, which is
like
quite
we need to
possible
do away
when
with
it
the
comes
electoral college
to mail-in
is in the
ballots
blue
and
state.
Provisionally.
I mean, but look at the vast
be a
middle
tough row
of the
to hoe, and
country
it's
that's
gonna be the
red.
one that
right?
she's
This
gonna
is
have
the
to-
electoral
she's gonna have
college
to
would
get
do
through
away with this.
in order,
However,
to
saying
become
that,
president.
Trump
it's
is still
looking,
at the popular vote.
I would say pretty grim.
God, I want him to win it so bad.
Wait, where
in
is it?
Michigan, you do the same thing, but the
And can I just say,
to about
George Bush
40,000 there, but
won the popular vote by like 400,000 in 2004.
these are
Yeah.
But in Ohio, he only won Ohio by like 40,000.
Detroit is, and only
So he very, very close came to losing Ohio, losing the electoral college while winning the popular vote.
outside a
Oh,
little
that's
bit north
interesting.
in Oakland County, but they've
I'm
counted
just
most
saying.
of those votes as you get into Genesee, where Flint, Michigan is.
95% of the votes in Oakland County have been counted.
6%.
They're still
right
missing
now,
mine.
so the numbers aren't there. And then you move over.
It's in
to
the mail.
Rapids, Kent County, but in Kent County, you've got
Kent.
most of those votes counted already.
Kent
So
County
not that big
is
of an advantage.
blue.
Not that big of a advantage, but it's more the numbers, right? I mean, there are only 326,000 votes that have been counted in Kent County, and 9% of what's 10% of that? It's another 32,000. So maybe
It's
she makes up a
interesting.
margin
There's a
of
county
16,
up in the UP
17,000
that's
there.
gone Democrat.
She's down
I
232
feel like
in
that's a
Michigan as we
first.
speak. So it's just becoming more and more difficult.
They
to
cheated.
navigate that right now.
The whole night you're like, no, it's going Trump. But one county, and you're like, fucking fraud, mate. Like,
Goddamn cheaters.
Secretly elated tonight.
Who's that?
Gavin Newsom.
Yeah, well, there's probably a few.
I wouldn't.
But she's not wrong.
He had the most to lose with the Harris victory, but he really despises President Trump.
That's true.
You know, so
But he loves his political career more.
he
And-
does.
God, when did Anna become the voice of reason?
So
when she
this
got
is
accused of
apparently at
being
11
transphobic
p.m.
and started to lean
Ah,
slightly.
there
left
come the
towards-
suitcases.
Here they come.
This
terms of
is
someone who has
allegedly
a lot
Detroit,
of
although I
negatives
don't
right now,
recognize
the
it.
way that they avoided Massachusetts, and
I don't know
that
where this
sort of
is.
clear-cut liberal. I think that next nominee is going to look a lot more like Tim Walz than Gavin Newsom would be my guess.
Oh, please, 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 please let Tim Walz be the next nominee. For the love of God, I beg you, Democrats, nominate Tim Walz.
I mean, you know, not making any, you know,
You're
big
so
promises
addicted
tonight.
to politics. You're
I'm
not gonna
addicted to it
stop.
too. Yeah, but I would be
This is
happy to
your
be
life.
a travel reporter too, and just
It's
you
like
know eat
it's like
good
breathing
meals.
air
And
for you.
it is like breathing air. You know, maybe I'll go into hockey reporting and move to Ottawa. And
You're
just
not
sit.
going to be satisfied.
Move to
I mean,
Canada.
you know,
Oh my God.
maybe I'll
Oh
cover
my God.
politics.
Is
Half
she talking
Irish
about
does
his
not
wife?
want you.
Move to Canada and cover. No. I do love politics, and one of the things that I can't stand most about this era of politics is that it sullies everything that I do like about politics, and I think politics is about what is possible, and that's what's so cool about politics, and it makes it parodies it, and these people don't care about politics. They're
Is this
Johnny's
what you were
Johnny's
watching?
come
Wait,
lately
hang on.
to
Shoot,
politics.
where'd
So
it go?
The gay AF dragon is still on screen.
lifelong relationship of knowing who Donald Trump is from being from New York City, and it's not fun. So
yeah, no, I hear
Wait,
you.
so is
I
this
think where I find a
Becca,
little
is
bit
this
of
what you were watching earlier? Let me see if I can pull that up here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Trump's actually going to win this fucking thing. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm so pissed off. Fuck.
Oh my God, I am so titillated right now.
Actually going to win this fucking thing.
Oh, is that Camelot on with him?
I'm so pissed off. Fuck.
Oh, and Sean?
Damn it.
No, that's not.
I'm
Sean.
not saying that was Sean.
Trump's actually going to win this.
That looks like Camelot.
No, I think Sean was also on.
Wait, hold on. Okay, what the?
Go back.
Pulling this up.
No,
So-
see in the middle. That's Sean, isn't it?
This is not Sean. No, it's another fat dude with a red hat. That's not Sean. This is Camelot.
Don't call
though,
Sean
right here.
fat. It would offend him. That is
okay.
Camelot.
What is?
Now I don't know if they're watching this or if they're actually on with him, but this is Camelot.
Okay, can I see his nipples
Camelot
again?
Was on Locale Live. Camelot was on Locale Live.
Okay. What do you want to see?
His
He wants to see it again.
Trump's actually going to win this fucking thing. Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm so pissed off. Fuck. Ah, God damn it.
Wow. I'm so titillated.
Oh, Boogie. You know, I want to invite him onto a Lego stream once.
Oh my.
Yeah.
Vote, you know,
Do it for the midterm. He
Our
can
good
break his
people
Legos
want
halfway
good things in
through.
this country. There's a lot of frustration among the electorate. There's a lot of anger among the electorate, and we got to find a way to bring people together, not to be all kumbaya, but it's true, and we need
To deal with Ricketa's court case.
institutions need reform.
Yeah.
I think Cenk was hitting the nail on the head to some extent when it comes
I'm
to
sort of
the
flipping
corruption
through
that's now become
other people's streams,
system.
and some of them are
And
fucking weird. Like I've gone to have a look at Wick TV, who's like a tiny political streamer, and he's sat there topless, just sort of staring blankly while two people explain how things are being gaslit.
Do I have to take my
he's,
shirt
like,
off?
swinging back and forward in the chair. It's not
Really?
good.
Is topless. Oh my God.
They have their own ecology now where they can do that. You can
What is going on with Wick TV? What is this?
We're out of, and when I say
Wait, John, Fox called it?
Republicans are kind of excluded from that.
Oh no!
When did he take
Not
his
only
shirt
did
off?
Fox
That's what
not
I'm-
call Arizona, they called
Oh, he-
Pennsylvania.
He has a shirt on. He has a jacket on. At some point, he just takes it off.
Well, he's cold.
Oh God!
Wait, play. There you go.
They finally did.
Hey, look, he's rocking. He's going insane.
that protest.
He is okay. So he is somebody who worked with PV. He is very, very anti-Trump, and he is.
Well, you could tell.
Yeah, he's done. You know, this is. He's had a laugh. He's had a lot of people on earlier on. I saw it, but this is.
$5. I'm sorry. Literally everyone alive for $5.
I'm fine. I'm fine.
I'm real tired. I'm dying.
I'm okay.
I hope everyone gets some sleep regardless of how they feel.
That's
about
what he
the outcome.
sounds like.
buddy.
It is getting late, gang.
It is getting late, gang.
I hope you have a good one tonight, man. I hope you wake up tomorrow and all your dreams come
Look,
true.
honestly,
I hope the votes come in tomorrow.
I don't need him to solve everything. I just need him.
I hope there's a water main break and the mail-in ballots come in and it's kumbaya.
So we can have more housing and more American manufacturing. That's all.
And I hope I can afford a shirt.
That's all you need is a
Kamala's America.
Oh God. And that's what Trump will
I'm
provide.
going to confirm this. Hold on, just real quick.
Why is this flag backwards?
I'm not gonna come tonight.
Because he's in distress.
No way.
Yep.
What? Just
Trump
now?
Hey, Steph, thank you very much for
Pennsylvania.
gifting him.
Aw, Steph, I love you.
Oh, we're
You're
done.
awesome.
We're sunk. We're gone.
No way.
It's fucking Jova boys.
That's
It's Jova.
Of homeless people.
Jova.
For years, Philly turning into an unlivable shithole.
One is
Cope and seethe, my boys.
about kicking the sleeping bags in Philly. It was great fucking joke. When the special comes out, y'all see it.
What else did you see? These guys are great.
Bro, it was.
I see a homeless guy, but that's about it.
What else have we got? We've got so they've been going for a while. Destiny Stream to me is
Trump is
incomprehensible.
Trump is at 267. Pennsylvania was called by Fox News. He needs 3 votes.
Destiny 2? Is that who you're talking about?
Alaska will put him at 270.
Destiny's got like a live stream.
Oh my God, Alaska is going to put him at 270.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Wait, what did he
Fox,
just get?
Fox has called him for Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And with Alaska, it'll be 270.
That's it. That's Pennsylvania.
That's it. It's over.
And Nevada's at 70%, hard swinging Trump. Wisconsin's 87%, also leaning Trump. I say hard swinging for Nevada. It's actually literally.
Let me go with
about.
Exultant crowd. So we shall.
Sal can't anymore.
Huh?
Sal had to walk away.
Although I'll be surprised tomorrow.
He's going to his safe space.
Line at JFK of Hollywood celebrities like leaving the country, as they said they were going to. This is the greatest country.
Let's hope they leave the country.
There will be so many opportunities.
They promised that last time.
Oh, everyone always promises that. I'm leaving. I'm done. I've had enough.
Salvador has left the stream.
She broke it. I will fix it. And she talked about having a to-do list. He's got a big to-do list, but he thrives on it.
Wait, who was the one that said they were going to drink Drano?
Is, I think, enthusiastic.
Oh yeah, she did, huh?
Yeah.
Of being President Harold, and
Sal went to Canada.
It is just an absolutely remarkable.
No, I'm not dodging the draft.
As a movie script,
So why do
people
you
would say,
think
"This
I
can
have
never
247?
happen in
So
the
why do
United
you
States of
think
America."
Alaska
He's
will
a
get him
single,
270?
I've said this before. He's a
They're basing that on PA.
PA.
going red.
Fox called PA.
Night he proved why. There were moments in the campaign where
That'll take it to 267
and that I thought maybe detracted from that, but tonight
or
obviously
260.
266.
he also ran a traditional
And Alaska, that takes it to
Three.
259.
and Democrats said he didn't
269. Yeah.
No,
So
right now it's at 267.
a wholesome way. Didn't talk about it in the most.
Where's the House at? Where's the
What are
House
they
at?
calling-
Is the House called for the Republicans? Or is that Senate?
If indeed he
Senate.
is almost at 270.
Senate was called for Republicans. The House has not been called yet because apparently there's.
American people.
With Nebraska and Maine, maybe.
President Trump. He did something we didn't do in this campaign. We had a real
John Doyle streaming? I didn't think John Doyle made content anymore.
opportunity as a party to
Oh, Maine was not called for
think about
Trump
Don't
yet.
write off the people, the American people, for the decision they made this evening.
Charlie Hurt, he will be the 47th president of the United States after everything that we saw in this election.
45 and 47.
Understand
Yep.
how some in the mainstream
Aw, poor Chris Wallace. he just wants to call
the top.
Arizona so bad for Harris.
Was done. There was a landslide.
Is there a
prediction
chance for
from a
Harris
lot of the
tonight?
media
That's
that
the
she was
poll
gonna have the landslide.
on
It
Young
looks like
Turks.
he's going to have the landslide.
Look at the results.
It's true.
I doubt it. Well,
I
take
think
your
this
swing.
actually, I think this ends before the morning.
It's not just.
I can't believe it.
I think
But she's-
Nevada. I think even let's just ignore Wisconsin for a second. I think Nevada is fast going that way, and those results have come in quite quickly, which is what we expected from Nevada. I think Alaska's obviously going that way, and Penn's going that way.
Right.
Once those three fall,
Yeah.
it's just a sweep.
Well, guys,
Um,
Arizona may come in. No.
In 6 months,
Yeah.
and then when it does, you can phone me and we can talk about it. I'll be really
Okay.
happy for you. Okay.
The AP is called Pennsylvania for Trump.
Durable party, and he's figured out how to win with that. And you can't help but think that with this victory,
Yeah, people are
in 4
starting to
years
call
from now, he's going to have the mantle that he can hand to the next Republican. So I don't know how Republicans ever go back to the old party that they were. But it is truly extraordinary, and it is all by the force of one guy, one man who had the fortitude, the strength, the vision, the refusal to accept anything. All of the experts counting him out, and he just kept on fighting and fighting and fighting.
Charlie, it would have been one thing for him to come back from a
Oh, these guys.
Yeah.
to be.
Hang on.
elected
Where's
again.
Young
But you
Turks?
think about
Where
it,
did
he
I
came
put
back
them?
from a series of them. I mean, his party lost in.
They still-
lost
he's not
in,
back yet.
The midterm when his 28, they lost
He's
in
not back
2018,
yet
they lost in
at all.
presidential
Safa saying Safa.
And this little arrangement will probably change momentarily for a little while, but we're not going anywhere here on the Young Turks. We're going to be back with more coverage. Keep it here, and we will try and.
He's
guide
been
you through.
gone for so long. He left that rant, and he has not been back.
Listen, Cenk, if you're gonna have Cenk, on the off chance you ever see this, if you're gonna have a heart attack, have it on stream, okay?
Yes,
So
please.
just tie up the content mill for me.
This guy.
Fight with peace. We fight with hope and belief and faith.
We
in one
fight with
another,
peace.
and we do that.
Wait, didn't they get on Trump for saying the word fight?
Right? Yes. Those are fighting words.
Scientists, teachers, engineers, data analysts, people who believe in it.
Oh God, this guy. What? Let's see here. I just love seeing Rachel Maddow. She's the one I remember going crazy. And
She has become much more based in the last few years. She even knows Sean now and follows him for Ricada coverage
Out of government.
and is on the Kiwi farms.
Person who funded his
No,
campaign.
she's not.
and
Oh,
the-
Yeah, she is.
Yeah, she is.
Communicating with the
Rachel Maddow is on Kiwi Farms and follows
Yes.
Sean.
to the U.S. government, and on top of
Somebody
that,
asked her, and oh, you didn't see that clip?
No.
Once there is a
Oh God,
administration,
I gotta find this.
to stop performing
Flex needs to have a talk with her mother.
security clearance, meaning giving classified
Yes,
information
she does.
Anna.
to anyone. That supposedly at the instigation of a Trump campaign official who was born in Moscow, who was unable to get a security clearance. in
This
the first
Rachel
Trump
Maddow?
term, who has had multiple arrests and is
That's who you're
currently
talking
under
about, Sean?
indictment and who
Or
has reportedly been put
Salvador?
at the top of a short list to be And he
No,
was
that's
proposed to
Maddow.
get rid of all
Anna
background
Kasparian.
security
Oh, I
clearances,
don't
which
care about
means
that. I was talking
handing
about
out
Rachel
classified
Maddow.
Oh no.
in the corner.
Yeah, I thought you guys were talking about Rachel too.
American allies who
No,
have been
right. This woman
relying
right
on
here.
us as the
This
pinnacle
woman is the
intelligence
one
No.
that
We're
went.
just, we're just confusing the white women. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or,
Kasparian had
yeah,
this
the
whole
hot one,
thing
not the
after
ugly one.
administration that has
After
an
the people accused her of being transphobic and
and that is
over comments about birthing person. She didn't like the phrase birthing person. She got a lot more middle ground since then.
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
It's not,
she,
to
like-
be fair, it's really not been like a grift thing from with her. It's been like
No.
she was actually
And-
annoyed about something, and has
And
just
I
changed.
will say the first time I saw her change and I was impressed, like the second the Rittenhouse verdict came down, she was like, okay, we saw a lot of stuff at the trial that really
Wait,
changed.
who's the woman you're talking about? Is she on the screen
Anna
right now?
Kasparian, no.
It's a very
All
interesting.
right, I don't know who that
thing in
is.
terms of
Oh my
the
God,
white
she,
woman
we've
on
been watching her all night.
because it puts Donald Trump in the position.
On which channel? I've been flipping
Oh,
through
on
like
the Young Turks thing?
Yeah, Young Turks.
Oh, okay, that blonde chick.
Her.
That's unaccountable.
She
Oh,
had
okay.
a meltdown in 2016 when Trump won.
Oh, it was incredible.
Oh, did
She
she?
was like,
It was
I think her exact
hilarious.
words were, I'm just glad that we've legalized weed so I can go and smoke a joint.
Yeah.
When your opponents still have some.
And then when Rittenhouse was acquitted, she's like, we learned a lot during this trial that we did not know.
Well, yeah, they had everybody believing that he
Yeah.
got a bunch of people of color.
You think about the U.S. bond market. You think
Well,
about
Jump Kick Man was, but
Wait, you
yeah.
telling me Rittenhouse didn't gun down 69 black men? That's why. That's what. Wait, there's news to me. I heard he crossed state lines with a rocket launcher and just went to town. Like,
particular issues, the price of eggs. I'm voting on this one thing. It's not something you have to think about. It's not your job to think
It's
about.
the economy, stupid. That's the bottom line. The economy, stupid, is your answer. If your economy sucks, you're not getting elected.
Go far beyond, right? Who you like and who
It's not about race. It's not about abortion. It's not about anything.
can I
It's
put
the
fuel
economy.
in the car? Can I afford my mortgage?
You know,
can I feed and clothe my family?
I
That's
had-
it.
Yeah.
Always been.
I
The
Can I
best.
afford to go to the grocery store and drive there and buy groceries too?
I wanted to make chicken chili tonight, and I had the chicken, and I had to get like the chicken stock and a few other spices or something like that. It was like $40-some before I left just to make chili for tonight, just for household of four. That's
Inflation
stupid.
has gone so out of control that it is actually pretty similar in affordability within the UK to eat steak regularly to eating like what we'd consider cheaper meats traditionally.
Steak is
because
so expensive in America right now. It's absurd.
it's like really balanced out here, you know, because I'm thinking like if I want to eat, like if I have chicken or something,
Yeah.
it's going to cost me similar. The only difference is if I'm meal prepping, and I'm way too lazy to meal prep.
The interesting thing is that the price of steaks at the grocery store here makes it almost affordable to eat steak out. It's cheaper sometimes to eat steak out at a restaurant than it is to buy it and cook it at home.
Well, I found this with things like takeaway. Like it is as affordable for me to eat takeaway as it is to just cook at home, which is great, which is fucking crazy.
It's not, I mean, depending on where you go, yes. But we went, my wife and I were like, we don't feel like cooking, so we went out to eat, and it was something like $40 for the two of us to go eat. But if we had made something at home, it would have cost us $40. And that's where it's starting to get really stupid. And it's all has to do with oil prices. I don't care what, Kamala ran. She said, I am going to go after the grocery stores that are price gouging you and basically do like price control for groceries, completely missing the point that it's the fuel cost that causes the prices to go up, and just completely miss the point. Well, I'm just going to go after these guys who are gouging you.
Yes. I think environmental regulations and things like that have had I don't know, because
it's not even environmental. It's the fact it's the fuel prices. If you don't drill oil, then the price goes up.
Cows are a lot heavier, so maybe transport.
Yeah.
Well, actually, I mean, okay, so a lot of this is down to the fact that inflation skyrocketed, which drove a lot of prices up. A lot of the actions the Biden administration took was to get inflation under control. But because there's no real wage growth, what happened was inflation kind of got under control, but it didn't have any real-term impacts that people could feel. So, because the biggest problem is wages aren't rising with inflation.
Correct.
You're ending up with like 17% inflation in some cases on certain things, but nothing's tracking against that, which is what's happened with property prices. Property prices have just risen astronomically. but
Well,
real
and
terms,
the prices did go up. Wage prices did go up, but in the market, in the segments that it didn't matter, such as like fast food and low income, they all of a sudden wanted and got like raises to like you shouldn't be making $20 an hour working at McDonald's, that sort of thing. So the people who could least afford the goods were being paid a lot of money to make things that
Yeah, I mean,
weren't really that worth
you
it.
can do price controlling. You could actually probably make national arguments that inflation was insane. We actually need to like reset a section of the economy. No one would do this, but you could make this argument. And actually, funnily enough, we did this. America did this during World War II. They basically could price control things because the economy was fucked, especially coming out of the Depression. But no one's going to do that. So, and you can't force employers to pay more. Realistically speaking, it's a really hard thing to solve. So you have to make savings for people or like balance the economy in other areas, and nobody really knew how to do that. And again, we had similar problems in the UK. You can see this happening in the UK in our public sector and civil sector, where it's all been frozen for years. So the real terms loss of like the average public servant in a lot of departments is something like I think someone calculated like $7 or $8 grand a year, technically, that people are worse off by, and that's before the inflation spike. So you're just like, the fuck are you meant to do with that, you know?
Well, but Trump had a policy where he was basically encouraging people to build things and do things here in the U.S. and then also opened up a lot of oil reserves, which seemed to moderate the economy, and we were doing fine. We're
Wait.
not fine. We weren't perfect.
Wait,
but
so McCormick may win?
apparently.
49.4 to 48, and we'll show you again the presidential race 50.9 to 48 flat. Why that is significant is because while this is a very, as we say, a very big margin for Democrats to try to overcome, and we'll see what happens as we learn more about the provisionals. But while 191,000,
So we might flip another seat
you look back at the Senate race
in the Senate.
80,000 with what's remaining in terms of the votes in Philadelphia, in terms of the vote by mail in Philadelphia, in terms of potentially the provisional ballots. That is closer. That's decidedly more doable. Just given the numbers.
Lefty with a $5 super chat. Thank you, sir.
That's dick.
The sort of the partisan.
I'm so glad Salvador read that for me.
In Pennsylvania, but
I'm your dick spokesman.
for the Democrats, where what's left.
Really? Okay.
Bob Casey. There's suspense there.
Well,
Definitely.
there we go.
Steve, while we are waiting
So I'm
for Donald
Pittsburgh
Trump to
local,
speak
and
to
they
his
already
supporters
claimed
in Palm
McCormick
Beach,
here.
I'm going to push you
Okay.
a little bit on a couple more Senate races if you don't mind. You can say no if it's inappropriate, but I'd love to hear your take either.
Oh, we're going to have a Band-Aid here.
Yeah, let's take a look in Wisconsin because we have more complete results in Wisconsin. Michigan still remains a bit of a mishmash.
Oh,
there
he
in terms of
finally
these
made it
counties
back.
We're looking at, but close to 90% of the vote is in here. And again, Hovde.
Oh, God. How many hookers did he kill?
Ticket splitting, and I think the ticket splitting supports a little bit of what Representative in a cynical way what Representative Cohen said earlier about people having a difficult time. Some people having a difficult time voting for women. Some people having a difficult time.
Oh my God! It's about women now.
Oh, she's gonna lose because
It is 2016 all over again. Like, oh,
You
fuck.
didn't even nominate her.
And then vote for somebody else from another.
You didn't. She didn't get a single vote. She didn't get a single delegate in 2020.
Power of incumbency too, and if you are a Democrat in New York, and you're out voting against Donald Trump, you're going to come out and you're going to vote against that Republican who you weren't so interested in, whose election you weren't interested in 2022.
What are these people talking about?
And so
Why is Arizona not counted a single vote in like 2 hours?
You know, it's a presidential election that brings out.
What do you mean? Why is Arizona not counted a single vote in like 2 hours?
Might be a likely.
Why is that a surprise to you? I'm going to keep doing this to you like the whole night I am here. Okay, is it?
Fucking America.
God
damn it.
The house is looking good. 186
we'll
to
figure out what
160.
happened, and we'll dive into the numbers.
We may have a full sweep.
What could possibly explain
Yeah.
it. I'm going to read a couple of super chats here because I think they're relevant, and then we'll transition, like I said, to the next 4 years. Sean Umpleby says, guys, keep the faith. Let's go Steelers. Steel Dragon from the Berg. Love that.
Democrats are going to admit 2020 was stolen just to try to say that Trump
Thank
can't
you,
be
Steph,
president.
for another
Listen,
gifted
many
membership.
shows. I enjoy
That
your
is
broadcast
awesome.
as well.
I mean,
I'm gonna have to
I gotta
start
be
streaming
honest,
now.
A Trump supporter.
I know.
Continuing to watch
Steph
us
is
for
awesome.
15 years. Like we've had some years where we were not friendly at all to Trump supporters. No generosity, no charity.
Oh, you think?
Really?
Have an open mind.
Oh, I didn't realize that changed.
So appreciate that. History Speaks is a conservative listener that we've had for a while and viewer, but he agrees with us on Gaza and he agrees with us on a number of things. And he wrote
right
Trump, who's routinely called a
And
Nazi
it goes to
by
commercial.
liberals, apparently won an outright majority of the
Probably.
Hispanic male vote and the highest percentage of Hispanics ever by Republicans, higher than Nixon in 72, Reagan in 84, and Bush in 88. So that is that. If that's accurate, and it's probably, if it's not, it's very close, right? So anytime I read these
Trump
things,
is getting the highest minority vote in a while.
exact numbers, but we've got to reckon with that. We can't just say like, oh, that they were wrong, they were bad, now they're racist too, or whatever, right? No, we have to reckon with the fact that the Democratic Party did not deliver. It didn't. And so now this is a big, giant controversial topic, and and I'm sure I'll get a million people yelling at me from mainstream media, Democrats.
Oh my God, we may flip Wisconsin.
I told
we
you
already flipped Ohio.
and everybody said Biden is FDR.
Oh my God.
And it was amazing, all the things.
So,
well, why didn't
Minnesota?
Well, Alicia Slockins is out in Michigan too, so
FDR
that's
said,
really
"Hey,
good.
I passed Social Security, won re-election 3
Or
times."
at least it looks
Easy.
like she's going to be.
Okay. Of course, there was other factors as well.
That's the
Oh
thing.
my God, this may be a huge freaking win.
Gaza matter? Did abortion matter? Did Tony Hinchcliffe matter?
Do you understand? Oh my God.
Election that was won or fought on issues. It was fought on. I thought this.
Oh
election-
my God, Trump
I've
may
got an
win.
update for you for Arizona,
If he
by
had
the way,
lost,
because
he
I
wouldn't
was,
have
I
been-
was
What are you
interested.
so
Because
excited
Ali
about
asked,
down there?
most voters cast ballots by mail, and counting typically takes days. Official in Maricopa County said full tabulation could take 10 to 13 days. I hope that helps, Ali.
This was an election about one thing, and that election. was an
Can we
election
do a
about Donald Trump.
celebratory
And it
Lego
looks like
stream?
Donald Trump's gonna
Well, I
win.
have a Lego stream this Saturday, so we'll do
mistake
that.
to think that this
We'll make it a
election is only
celebratory one.
I think Democrats are making that mistake over and over and over again.
With who?
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's
With a bit of luck. Oh,
that just was not like
Rosalind-
Prove me wrong.
Rosalind
maybe
Ranch?
Gaza switched. A
Oh,
lot.
okay.
Maybe
Yeah.
abortion.
with a bit of luck, the the Republican,
could actually get something accomplished.
in quotes,
on it.
who is our Maricopa
Donald Trump.
We're not saying the same.
election
I
person,
think that there
lost his primary.
would
So if his challenger wins, then
presence in it.
maybe it'll get better.
We are, because you're saying that they should have, in spite
It's Roseman Ranch.
penetrated.
Roseman Ranch. That's
I just,
Yeah,
God.
And
Let
Well-
know my election.
Like, here's the thing. Sorry,
I
Joe.
like that red.
We talked about it with
I don't want to end the fun, but I do have
we
a
just keep discounting
deposition
the fact
tomorrow
that Trump
morning.
did
I
criminal
can't stay up
justice
too much
reform
later.
and
God damn it, David.
I was hoping they'd call
so many black
Pennsylvania
colleges and
sooner.
universities.
They already
I
did
think
on
you better
Fox
run this
News.
till Arizona calls.
Make a difference.
What's that?
But maybe
You better run this till Arizona calls.
What time's your depot?
crazy stuff, right? And
Well, it's
and
9
maybe he
a.m., but I
even
got to
says
get
racist
some
stuff.
preparation for it.
But
So it's 7
he did
hours from
criminal
now.
justice reform. Democrats did,
And I got to sleep too.
He did. Gave
I mean, how important is it? I mean, is this guy like how guilty is this guy? Probably like how much work do you have to put
Is it
in
going to trial?
in their possession?
This is.
I won't force you to actually answer that live on
This
stream.
isn't a normal deposition where I'm like,
Yay.
yeah, I can wing it. This one I actually probably have to put some thought into.
Yeah, he's representing me, and it's kind of an important case.
I didn't want to say it out loud.
Well, I know.
bar was so low.
Salvador is
They
getting
passed
sued
so
by a
little
couple of
things that
baby
helps
mamas.
average Americans.
I was accused of, being in a car somewhere and
to get above that.
touching myself. But we're hoping the micro penis defense will fly.
I can understand why you were filing all those penises from another person. I didn't realize it was case
Now it's
research
making
for
more
your own
sense.
defense.
That was a case David actually had. He got the guy off because he had a micro penis.
And
Not me. Not me. Not me.
I didn't get the guy off.
Right? And we
Say it
have
like
all the
that.
votes, and then women are all going to vote for us, but they didn't.
He
And
said what he said.
first of all, the idea that Latinos only care about immigration and want more undocumented immigrants in is just flat out wrong. We can keep
Wait,
I
wait,
agree with
wait,
him on
wait.
that.
Isn't true.
Wait.
And so
Hispanics and Latinas don't want illegal immigration
not as tough on immigrants.
after coming in legally?
It didn't work.
Well,
and I don't think it's going to work.
I don't think that's what they said.
Golly.
I think
Gee,
that
Wally.
if
Wait.
you're out amongst
Is he
immigrants-
saying that
one of the
that's not
things
what
that
the
immigrants in this
Go
country,
back like
Yeah.
20 seconds
Yeah, he's saying that
that
and turn it up.
All right. What was that, Beckett?
he's basically saying that this narrative on the left that immigrants are more left wing or want illegal immigration or want to have amnesty just isn't true. And I was going to say, this is one of the things that the left really has to actually contend with. When I've heard friends talk about this, they're like, well, actually, why wouldn't they? It's like, well, actually, most immigrate, kind of foreign born communities are much more right wing than
Yes,
than
they
people
are.
assume now. This
Yep.
is what happened with the gay marriage vote in California. It was
Yep.
swung by the Black Christian vote into a loss. And people were like, "Why would they vote against it? They're black." I'm like, "What do you mean? They're very, very religious. Of course, they're going to
Yes.
vote against it. Why did this
And
surprise you?"
Can I just say, in 2020, I was making memes for Trump, and I met a girl on Twitter, and she was in Wisconsin and was from Venezuela, married to a guy. She was trying to become a U.S. citizen, so I helped her study for the test. She was very, very conservative, very much a Trump supporter, did not like illegal immigration. These kind of people who spend $10,000+ to become a U.S. citizen, do it the right way, take a test to become a citizen, go through all these hoops, they're not going to like people just crossing the border and becoming naturalized.
I mean, ultimately, what's important is that you follow the rule of law.
Yeah.
You pay your taxes. You don't leave the colonies in a hissy fit and abandon the empire, America.
No, that's but getting back to whatever this fucking dude's name is, I agree with him on this. That absolutely the immigrants are very much more conservative than the Democrats think they are, and I have no idea why they continuously think that they're going to. What happened to Dolly?
Sorry.
That they're going to
pushed the
vote
wrong button.
in their favor, especially when you're talking about weak borders. They don't want they don't want illegals coming in.
It's just flat out wrong. We can keep saying it if we like.
Fox called Wisconsin.
And so
I saw it.
So the idea of saying, hey, we're not as tough on immigrants, so vote for us, Latinos, it didn't work.
Well,
and I don't think it's going to work.
I don't think that's what they said either. I don't. I mean, I think that if you're out amongst immigrants, second and third generation immigrants in this country, and you're talking to those voters are saying that immigration is not an issue for them.
Wait, hang on. Is Trump going to give a speech here?
Oh, please.
Yeah.
Right. This is a
They've
huge.
been saying he's getting ready to come out.
Really, because this is a tectonic shift of the Republican Party. If all of this exit
So-
polling is true, you now have Black voters, Latino voters, young voters coming in a way that we haven't seen the party bring in a very
Nice.
long time.
I'm
And that's
excited for a
the
Trump
former
speech. I'm going to
president,
stay up
now
for that.
Soon to be current President Trump. And I just want to say this as we wait for him to come out. I remember having a conversation with Ivanka Trump in 2016 about his remarks. And before he went out to give those remarks, he had speech A and speech B. Speech A was a more boisterous Trumpian speech. Speech B was a speech full of unity. And he looked up, Ivanka said, saw the faces of crying Hillary voters. He ripped up the boisterous speech and said he wanted to heal the nation. And the first words he said were an appreciation for Hillary Clinton, for her service to our country. And then he said, now it is time for America to bind the wounds of division. And he said, we are a party of all races, creeds, and religions. That is more true tonight than it was 8 years ago. And I fully expect President Trump right now is maybe ripping up that more boisterous speech and preparing to unite.
It's an amazing
He
message.
should, but I want to hear that speech.
Yeah, I want to hear speech number one.
Get to see here in a minute. Trey Gowdy said something on your show.
I want him to just be.
A little more
I told you I would
prepared. They've got
win.
A great transition team, and they're going to need it. And
Take me to jail now.
and be helpful. Yeah,
I think his transition team has done a wonderful job vetting potential candidates and
His transit. He spent his own money
never going to be on the
doing
ballot.
his own transition team before this.
He will surprise.
He's
his-
not using taxpayer money for his transition team. He's
not
been
anything
prepping for
like
months.
His detractors have described him as being now that he is liberated. If I'm wrong, you can hold me to that.
I hope
but
you're
I
right.
think I think he will. A liberated Donald Trump is going to shock his detractor.
He has said that the
Why is so
assassination
many people
attempts
having a
had
hard
an
time
impact
talking?
on him. You know, we saw him in many ways
Because they are not happy right now.
seen in Donald Trump towards the end of this.
Oh my
This is-
God.
a lot of people are really reluctant.
Not
to
true.
rally
And
because
no.
of last
He will not be
election.
able to run again.
And frankly, I think this has come as a shock
factor potentially for
to
president.
a lot of people.
They were supposed to cheat and steal again.
This is a president who has caught lightning in a bottle twice. And the second time around, he now has a MAGA mandate. He will have a Senate that he could use to push through his cabinet appointees who can work with him on legislation, who could potentially replace a number of justices on the Supreme Court.
Who could build a wall.
He could build a wall.
And make Canada pay
Yeah,
for it.
I find this kind of thing like a little crazy. I think if Trump wins, I don't think he's going to stack the Supreme Court. I don't think he's going to come in and make. I think he will largely focus on policy decisions. I think he will pull back from trying to be too involved in foreign in foreign affairs, because that's where he was at last time, and he's so protectionist. That doesn't seem to have changed in any of his kind of positioning or rhetoric.
Incoming president is going to say. What do you think the analysis is going to be on the?
I think there's going to be a lot of changes
Well, I think it's
that
agonizing.
are going to be very different from any other president in recent history when it comes to local or nation policies. Removing fluoride from the water, I think he's going to embrace RFK.
Removing fluoride from the water. What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, that's one of his policies.
Why are we removing fluoride from the water?
Because it's very bad for the health.
Of
like
major changes in
like it causes a lot of like.
First of all, that's a state issue. The federal government should not be involved.
I will agree with you there. But before now, it's always been a federal thing.
Who's been very
But
particular cycle.
oh, there's my friend Brick Suit.
Blood in the streets, and people are going to.
Met him once.
I hope not,
Me too.
but it could happen.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's an awesome guy.
I'm really looking forward to reading.
There's no
some
way
of
you're
the
making it up the
stories,
stairs to bed
probably
tonight.
with
I got to make it down the
amongst
stairs.
Democrats,
Oh, boy.
recriminations, and it's going to be fast and furious. And you will have people saying that Joe Biden should have dropped out the day after, not dropped out, but said he was not running for re-election on the day after that.
That's
midterm
called
in
dropping out.
2022.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, blame it on Joe Biden.
Be a primary.
It's his fault he didn't resign. It's his fault he didn't, not run again.
House is going to be
No, it's not Kamala's fault for forcing him out with the 25th Amendment. No.
Let me just say that as Vice President of the United States,
Jesus Christ.
Kamala Harris will certify the election results on January 6th.
Kamala gets to certify her loss.
It never occurred to me. That's
That
amazing.
never fucking occurred to
That's
me.
awesome.
People who have
What if she refuses to show up?
Party switched to Kamala Harris.
Oh my God.
Excitement, I think, built over a period of time. And some of that excitement was an aversion and almost a dislike and a disdain for Donald Trump. But I hope it's a moment that we can all grow from. Don't.
God, it's like watching people go through the 5 stages of grief in real time on national television. Holy shit.
It really is.
Both wings working together.
Oh my God.
President Trump tonight. I'm going to be interested in that.
Oh my God.
I
I just lost No Nut November.
reminded of what you said as you shared it. I remember
God.
that story.
Don't tell them that at the deposition tomorrow.
For the country. Every right to be joyful, every right to celebrate. We'll give a speech with that.
Oh God, John's in chat.
Could help him do all of the things that he campaigned on in this campaign.
What does this mean for the never Trumpers, the Republicans?
Remember, if Trump lost, this was supposed to get rid of MAGA. By the way, guys.
They seem to abandon
I
everything.
think MAGA's done either way. After
Mega's
4 years.
done. Mega's been
It-
done for
yeah.
a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Never Trumpers soon enough, and hundreds of millions of dollars wasted on them. Look,
You made it 5 days. Congratulations.
I don't want to be remiss here. He is talking about energy independence, manufacturing, an economy where everybody is working, no new foreign wars, getting out of the entanglements we currently have, respecting and resourcing law enforcement, border patrol, military. And by the way, friends, we don't get those policies without that personality. What did we hear during the Republican primary?
Oh my God, we flipped the New York House.
Good luck with that. You don't get this
You got a
strength
New York
and this
House seat?
resolve and this
Yeah.
toughness.
Yeah.
You don't get those
Wow.
policies without that.
Oh my God, this is freaking. This is a red wave.
Call 2:30 a.m. on November 9th, 2016. And on the other line was Secretary Clinton to concede.
I
the
still
race to
want
Donald
Michigan to
Trump on my
go
phone. I
Trump. It
handed
looks like
to
it's
him,
going to.
and I said
He's
It may.
gaining strength.
President-elect Mike
He's
Pence,
got
make sure
52
Hillary
to
actually
46 now,
concedes.
with 76
She did.
or 72% of the
And President
votes
Trump was gracious to them
counted.
too. They came to the luncheon at the Capitol after the inauguration. The Obama
My state's coming back.
I was there to see it myself.
I wonder if Biden's going to write a letter for Trump.
The Washington Post said, "Let's impeach him at noon." 2 minutes after.
No, but Jill will.
He wrote about this.
Take care, Lady Law.
But I
Thank you
gotta
for
tell you, my
joining
friend,
us.
I think it starts
Tell
with-
your mom congratulations.
They got to. They had this.
This is too big to rig.
Poor cat.
Yes, half.
They have him. They had him in the courtroom.
Oh,
Impeached. They have him, and
well, at least we'll remember
or not. Now
Kamala's VP candidate.
Of
as
all the
much-
lawsuits that are going to get filed by Kamala challenging the election results, how many of them do you think are going to be talked about on the media?
I don't think Kamala or anybody else will file any challenges, and I'll tell you why. Because
I think he's felt
the
that for a while.
Dems
but
have
he
to
won't
make it.
on
There has to be a return to like votes. Elections can't be rigged. The argument here will be like, well, the 2020 election wasn't rigged. We were in power for
Yeah.
this one. We didn't rig this. And you know
Yeah.
they'll want to return to normalcy. Kamala was a last minute pick because they had to, and I think the Dems are going to focus the next 4 years on rebuilding. I actually think that's. I imagine
Who do you think
somebody's
they're
going
going to
to
run?
walk into an office.
Who do you think has the clout to run?
Newsom.
Newsom probably because
Or
he's
Will-
so
Yeah,
Will-
yeah, all right, yeah,
in blue
Newsom.
states. But also you've got to remember,
Or
Obama
Whitmer.
came out of nowhere off the back of a bad laugh. That's why Obama actually appeared on the scene properly. Like the
On the
Dems
back
lost
of
their
a what?
It was Jeb's terrible laugh. Oh, not laugh.
Oh,
he
yeah,
came,
yeah.
That's how.
His-
So you never know. Yeah, you never know who's waiting.
Oh, Howard Dean.
Dean, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Oh
Dean.
yeah. Howard Dean.
So
yeah.
you never
Oh
know
God, I
who's
saw that
there.
live, and I was just,
So-
I was 14, and I was like,
And we're gonna go to the White House. Ah!
and I was just like, what?
That's
the
where
fuck?
Obama came from.
Image and the fight.
Absolutely.
That's
Warrior
interesting.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, toughest son of a gun we ever saw.
And it was just so cringe, and he lost it. Like
Whatever you think of the
he had momentum, and then John Kerry just came out. That was 2004.
faced
Everything
we've seen in other presidencies and other.
But yeah, it was bad.
We've gone through all kinds of trouble. Are pale in comparison to what he's been put through.
No, I
Maybe
think-
his
And seriously, Steph, JK,
Only
drink
that
some water.
energy that he has. is truly amazing. He's the Energizer Bunny. Let's check in with Aisha Haas.
New York
speaking
Times
of the
still hasn't
Energizer
called
Bunny at Trump
Pennsylvania.
headquarters,
Of course not.
in West Palm. Aisha,
They seem to have
it's
just
been a big night
stopped
all night
stopped
long.
calling.
I'm sure it's really
Yeah.
getting fever pitch.
Well, to be fair, they're probably kind of
Brett and Martha, a long campaign.
in a bad spot right now.
All of us, the press
They
corps
barely
have been
called
following him
Georgia. They
around
got
now
it like
for
all kinds of hash
more than a
marks.
year. The crowd
Yeah.
was absolutely nuts when Fox News called it here, and people were hugging each other. They were high-fiving each other.
Have they stopped updating the vote numbers? It feels like they've actually
In Arizona?
No,
No.
in
Oh.
Arizona. I mean, they're updating as quickly as they can. Give them why are you putting so much pressure on them, Charlie? They're doing the best they can.
Vice President-elect J.D. Vance are backstage.
So Fox is just calling the whole damn race.
Yeah.
Now we're just waiting. We asked for a 2-minute warning. I don't know if we're going to get one.
Oh, do you think Harris called Trump and conceded?
No, she went to bed.
just
No,
as the Capitol
she
Well, no,
drugged
she
herself
passed
into a
out.
for a
stupor.
while. When I came to Congress 3 years ago, talked privately with
Oh my God. I cannot believe this.
did not want
I need to find AOC's Twitter feed. Hang on.
and then that he went through.
Oh, her poor white boyfriend is probably beaten right now. He's in a suitcase.
As Kellyanne Conway just said, he earned it state by state by state. And then
She's screaming at him, "You did this to me."
and went to the RNC and claimed the nomination. This is the greatest comeback that I've ever witnessed personally myself.
Greatest comeback. He was ahead in the polls for freak's sake.
And to his supporters. Back to you.
Aisha, thank you. The Harris team is
I
now,
think she means coming back from 45 to 47.
and that will be.
I mean,
to the election results. That's all we have from the Harris team, which is really strange. I mean, from a PR
Nah,
perspective,
she's got nothing about
I
this.
also just think it's a shame.
Okay, yeah, she's drunk and
did this to George W. Bush in 2004, and you work so hard, and I know
You've
This
come
is a victory
so
for squirrels
far.
across the
you should
world.
concede.
The peanut vote coming in hard there.
Everybody that's there at Trump. At Mar-a-Lago, where are they?
Oh
They're
my
coming.
God.
They're
At the
in West
convention
Palm Beach.
center.
At the convention center, like let them have their moment without any.
Hillary's VP won his Senate seat.
Yes, we know.
John Yates has called it, so it's official now.
Kerry concedes, and then we all had to traipse back in the next morning and wait, and you don't get that moment. I don't think it's right.
Someone go check on the first gentleman. How tall is he?
She's not.
Is he a manlet?
If there's a phone call, they have to make it public, and then nobody needs to hear from her. So if I were her, I would do it tonight.
I mean, they had that whole setup in front of Howard University.
Yes, all of her
where
people
she
were already
attended.
there.
Everybody was there, and it does feel like you want to just collect the moment and do it the way that
In 75 days, we will be unburdened by what has been.
It's going to be a red wall.
90 minutes before that, they were told to go to bed.
Yeah. I got that text.
90 minutes before all of this, Jen O'Malley Dillon, the Harris campaign person, said,
You think
"Everyone
Rachel
can go to bed
Maddow's
and
going to
come back
play his
tomorrow."
broadcast?
So.
We got a few minutes.
She
Let me
didn't even
check.
address her own supporters. We want her to call President
Lincoln Project is deleting tweets.
hours for her.
Executive, and therefore what the departments and agencies that fall under the president, that he should have greater authority over, for example, the prosecutions that take place. This is, if Donald Trump is declared the 47th president of the United States, it's going to be a very intense several weeks as we ask
Yeah,
questions
her
about
laugh, her
exactly
gross.
We did advance.
going to be tasked with overseeing the U.S.'s 13 different health agencies and the HHS and potentially vaccine policy. And those are conversations that would begin immediately just a couple miles from where we are, theoretically over at his Mar-a-Lago estate.
Fawn Hilliard, thank you very much. I would be interrupting you if you had not just concluded your remarks, because NBC News has a projection to make in the presidential contest in the swing state of Pennsylvania. NBC News.
Ooh.
It took you till now.
I'm surprised they did it at all tonight.
Pennsylvania called for Trump.
At a 266 electoral vote count for Donald Trump.
He just needs one more state.
Kamala Harris at
Well, he's going to get
194
Alaska,
electoral
but he
votes.
needs
So,
one more
to be clear,
State
here,
after
Yeah,
that.
you aren't going to call Alaska, sweetie.
7 major swing states that have been called, but Georgia and North
I just like
Carolina
seeing
and
Rachel cry.
Pennsylvania as those 3
I know.
states,
This is wild that they're not calling
present
these states, honestly.
and unless there's a
No, I think
I've
New York
been
Times
flicking.
stopped
I flicked through a
uploading.
couple of more left-leaning streams, and even they're like, "Why aren't they calling them? Like, what is going on?"
What's going to happen here next? We are expecting that Donald Trump is going
Oh
to
my
speak
God.
to the Palm Beach Convention Center in Florida. We've seen
Holy
the
shit.
backdrop there while we are speaking with Vaughn about. We've seen how excited the crowd is. You see the crowd there now wrapped, waiting for Donald Trump to speak. We do not have guidance as to when Trump's remarks will happen, but we expect that it could be any moment now. Chris Hayes, with the projection in
We're going to
Pennsylvania, we
gain
pretty
a
much know how
Senate
this is
seat
gonna
in
end.
Michigan.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear. I think the writing has been on the wall. And
We've got two
one
flipped
of the
House seats
jobs that we all have
in
in the media
Michigan.
is to be truthful with people and transparent. We're very transparent about the process that brought us to this point. I'll just say this as we're preparing for Trump to take the stage. Steve was going through the numbers. We have this very funky and terrible system called the Electoral College, which
No, it's
decides
not a
elections in
terrible
ways totally
system when you
different than every other
lose.
election in the United States
It was
society,
a fine
and the way
system
that
when
anything is decided anywhere
when
else in the world. We
Biden
should
won.
scrap it. From the perspective of basic democratic legitimacy, which is something I'm pretty concerned about, something we talk about a lot on this network, it looks possible that Donald Trump might emerge with a popular vote majority when all the votes out for a long
He
time.
does not want to admit it.
The realm of possibility.
That hurt
The
his
Electoral
asshole
College
when he
looks
said that.
strongly in his favor. And if that is the case, if he has won the election, then he has won.
Everyone on
and the reason
MSNBC
I
is
say
getting
that
the
is
same
because
hair and
we've spent
glasses.
Many years
Did
talking
you
about
notice that?
democracy, its vibrancy, and the importance of the peaceful transfer of power. We had a violent insurrection staged against the constitutional order.
Oh my Lord.
Speak here, who urged his supporters to march to that Capitol, where they assaulted
Take
police
a
officers
note.
and attempted
Take a
essentially
note
steal
from all of
power away
this.
from the majority of the country
From the
that
last
voted
4
for
years.
Joe
Take a
Biden.
note.
It's really important to note that while I believe that institutions have failed dramatically in putting us in the position we are, including the Supreme Court and other institutions, the Republican Party, that if he won, then he won. And that's what the Constitution says. It's what our current constitutional order says. It's what Democratic majorities, at least in the swing states, the Electoral College have said. And that means we're in a new world for this country, but the sort of preservation of American democracy and the constitutional order begins as an ongoing process anew tomorrow.
Steph, go ahead, but just keep your eyes on that monitor because we are expecting these remarks any moment.
But unlike 2016,
I know,
there
right,
are no
Paige?
surprises.
Salvador's still
Right?
awake.
In
Well, he might be sleeping
2016,
now.
Many people in this country said, I'm sick of this.
Salvador's just
something
died.
Different. Let's see what this gives us. When you talk about what happened in 2020, this whole country, this whole world saw it. People know exactly who they're getting, and they chose this. So as we go into this next phase, I'm sure for the next month, it's going to be an autopsy of Kamala Harris's campaign and what she did or didn't do. I don't actually think this is about Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. I think this is about the American people. We know exactly who he is, and we, or the majority of the people who voted for him and created this outcome, chose this.
And I think that's the important point, right? To elect is to choose, to vote is to choose. And you were never given, I think, in the modern era, a clearer choice than voters were given in this election.
And
In
they
2016,
chose
Trump was,
rightly.
at least as a politician, an unknown quantity.
Mhm.
People knew him as a television star. People knew him from TV, and that's all they really knew. But to Stephanie's point, they absolutely know not just who he is, but who he closed as. Calling a powerful woman the B word, his running mate calling Harris garbage, trash, calling her trash. We're going to take out the trash, vowing to arrest his supporters.
It's funny how they take these common
talking
phrases.
about
We're going to take out the trash. We're going to
Cheney
fight
being
to the end.
shot in the
And they
face.
twist it
I
in
mean,
their minds to
and
be
so
like, well,
it's not as
how
if
come
this
he's
is a
calling this
surprise
woman
being
trash?
pulled on the American people. This was a very clear message.
That is
They all loved him until he ran against them.
A fake lottery.
Well, this is the same thing with Elon. Now, I'm no fan of Elon. for
was
multiple
nothing
reasons.
to do with
But like,
his campaign, which
I,
was
I remember everyone glazing Elon on the left. Oh, he's gonna save the world, guys. He's gonna save the world with electric cars. And then he was like, I'm gonna buy Twitter and maybe be a bit more right wing. Maybe I don't like the Dems. And they were like, you know, I think this guy is basically Hitler. And I'm just like, guys, come on, just chill for like 5 fucking minutes,
You
okay?
need to understand that he didn't pull one over on the American people when he does it. If he does the things he said he was going to do, it was chosen by this country, at least by a
Yes.
majority.
And the
Yeah, we
media
did.
didn't get snookered. And the media didn't get snookered.
Arizona
on
looks like it
policies
might be
or
going.
Elon
Well, it's
Musk.
really
Just
close
2
in
nights
Arizona.
ago, Rachel
Arizona's
laid out
stupid.
for
Anyone
our
from
audience
Arizona
the
is
national
worse.
security risk.
What?
Well,
Why did I come back during that rant?
Gets on TV and you got all of it has been laid out.
It's all right, buddy. What we want you to do is basically turn the stream off, come back in 10 days' time, and then we'll talk about Arizona. We'll leave a message for you. What do you mean it could take 10 to 13 days? What sort of fucking country are you living in?
And one of the very intentional
Meanwhile, Florida's already done.
was the
Yeah,
kind of
Florida's reporting 100%.
Like 2 hours after Florida ended, they're already done.
RFK into your coalition to get his vote, right? Like the sort of you know,
What's
the
taking
conspiracy,
Michigan
the
so long?
skeptics, or the people
They
that
haven't called Arizona either, which is
all
bizarre.
rigged and it's all wrong.
So apparently it's only
And
55%
that
in.
axis
The New York
has
Times just
ended up, I
stopped
think, being a
stopped reporting.
Yeah, they
Like,
did.
have
They
they
just
actually
stopped.
stopped reporting?
They had a water
Yeah.
main
We
break.
did those water main breaks.
That's fucking wild. Like, you can't what?
I mean, we won't have
If
a
we come
receipt
back
for it.
tomorrow and Arizona is blue, I will start agreeing with you that there might be something going on. Okay, at that point, my opinion may shift. I know I've disagreed with you all night about like fucking election tampering, but if Arizona is blue tomorrow, I'll be like, oh, do you know what? Maybe something happened while I was asleep. Like, fuck.
20 years. It was completely one of the most deficient and moribund parties since Tony Blair finally took power of that government. Massively in the context.
Wait, Tony Blair? What, are we going to invade Iraq again?
I was answering a DM. What the fuck is going on?
Why are we talking about him?
That's what I was gonna. Let me back this up. I'm not sure what they're talking about here.
Oh, God. Or we're going to get Saddam.
That axis, you know, has ended up, I think, being a potent one. I think we see it in some of the realignment figures we're seeing.
Huh?
But I would also say that, like, the valence of that should also be viewed in the context of a international situation in which we have seen incumbent parties in just about every developed democracy across the ideological spectrum, left, right, and center, get their butts kicked coming out of the period of post-COVID inflation.
MSNBC refuses to call Alaska.
Election.
He will not get 270.
It was completely one of the most sort of deficient and moribund parties since Tony Blair finally took power of that government. Massively in the context of and when you polled voters in the exit polls in the election that Labor won for the first time in basically 2 decades, they said they didn't like the cost of living, they didn't like the economy. It's true in a whole bunch of countries across the world. So, like, there is a context here
Yes.
we've seen from Democrats
Economics are amazing.
and publics across.
How do you have jobs?
How does-
a huge part of this?
Yeah, I know,
How
right?
many of you fucking employed? If this is your like fucking solid take, don't listen. We've seen the numbers come in, and you know, thinking about it from maybe the perspective of Tony Blair, the economy may play a part. It is the major deciding factor in every single election,
Yes.
like with almost no exception.
No,
because
That's so insane. Holy fuck!
did really well with young voters, with the voters.
They're
of the
just
Muslim
now
states.
realizing this. All right, let's get live.
Network, it suggests that MAGAism needs to be considered a
MAGism?
movement. With
Magism.
tension.
Okay.
JD Vance is
Pharaoh, have you caught
Not really, but
Magism
he's
yet?
young, you
I
know,
think I had it
40,
a
yeah.
couple of years
Long
ago,
time ago.
but I got
Yeah.
over it pretty quickly.
I got it from a hooker, but
Exist on
yeah.
Donald Trump that I think people need to take seriously, both in terms of their threat and the weight that the poll
Don't say that too loud. The Dems will accuse Trump of the same thing.
Donald Trump. We will be inaugurating.
let's
again,
go.
If things go the way they appear to go at the.
I'm tired of listening to these people.
Democrats defined as
Somehow
one example of him
justify this in their
charging
minds.
the country, half of the country. And
Oh,
that's
look at
Well,
Kaylee.
clearly it's because
you'll
you
hear
won't vote for a woman.
I expect you're going to see a very successful
Well, yeah.
in one untethered.
Did you
maybe
vote,
from some of
Farrell?
the things that were
Of course.
saying people
Okay.
are losing their jobs. We must open the country.
Just making
he
sure.
wanted to do it sooner than he did. I think that Donald Trump
For Ralph Nader.
is going to be a Trump that
We're
ultimately
waiting
leads a
for
very
Trump to
successful
talk,
country in
Aaron.
second
Yes.
term.
God, Trump, get your ass out.
Biden mentioned the word unity more in his
I gotta
remarks
get to bed.
than any president.
Yeah, me
I
too.
think, except one.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's 12:16 here.
He'll also pardon.
Okay, listen. It is 7:15 in the morning.
2:16,
I don't want to hear
right?
anything out of any of you. America's the greatest country in the world, but we do need a nap. Like, come on, guys.
I didn't
Come
get
on.
my nap in before this.
Me neither. And well, my dad did, but
What's with this guy's hair, by the way?
seriously, Trey Gowdy, I love you in debating people. You were great. But your hair is really fucking creepy.
He looks like an angry shark.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
His hair looks like possessed.
Cabinet members,
Like it's gonna start going either way.
their defense.
I think they're missing one flag in the background of
Well,
the
you
stage
also have
there.
a Republican bench. And sometimes, like you were saying, that the Democratic Party is quite old right now. There's not a great bench, although there are some, and especially, but when you take governors out of states, then you leave a hole, and then you have to build up that bench back up. But the Republican bench is pretty strong right now.
There you see Doug Burgum and Vivek Ramaswamy, Steve
There's
Wynn,
Vivek.
and his lovely wife Andrea. So people are there waiting for the former president.
That'll be the next
Know
president,
where he
the
is.
first brown president.
Can we say tonight, Harold, that
I had wished Trump chose him.
Hispanics, Black Americans, working class Americans,
But I
stay
think Trump needed
asking what their government
choose
is
somebody that was
to see them and their concerns.
Had no record of
that it
anything
works.
ever.
Vance
well.
very well in the video.
Yeah.
It's undeniable. Like,
I'm super tired, so I'm not gonna say more.
Of the numbers and the coalition that President Trump won with this time, I think it'll be one that will be for the history books. President Bush, I think, got 40+%.
Do you have to go to bed at like 2:00 in the afternoon for the rest of the month after this?
At least the preliminary numbers.
no, I spent
No,
years above
2
it,
weeks.
so I can like reset my sleep pattern really easily. It's just helpful.
Braggart.
Him. He
Yeah.
resonated
I'm not
with
sleeping
voters. He
tonight.
resonated with communities, rural communities, urban communities, suburban
Well, your
communities.
depot should be fun.
And
No, I'm taking tomorrow off. So
And I'm at the one asking questions. That's the thing. If it was my client being deposed, it'd be different because then I'd just sit back and I object every once in a while.
the concerns that are articulated by some
Great
form.
advertisement for your legal services there, bro.
To form.
Republicans alike, we're all able. Once we get past the moment here, the 24 hours.
Oh, I love those spicy depots.
In celebration, to understand that what we're really celebrating is the greatest experiment
Something
to
I said.
ever come to existence. It'll celebrate 250 years of its own existence in 2026. So those are my thoughts, Brett.
I'm struck by the issue that of abortion because it was talked about so much, and it was presented as if you're a woman.
I eat
and
dinner
you are
at 4
not
p.m. What's
going
wrong
to
with you,
support
Casper?
her,
You
then
don't?
you hate all women. They said that husbands were hateful towards their wives and the women in their lives if they didn't support this candidate. And I think it just goes
Who
to
said
show
that?
that
Oh,
kind
Democrats?
of manipulating it doesn't win
And
people
narrow
over.
cast.
Yeah, it's almost like if you tell people they're bad, they'll vote against you because they think you're fucking crazy. How has the left not learned this lesson?
As well, that's where my eyes, my ears, my heart, my brain, and my big mouth are. So I mean, you got to talk.
I'm getting a lot of DMs and messages and seeing things of people like, well, this is terrible and things. And I think I saw a little bit of Chud Logic
on her grocery
on Nick's stream while I was flicking through.
but we care about many.
He's like, see, he's on the left. It's like, it's not the result you wanted, but it also, like, the emotional investment's so high. Why is it so high for people? It shouldn't be. People shouldn't have had the expectation Kamala was going to win. This was always going.
Why is it so high
for people? It shouldn't be.
If you've got
What's going on
10
here?
abortion ballot initiatives,
Wait, am I back?
You are back.
Yeah, you're back.
And you think
You can
Oh,
sign
yay!
off, Ellie.
for president.
No, my internet cut off.
See, for your position.
Okay, you're really
on
loud. I'm
abortion.
turning you down.
By the way, somebody sent me the statistics. Over $500 million spent on ads about abortion. $500 million. in
Sorry.
Yeah,
16
it's
Brett is talking about. 37
yeah, I mean,
million
I
for
don't get my
pro-lifers.
hopes up
The
for
rest was the
anything really.
pro-choicers. I mean, it's just insane.
And
So we've spent
like
a lot of
when
time
Trump
talking about
lost in
markets tonight
2020, it
and
was like,
betting
okay, he
markets.
lost. This
Trey,
is
at this point,
going to be
it's at
4
about
years of
66%
horribleness.
that Republicans
But it is what
hold
it
on to
is,
the
and you move
House,
on.
as they're
It's not the end of the
down
world.
I think there are too many controls in place for Trump to turn into the fascist dictator that kind of people fearmonger he's going to. I
That's
think
the idea behind the Constitution. Is it sets up all those checks and balances.
Yeah, I imagine. Look, I think that the next 4 years are going to be good for some people, painful for others. It's going to be emotionally painful for a lot of left-wing voters.
That mistake will not be.
But this is why, like, fucking. I mean, I've sat in this place from
is coming up
like watching conservatives win, who I desperately wanted to lose because
now, and John
But-
Cornyn or whoever becomes the majority leader. The mistakes of 2016. I think
Okay, his hair is freaky.
It is, isn't it? It's so
Like it is
freaking weird looking.
It looks like an alien plant that like is gonna just rise up and shoot something at you.
It's very much a haircut where you either, with the money he must be getting paid, you either get hair plugs
Yeah.
and deal with it, or just shave it off and wear a wig.
the same thing about
Like
Yeah.
anything would be better. Like any alternative would be better to whatever the fuck that is.
Dude,
I don't know what that is.
join like you can be in Star Trek.
It should be ended by Joe Biden. If you really want
He's
And
really
like
thrown
you
head.
could be like Sulu or
the country.
the guy in Discovery where his hair like comes up when he's threatened.
We're still following these. And as we
His hair is just like a sensory thing.
Nigel Farage there talking in the crowd there. Britt, this is remarkable in that some of these races were not even suspected to be close, expected to be close. Mike Rogers, he was a long shot at one point against Alyssa Slotkin.
Good candidate.
In Michigan,
Alyssa
good
Slotkin
candidate.
is a gross
Former,
troll, and she
chairman
needs
of
to
the House
go.
Intelligence Committee.
Attractive guy.
But Sam Brown
Are the
was
Turks still
left
pissed?
Essentially, he was
Yeah,
not
he
going to
was
win.
not- he was not on anybody's list.
Probably.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Does Anna have a black eye yet?
God.
Residential properties, enormously popular with everyone. Higher wages, paid family leave. Okay. Almost the entire country agrees to all of those positions. Those are theoretically Democratic Party positions, but they never do them and they never even run on them. So we have to capture
Just
one of the
ranting.
parties, and we should vote as a voting block. And if you vote as a voting block and you say to the Democrats, I'm not going to give you a vote if you never deliver for me. So by the way, doubly true for Republicans. And the Republicans will do none of that. That fake populist Donald Trump, he isn't going to get money out of politics. He loves money in politics. They think he's anti-war. They're going to find out he ain't anti-war at all. Private equity, he's going to try to figure out
What's
how much
this
money
guy
he can
going to
get
say
from them
when
once he retires. He's not going to get regulate on private
settles
equity. He's
the
not going to do
Ukraine
any of these
war and all that?
negotiate drug prices. He said he was going to do it last time. Biden at least did 10. Trump did
He's gonna
0.
start World War III, guys.
So we've got to form a populist voting bloc that actually says we care about policy.
Well, this is weirdly the strongest position because
You can rebuild this
of that not happening because Russia's clearly not in a position to fight World War III. China it doesn't want to because it's got its own fucking issues.
Crazy radical senator from Vermont.
And frankly, from a Middle Eastern perspective, Trump is not going to support Palestine.
Yeah.
So it's
So-
kind of fucking irrelevant.
So you don't think China's gonna go into Taiwan?
And Bernie
Not anymore.
He could do it.
Okay.
And
So
before
I've
Ukraine-
heard they have issues.
They've been eyeing Taiwan for a very, very long time. You never know. But the thing is, like, there was kind of like an axis of like China, Russia, a couple of other countries. That's not there anymore because Russia is fucked. Which means that if China ended up going into Taiwan and America actually did something about it, China would be completely on its own.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh boy. Here we go. I love this song. Oh my fucking God, Baron.
He's
Oh,
so
you
tall.
giant.
He's like 8 feet tall.
He's like 6, 8,
I think
9.
he's 6'9", I think.
Wow.
Get his kids and family up there.
Where's Elon?
Oh my God, he towers over everyone.
Mhm.
I told you to go on Joe Rogan, Dad.
Yeah, 6'9".
Is that Barnes back there?
No. Pardon Rakeda. He really outgrew his awkwardness.
I know. Oh, I loved seeing him back in 2016. That was so cute.
Yeah.
He was so tired.
Yeah, he's like sleeping and just passing out. Oh my God, fans. Oh. Oh. He did it.
See, I knew this was going to happen. This is why I wanted to stream this.
I didn't.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy?
I'll do so much when I'm in jail. Oh, wait.
But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. Oh. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania.
I love the way he
Wisconsin.
talks.
We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, winning the popular vote was very nice. Very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with
I'm
me,
disappointed
and
Elon didn't make it to the
we're going to make
stage.
you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you
Cybertruck will have broken down.
someday and say that was one of the
Yeah.
truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio,
You're not wrong.
Wisconsin.
Tell you what will be interesting if he like starts giving Elon more room to do SpaceX.
Movement, they
Yeah.
helped so much.
Well, better
In
than
those
Boeing.
cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races.
Low bar, but yeah.
Victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And
I mean,
did
say whatever else
we
you want
did
about Tesla,
telerallies with each
SpaceX
one
is
of them,
very
and
impressive right now.
sometimes we did 2 or 3.
No, Elon was
And it
hanging
was
out with
amazing
him
to look at all
backstage
of
when they
those
were waiting
victories.
for
Nobody
results.
expected that.
He's
Nobody.
down there.
So I just wanted
he's
to
in
thank you very
Mar-a-Lago.
much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Good job.
Wouldn't go
I
that
want to
far,
also
but
thank my
okay.
beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady.
We got full control. Oh my God, we got full control.
That's the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that?
Does she? What book is
I
that?
think so.
Great job. Works very hard. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family.
Is
my
this written
amazing
down? Is he
children,
reading
and they
this
are amazing
verbatim off
children.
of a teleprompter?
Now, we all think our children.
Probably.
Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are.
He wrote it if
John,
he
Eric,
did.
Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael.
We were like waiting for him to forget somebody.
They have to keep Barron out to not embarrass them all.
My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
He was governor of Ohio, right?
Yes.
Senator.
Yeah.
Oh, senator.
Sean was so pissed because he was actually a really good senator.
Yeah, we liked him.
And his
Yeah.
absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance.
Ooh, Indian.
You didn't know?
And he is a feisty guy, isn't he?
Yeah,
he
of
got
course.
some
The
fucking
media
shit
didn't
about that,
say it.
The enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks and A lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say
MSDNC.
He's like the only guy I've
Oh,
ever seen really
we're
looks
gonna
like
have 4 years of your fake news.
Say a couple of words.
Oh my God.
Kamala wouldn't have done that.
No. It's actually a surprise.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
That's an understatement.
Yeah. It's a long way from a Four Seasons parking lot.
Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest
Teflon
political
Don.
comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Teflon Don.
Teflon Trump.
Well,
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was. I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back.
Yeah, I don't know what he's saying, Steph. The
But
special what?
We have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did.
Doing 5 rallies
Susie,
a
come,
day.
Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris.
He's exhausted.
Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The ice thing, we call it the ice thing. Come here.
Who is this?
Come here.
I don't know.
Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Says campaign manager.
Look at this. She's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together. We spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I told
It must be
so
Elon.
last night I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people. And I would say the
Very
country,
important, the most important.
But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down, but I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But the spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, is that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer, slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls.
What is he talking
He's on the
about?
way. He's hitting balls.
We got 4 years of this.
Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy.
Do you know the worst bit about this for like Kamala? If Kamala had just come out and conceded, she could have had a graceful concession, but now she'll have to follow up this speech, which is very fucking random. Let's be honest.
But I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy. What he does, he gets these fighters, and they really go at it. And it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him. Dana, please.
Trump is winning by 297,000 votes in Michigan.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelt boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustle with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is
We did it.
No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been
Did they
the
just
heart and soul of
publicly legitimize
really great movement.
podcasters over the mainstream media?
I think they did, yeah.
To deliver a victory, like really.
Those damn YouTubers.
This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came and he's going to help make America healthy again.
Is he saying Dolly?
Yes, definitely
He's
Dolly.
a great guy, and he really
Get up there, Sal.
do some things.
Woohoo!
Go to it. I just said,
Junior.
Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country
Trump,
in the world. More
or
than
not
Saudi
Trump.
Arabia. We
Um,
have more than Russia.
the world is
Bobby,
both
stay away
excited
from
and
the
angry
liquid
at the
gold.
same
Other than
time right now.
Go have a good
Yeah.
We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes.
Finally.
We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all quarters, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment.
They called Minnesota for
Uniting
Kamala.
citizens of all backgrounds.
No, but not
A common
Michigan.
core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe.
They haven't
we want
called
great
Wisconsin
education.
yet.
We want a strong and
They
powerful.
finally called the New York Times.
military
Finally
and
called
ideas.
Pennsylvania
We
for
had no
Trump.
wars. 4 years, we had no wars.
Oh, Safa.
They just called Minnesota for Kamala.
Well, I mean that.
It's always going to go
Wait,
her
so
way.
they've called Pennsylvania. Trump is now at 267, and with Alaska coming in, which will be for Trump.
Democracy and for freedom.
That's flat victory.
Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious
Yep.
destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible
Yep, he's got you
future
70.
for our people.
Yep.
Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately.
Wow.
Damn. 900.
900.
That is insane.
A lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody
Michigan
was sad.
numbers.
Many people have
Michigan
said, "This
has
is our last
81% of the votes counted,
now we're
and it's
going
at
on to something
52%
that's far more important, because the
52%
rallies
Trump
were
and
used for us to
46% Kamala.
be put in this position
So it's
so
still
we can
leaning
really
towards
help
Trump.
our country.
Oh my God, they've called Arizona.
We're gonna
What?
make our country
No,
better.
I'm just fucking with you.
Oh.
That's great.
He wants to save our country.
Oh my God.
Greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together.
That's good.
The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight.
Maryland had a whole, not even a million votes for Trump.
Entrusted to me. This is there's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term.
All right, Trump, I got to go to bed. Come on, man.
Right? Wrap it up, buddy.
Promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you.
Yeah, Beckett has to get up in the morning.
I'm on holiday. I'm good. I'm going to go and get McDonald's and I'm going to sleep.
Righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the
My father was like, well, if they called early, you can come in tomorrow for work.
It's time
I'm
to
like,
unite. And we're
okay.
going to try. We're going
We
to try. We have to try.
should have known this was not going to
It's
be
gonna
early.
happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at
Okay,
least a
so
period of time. We have
New
to
York Times isn't very reliable.
America
What?
for all Americans. So I want
Since when?
I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better.
I'm making sure I'm setting my alarm now.
Safer and stronger.
Yeah, smart.
Before. God bless you and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Don't
All
worry.
right.
David, we got about an hour backstage, so.
Donald J. Trump.
Yeah. Well, that was the 2024 Indecision.
His life for a reason. And there's
Oh
two-
my God. Oh, he tried to jerk off the microphone again.
He has a big agenda ahead.
All right. That is the election.
I was talking about Farrell.
That was awesome. You were talking about yourself? I got it. So, is it everything you you were anticipating there, Beckett?
Oh, it was really fun. I mean, like, again, I'm a left winger, and I know I can see a fair amount of my friends coping and worrying, but like, I'll be honest, it's fun just to come and have a laugh and joke about stuff.
Is that a conservative right wiener?
Oh, what for?
Like, is Britain left wing?
No, left means
Britain's-
left still.
He's a
Yeah.
Well, okay, but in Aussie, it's like the opposite.
Oh, right. I see what you mean. No, we're still. I mean, even in comparison to like American politics, because obviously a lot of our stuff's nationalized. We'd be more left wing even than the Democrats for a lot of conservatives. But I think it's been. I'm a big believer that like politicians should represent their people. It's nice to have. It's really nice if he wins the popular vote to see the popular vote coming through and lining up with the president. Honestly,
Yeah, and it looks like it is right now
because that's what you want. And frankly, yeah, I don't know. America has issues. It needs a shake up. And the sort of shake up that I think America needs is to come back to the monarchy, rejoin the empire, pay your fucking taxes, and then in 100 years we can discuss you voting and running your
We
own
will
shit
not
again,
give
okay?
you our 3%. God damn it!
But yeah, I think I've had a really good time. I hope you've enjoyed having me on.
Yeah, no, it was awesome. It was awesome.
It's been,
No,
it's been
thank you
really
very
fun.
much. And Farrell, have you been streaming at all or putting up any clips?
No.
No, you have anything coming up that you want to tell the world about?
I'm gonna come hang out on Lego Stream again next month.
Oh yeah, there we go. December 5th or
That's
7th. I forgot
8th.
about that.
Pearl
I don't know,
Harbor.
whatever day it is. Well, thanks all for joining. For those who stuck around to the end, everyone's except for Farrell's channel is linked in the description. I'll add yours. And with that, I'm going to go to bed because it is late. But thanks all. Take care. Have a good night.